Roger. Jetstar 483, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 left, clear for takeoff, Jetstar 483.
Car 9 at Alpha 4, enter runway 19 left.
Enter runway 19 left, Alpha 4, car 9.
Car 9, required to remain north of Alpha 3.
Remain north of Alpha 3, car.
605, runway 19 left, line up.
Line up 19 left, corner 605.
Jetstar 483, contact departures.
Departure, Jetstar 483.
Car 605, from Alpha 3, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 19 left, corner 605. Car 9 vacated 19 left,
Car 9.
Good morning, everyone. Hello from Brisbane. Welcome to Julia Flights. Hello from myself, Julia, and our cameraman, Kevin. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? How are you? Let us know.
Welcome to
Saturday morning.
Saturday show just after 6 a.m. in the morning. Are you guys ready? We're going to start the show with the big boy, A380, coming in. Direct flight from Dubai, Emirates. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Great to be back here. Let us know if the visuals are okay, if you can hear us fine. Welcome to the show.
4, wind 180 degrees 7 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
It's going to be a good one. We've got a special guest joining us later this morning. And
Yeah, looking forward to that.
I can see the big boy now coming in.
A380. Super. Emirates 434 coming in from Dubai.
Let's welcome
The sun's popping out now. How nice is that?
a king.
Before the super arrives.
Julia Flights members, let's welcome Emirates A380 with the emoji here in the chat. Welcome
waiting for it.
everyone.
To pop out from behind of that security camera.
62 heavy, Brisbane Tower.
Eric Sal, hello Eric. Welcome to the show. Matthew Barrell, Wayne P has also tuned in before
morning.
going to work. Wayne saying hello from Geelong. Hello Wayne, welcome.
All right, here she is.
Six in the morning, and the king is landing here at Brisbane. Welcome.
Corner 609, runway 19 left, line up. 19 left, corner 609.
through right to the end, down to Alpha 9, using the full length of correction, we're on 19 left. 19 today. Later on in the morning, we understand there's going to be this side 19 left will be closed for some work, some maintenance.
So there will be only one active runway.
Yeah, later on this morning, so we'll still be here.
Yeah.
So
stay tuned, everyone.
We might have to move over to a different location.
There will be just one runway operating here in Brisbane. Honk honk.
Good morning.
Good morning. Pan Yin saying morning everyone. Hello there. Mitesh, welcome tuning in from London. Great to see you in the chat. Ricochet, hello. Christian saying good morning from Germany. James Smith, hello James.
Morning James.
09, runway 19 left, clear for immediate.
Have a great morning at Brisbane, guys. Thank you. It's going to be a really interesting show today with a special guest and a runway closure. And what an absolute amazing start of the show.
Some good weather too. Nice.
Currently 19 degrees, maximum of 26 today.
180 degrees, runway 19 left, clear to land.
James Martin, hello, welcome to the show. Lance Cole, good morning. Michael Nowland, hello Michael. Thank you so much guys for tuning in. Welcome to the show. Eric Ask is already in the chat. I'm moderator. Eric, we watched a little video from Norway the other day.
Oh yes, the Dash 8's operation up there. I can't think of the name of that airline. Starts with W. Widara or something. It's a weird,
Yeah.
It's a hard name for us to
And we follow you.
Here we go. A330.
The battle machine is coming in, about to touch down.
Nicely done.
Qantas 1927, runway 19 left, line up. 19 left, line up. Qantas 19.
So that's sunshine now popping out, so you'll feel a little bit warmer.
Yeah,
You were complaining it was cold.
it was a bit cold.
It was nice.
When we got here earlier this morning, we started setting everything up. But yeah, feels so much better now.
James Smith, yeah, that's that airline. Yeah, it was done by Flight Radar 24, the channel. Yeah, very interesting to watch.
Nathan, good morning. James Martin, Sebastian, welcome to the show. I've Renek saying beautiful sunrise. Absolutely, the days are getting shorter.
Yeah, at least we'll see the sunrise from now on.
And Mr. Lloyd Fox is in the chat as well.
Morning, Lloyd.
Good morning, Lloyd. Rigoberto Juarez, hello Rigoberto, welcome to the show.
Morning, Rigoberto.
Reinhard, hello.
Reinhardt's here too. Nice.
And Julian as well, saying greetings from Germany. Welcome,
Morning,
welcome.
Julian.
Vina, watching us from London. Welcome to the show. Hello Sharon, wonderful walks. MJ saying hello Julia from Sydney. Brisbane's looking beautiful this morning. Absolutely, MJ. Beautiful morning. Great to be here.
Yeah, looking perfect this morning too. A slight breeze as well, so it's absolutely
Lovely
wonderful.
sunrise.
We should be out flying ourselves.
That's right.
Whiff of jet fuel. I think I might just Michael Nowlan's there, isn't he? It was my mistake there, Michael. I put the wrong name in there for that first class members. So
A typo.
we fixed it up there for you. Sorry, that was my mistake.
Thank you to our first class lounge members here on Julia Flights.
Yeah, it's list there, slowly growing, isn't it? Yeah, thanks everybody there.
Astrid Rivas, hello, welcome to the show. Astrid is also here. Hello, Astrid. Wonderful to have you guys. From the beginning of the show, my alarm didn't wake me. You guys, don't worry about it. It's so early. You made it on time.
Yeah, let's see. Videro, is that how you say it? I'm not sure. I can't. Really
Jose, Airport Wings, hello, welcome to the show.
Using those Dash 8s up there. Using those Dash 8s up there in Norway. 120,000 cycles they're going to use them up for. So, yeah, very nice.
Nice and early. We've got one of our moderators here on Julia Flights already joining us behind the scenes. Do some plane spotting here in person. Very nice. Jason, Bris Vegas Jazz is with us. Welcome.
Good morning, Cross 1943.
Cross 1940 Brisbane Tower, good morning at Tango 2, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
19 right, clear for takeoff, Cross 1940.
And moderator Michael is with us as well. Michael, you make it hard for us. You keep changing your screen name.
What was that, sorry?
And Michael is with us as well.
What's he done now?
He keeps changing his screen name.
Is he
Makes
Michael-
it hard for everyone.
Meander? I think I know the link there. I've probably said it wrong there, but I think I know the link to that name.
Runway 19 left, clear for takeoff,
Look at that, runway 19 left.
And we've got the first super chat of today's show. Dave, hello Dave. Thank you so much for this very generous donation. Much appreciated. Good morning, Julia. Looks like a wonderful morning in Brisbane. Hope to have a coffee and some Tim Tams with you anytime, Dave.
Yeah,
Come along.
It's absolutely magical up here.
Thank you, Dave, for tuning in so early this morning. Wonderful to have you with us. Enjoy the show. It's going to be a great one. We're expecting a special guest
Fokker departure.
joining us later this morning, and also the runway closure around 10 o'clock. So thank you so much for tuning in. Amazing support. And yeah, always coffee and Tim Tams, right? Perfect combo. So it's already a Saturday here in Australia, the 23rd of March.
1206, contact departures.
Cool water. Good morning from Brisbane.
Velocity 306 Brisbane Tower.
The Follow Me Aviation, hello. Lone Barker
Velocity 908, runway 19
watching us from cold and snowy southern Ontario in Canada. Welcome. Astro saying Sebastian is here, I will wake him up.
Stubby down here, the Velocity 737-700.
Velocity 771, connect departures.
Was Radio is in the chat. Hello, Was.
Morning, Was.
908.
Welcome to the show.
Departures. Velocity 908. Velocity 306, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, that one's definitely
Left, clear for takeoff. Velocity 306. Tower, Qantas 505, ready. Qantas 505, Brisbane Tower.
Beautiful morning light.
Qantas 505, runway 19 left, line up.
Waking up so early definitely pays off, Gavin.
Velocity 306, contact departures. Departures, Velocity 306.
And if you're new to Julia Flights, welcome. Hello from myself, Julia and Gavin. Welcome to our plane spotting channel. We're based in Brisbane, Australia. Welcome to our home airport.
Qantas 505, runway 19 left, cleared for takeoff. 19 left, cleared for takeoff, Qantas 505.
Hello, Shelley. Welcome. Qantas taking off. And we've got Jetstar 10
Ooh, 787.
787 coming in from Tokyo Narita, 4 minutes out. Madeira Aviation spotting member here on Julia Flights for 2 months. Thank you so much for being a part of our Julia Flights crew. Friends from Madeira saying hello. Hope you're enjoying Captain's Lounge. Good to see you here on the show. Welcome. Bris Vegas Jazz is in the chat as well, and also here in person.
Qantas 1076 at Tango 3, runway 19 right.
Absolutely cracking morning here at Brisbane. Beautiful morning, Saturday the 23rd of March.
Qantas 1872 Brisbane Tower, good morning at Tango 2, line up and wait, runway 19 right.
Rita, hello. The 4 Aussie aviators, hello guys, welcome.
Down there on the Gold Coast. I think we got a, what do we got over here? A 19er right departure. Nice morning light over that side of the field.
That looks stunning. Qantas.
There's one down the end there, Brea.
Qantas is off to Mount Isa.
Oh.
And Qantas Link, the next one, E190.
Alice Springs? Where's it going?
This one's going to Cairns.
Cairns.
So both flights within Queensland.
Yeah, so later on today, this runway here will be the only active one from about 10 a.m. So we'll move over to a different location so we have a better view.
So we have still 2 runways, still 2 active runways, not for too long this morning. So we've got 19 left and 19 right. However, from 10 a.m. onwards, we'll be operating with just 1 runway. And hopefully we'll have a special guest with us by then.
2 runway 19 right, please take off.
Runway 19 right, please take off.
Qantas 1872, connect to Qantas. Qantas 1872.
Matthew Claymont, hello Matthew, thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to our Saturday show and welcome to Cloud Lounge. Thank you for becoming a member here on Julia Flights. Much appreciated. Matthew, you're in good hands. Hope you enjoy Cloud Lounge, based here at Brisbane Airport. Great to have your company. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. It's going to be a great show. Hopefully you can stay with us. Raina Taylor, hello, good morning Raina. Watching us from Texas, saying good morning to everyone in Australia. Hello. A Saturday morning here in Australia, beautiful day.
Runway 19 left, clear to land.
We're just admiring this beautiful sunrise here at Brisbane Airport.
1384 Brisbane Tower.
Yeah, wonderful morning compared to what we've had lately. So Jetstar 10, the next.
And Aussie Pete is back.
Aussie Pete.
Aussie Pete, member for 8 months here on Julia Flights, already with his red plane. Hey Aussie Pete, good morning. I'm back from a holiday in Dubbo. Welcome. Pete, let us know. Hopefully you enjoyed your stay over there together with your wife. We missed you here last week. Great to have you back.
Where was he? Sorry, did he say?
In Dubbo.
Dubbo, okay.
Welcome, Aussie Pete. Thank you so much for tuning in.
So Jetstar 10, the next one in, the 787 coming in from Narita.
And we got DW, Delta Whiskey, member here for 7 months on Julia Flights. Enjoying the Captain's Lounge here on the channel. 7 months with all of you lovely people, always a pleasure. Can't wait to see the Sleeping King arrive. Thanks Julia, Gavin, Mods, and all you do. Thank you so much. DW, thanks for supporting the channel. It's been with us for over 7 months here as a member. Wonderful support. Thank you. Yeah, the Sleeping King is already here.
1384, runway 19 left, line up.
Already getting comfortable at the international terminal. And welcome to Jetstar, a Dreamliner, coming in from Tokyo Narita.
Jetstar 10, contact ground on 122.25. 1384, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff. Takeoff, 19. Air Canada 35, you can plan on vacating at Alpha 9er.
Air Canada, the next one in too.
And Nicole the Pickle, hello there, welcome to the show.
Pickle.
Annette Butler, good morning.
Good morning, Annette.
Shinzi, hello, welcome to the show. And we've got Kelly Owen also in the chat. Hello, Kelly, welcome. Good morning from Brisbane Airport.
Canada
Good morning, Kelly.
Kelly saying, hope everyone had a wonderful week. Absolutely. And if not, we're here to make up for it. Just look at this beautiful view. Thanks, Kelly, for tuning in. And we've got Buzzer. Our mascot here on Julia Flights. What a great visit here, wonderful surprise. Let's welcome Buzzer, mascot here on Julia Flights. Peter Miller, hello, good morning. RS, welcome.
So we've got Air Canada 35 coming in from Vancouver, the 7879. Look, Baz has just jumped down.
Astra's asking, is Baz a special guest? He's one of them. So it's great to have him on the show.
Wow.
Wow. Honk for Air Canada. Direct flight from Vancouver.
Roll through all the way to the end.
Brisbane Tower, Jetstar and Qantas.
Straight down Brisbane, taxi. Air Canada 35 by Cat in contact ground 122.25. Good morning.
That's right, Basil's got the best seat in the house. Always the best views. Welcome Air Canada, flight 35. That's a recent livery.
Is that the bandit livery?
Jet right 10, wind 160 degrees.
Another Dreamliner.
Left, clear land.
Runway 19 left, clear to land, Jetstar and Qantas.
Mitesh is saying, beautiful scenery, Julian Gavin. Absolutely amazing, guys. In this morning light, it's pretty awesome.
See the Emirates tail down there.
Luke Reynolds, hello, welcome to show.
So we also got Jetstar 147 there coming out for Auckland.
And Cool Water, hello once again, Cool Water, member here for 3 months on Julia flights, enjoying the captain's lounge. Julia, a kangaroo escaped from the zoo. Do you still have one left? We have plenty of them.
Oh, there's plenty of kangaroos. You don't need to worry about that.
Plenty of kangaroos.
One escape. What zoo was that?
Was that a zoo somewhere in Germany? Always a joy for you. Thank you so much, Coolwater, for tuning in.
So Jetstar down here, going down to over to Auckland, I should say.
Well, yeah, we do have plenty of kangaroos here. Talking of kangaroos, just look at
Kangaroo car park.
yeah, these red tails there. And Baz is still with us.
He's enjoying the view. Get a bit of morning sunshine.
Good morning, Jetstar 147 on 3 then. Jetstar 147 Brisbane, take it.
Basil, don't be shy.
Got
Turn
the
around.
best view,
Qantas 500 Brisbane.
the best view of all of us.
Bazza ATC, keeping an eye, bird's eye on things. Another A321.
Over 200 likes. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hitting that like button. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
It's going to be a great show. We start at 6 a.m.
Jetstar 147, runway 19 left, clear takeoff. 19 left, clear takeoff, Jetstar 147.
All right,
Such
Jetstar.
amazing scenery to be plane spotting.
I think I saw that message in there from Lloyd about the Virgin Australia's. Was it the 4th? Max arrived yesterday.
Like I say, it's probably in the hangar.
Oh yeah, good. Yes. Let's have a
Ian
look.
Hodges, hello, welcome. Joshua Leclerc,
Joshua Leclerc always reminds me of like maybe like a chocolate Leclerc. Is that like a dessert? Always thinking about food.
yeah,
Qantas 500.
nice
147.
pastry.
Going to Auckland.
19 left, clear delay. Runway 19 left,
Bye bye, Jetstar.
Bye bye, hooroo.
Flight 147 off to Auckland. A321neo.
Can't wait to see the Dreamliners in that colour.
Jetstar 147, contact departure today.
Looking forward to that. Come on, Jetstar. Speed up the process.
And Steve saying Lord Fokker is on time from Mackay to Brisbane.
Ooh.
Very nice. Thanks, Steve, for the heads up.
Steve Fokker.
Yes, Steve loves Fokker aircraft as much as Gavin does, I bet.
So that may be, that looks like a Max. I think it's a bit hard for me to tell looking into the sun. That looks like a Max.
Louis De Hang, hello, welcome to the show. Skippy, yes, a lot of Skippies
Skippy.
here in Australia.
Skippy the bush kangaroo. Few people might be familiar with that show. Did you ever see that show, Skippy the bush kangaroo?
Yeah, I did.
You did? Oh, there you go. was amazing.
Brings back some good memories, right?
It's amazing what that kangaroo could do. He's a MacGyver of kangaroos.
Shirley, welcome once again. Thank you so much for tuning in and keeping us company on this beautiful morning here in Brisbane, Australia, capital of Queensland. Buzzer, the official bird of Julia Flights. Absolutely, he's our mascot.
Thanks, Shirley.
Thank you so much, Shirley. We will show you guys Buzzer.
He's just departed.
He's departed. Don't worry, he'll be back.
There's the contact departures.
So Buzzer is an absolute celebrity here on the channel.
Lining up 19 left, 139.
Buzzer's got his own emoji and even his own t-shirt. On the Julia Flights online store. So yeah, he's an absolute celebrity, Shirley. Thank you.
Eric Souter, see the movie Kangaroo Jack? Yeah, that was a bit of a flop, isn't it?
United 96, ILS 19 96 heavy Brisbane.
I was ready to say Buzzer needs a Tim Tam.
No.
I think he will go a bit
19 left, clear, takeoff, block 9.
too energetic with so much sugar.
Tony Harry say that bird looks like a miniature penguin.
I like that. I like
I'm never
that.
going to look at Bazza the same way again.
Lisbon Airport spotting. Hello, Felipe. Welcome. Thank you so much for popping in to say hi in the chat. And look, saying Singapore announced increasing flights to Brisbane from 22 to 25 weekly from August.
I think Lloyd told us that the other day, didn't he? It was that Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some days there'll be 4 flights a day from Singapore.
Flight 95, contact departure today. United 96, you can roll through the bank at Alpha 9, runway 19 on left, wind 180 degrees 6 knots, clear land. Clear land and roll to Alpha 9, thank you, United 96 heavy.
So United 96 there, heavy, coming in from San Francisco, clear to land. So we have to rate that landing.
And Brandon's also going to join us here.
Oh, Brandon, today?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
He's coming down to see us in about an hour.
No rain today, Brendan, so that's a plus.
And we've got another Brandon in the chat from California. Aviation and Gaming Productions, welcome. Mohammed, yes, absolutely beautiful Brisbane, especially this morning.
Good morning, Jetstar 904 ready.
Jetstar 904 Brisbane Tower, good morning at Tango 3, runway 19 right, swift takeoff.
And if you're new
Runway 19 right, takeoff.
to Julia Flights, welcome. Hello from myself, Julie and Gavin. You guys are watching continuous live coverage of plane spotting this weekend from Brisbane, Australia, from our home airport. Welcome. United, everyone. United 96 arriving now.
Yes.
Boeing
right.
787. Let's rate this landing, guys, from 1 to 10. United 96.
The crew will be watching.
United crew will be watching.
So be fair.
They would check our scores, so be as fair as you can. Welcome United, coming in from San Francisco.
That's a 10 from me. That was pretty well spot on.
Great landing there. That's 10 from Julia. Let us know, guys. Your scores from 1 to 10. Let's rate this landing. Another 10 from Mitesh.
Yeah, well deserved. So he's rolling right through to the end. Vacate on Alpha 9. Straight into the taxi. Sorry, straight into the international terminal. Nice quick taxi. So looking forward to later in the year with American Airlines and Delta coming in. Imagine that for the stream. Seeing United, American and Delta.
So
here
many
at Brisbane.
Americans, that's right. Very nice.
United 96 vacating, contact ground 122 days 125, okay.
So apart from United, we'll also be capturing arrivals of American Airlines and Delta later this year. Amazing scores, thank you everyone.
Yeah, I think well deserved there. Good job, guys, girls.
Yeah, most of them were 10s.
Wind 18
and 9.9, 9.7.
9, runway 19 left, clear land.
Thanks, vacate Alpha 9 and 19 left cleared to land, New Zealand 141.
Very high scores. Well done, United. Thank you guys for rating this landing for us. Well done, United pilots. Great job. Perfect.
Well, it looks like the next arrival will be Air New Zealand 141 coming in from Auckland.
Ian Katai-Spolder, welcome to the show.
Oh, might be a good day today. Might be another guest just confirming his attendance.
Wow. This is only getting better. It's only getting better. Another special guest coming in. Wow.
So we got a very special flight, what, QF 608. We have to remember that. Have you got a pen there? You need to write this down.
Okay. So what's tell us, Gavin, because you've got those breaking news now.
Breaking news
here on the channel. What's going on? Tell us. What's happening with that flight?
Oh, who we got? Captain Ben. He's flying in. He's paxing home. I'm pretty sure it is. I think he's paxing home from Melbourne, but he'll pop up and say g'day as well.
Wow, there you go, another special guest. And guys, this is actually unexpected. We didn't know that Captain Ben was joining us today, so that's another special guest. So we should change the title to Runway Closure and Special Guests. Not only one guest. Air New Zealand, welcome to Brisbane.
Yeah, things might get a bit interesting later on.
Good morning, New Zealand 201 through 500 Australia, runway 19
New Zealand 201, Brisbane, tagging in.
There's the next Air New Zealand calling up. How good's that sunlight look down there?
Vacating, contact ground 122, day 125.
Plenty of international arrivals here this morning.
So Air New Zealand 201 from Christchurch, A321.
And we've got Mike in the chat, checking in from San Francisco.
How was that landing, Mike? We all approve here.
Mike, that was absolutely a stunning landing. Nothing lower than 9.5. Thanks, Mike, for tuning in.
Yeah, beautiful weather here today, so.
201, if the expediter offer is approved, back at Alpha 9, runway 19 left, wind 190 degrees at 8 knots, clear land.
Just land runway 19 left and we'll expedite full in to come off at Alpha 9, so 201.
Yeah, New Zealand, there he is. Clear to land out there, so he's going to roll through right to the end as well.
And Rigoberto saying over 250 likes so far. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. Thanks for hitting that like button.
202 Brisbane takeoff.
And Korean arrived very early this morning.
Yeah, she was early.
5230 Brisbane takeoff.
Here's Air New Zealand in from Christchurch.
Around 10 to 6 this morning, so even before the start of the show. Mike saying just joined, didn't see it. Talking about the United Flight 96 landing here at Brisbane. Sure, the crew will be checking it out on the bus into the hotel. That's right, Mike. We told our viewers to please kindly score that United landing for us, because the crew will be watching. We hope they had a good flight into Brisbane. That landing was butter smooth.
Did you copy that as well? Just stand line there after 6 potential best
And that's right, we just welcomed another Air New Zealand flight. This one arrives from Christchurch, A321neo.
Still 01, vacating contact ground 122, dash 25.
122.25, thanks.
Flight 308, runway 19 left, clear takeoff.
19 next week, no problem.
Alright, so velocity down here on the move.
Thank you very much, and contact fighters, test.
Fighters, Foster 30, thanks.
So you can see it down here, they're already moving, repositioning the A380 to
Car 9, Brisbane, take it out, hold short.
standoff base, so a very quick arrival, and everyone got off that aircraft very quick.
Target able to 916, ready.
916 Brisbane, take it.
And Mike is saying our packs down end of next week. Very nice, Mike.
Car 9 at Alpha 1 and runway 19.
John, yes, absolutely. Perfect weather conditions here. this morning.
Car 9 and the report was just on the center line, just near Alpha 6.
Good morning, Singapore 235.
Singapore 235 Heavy Brisbane Tower, good morning. Wind 190 degrees 8 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Runway 19 right, get to left, Singapore 235.
Singapore, good morning. Clear to land on 19 right.
We still have 2 active runways here at Brisbane Airport.
Singapore 235, confirm get to left.
Roughly until 10 o'clock this morning.
235, A firm, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Good land, runway 19 right, Singapore 235.
And then we'll be down to 1 runway.
Plus 916, line up on white, runway 19 left.
Line up on white, runway 19 left, plus 916.
And Tracy Darren has just tuned in. Hello, Darren, welcome. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful moderator here on Julia Flights. Always great to have you with us. Thanks, Darren. Hope you're well.
Policy 303, Brisbane, takeoff. Car 9, many thanks, Chief. Policy 916, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 left, clear for takeoff, policy 916.
Alright, velocity down here, 737-700.
Qantas 611, Brisbane, takeoff.
Yeah, ready to go
309, Brisbane, takeoff.
Singapore now touching down, about to touch down on 19 right.
Qantas 611, line up runway 19 left.
19 left, lining up front.
What's 916, contact departure today?
916.
Singapore Princess
Brisbane Tower, Qantas 600.
Qantas 600, Brisbane, takeoff.
A350-900 coming in from Changi, Singapore Airport.
Qantas 611, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
19 left, clear for takeoff, Qantas 611.
Singapore 235, AK in the runway, contact going on 12405, good morning.
Tango 9, 12405, Singapore 235.
Velocity 303, wind 190 degrees at 9 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
19 left, clear to land, 123.
Singapore.
Qantas 611, contact departure, select.
Qantas 611, good day.
Flight 235. And this classic livery, Singapore Airlines. It's very nice on a A350.
Yeah, it looks good there.
Trusted I'm saying wearing my Julia Flight's flight mode t-shirt to watching the show. Very nice.
You need to take a photo and tag us on Instagram.
That's right, Darren. I think more people would like to see that too.
The merch is all around the world, isn't it? Basses around the world.
James Smith, hello once again, James. As always, great to have you on the show, watching us from the UK. Just James just tipped $10 via PayPal. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your wonderful support.
Thanks, James.
Thanks for your dedication and streams from Brisbane. So much appreciated. It's great to be showcasing Brisbane to the world.
That's good.
It's
only going to get busier.
Thank you so much, James. It's always great to have your company. Thank you for supporting this channel. And James been sharing a lot of very interesting photos recently.
Yeah, I think you should go check out James's Instagram, Palmjet, isn't it? P-A-L-M-J-E-T. Got some interesting and just amazing pictures there here of Brisbane and all around the world.
And Julian, thanks Julian for €6 super chat, much appreciated. One of our moderators here on the channel, watching us from Germany.
Thanks, Julian.
Air New Guinea, Julian's favorites.
Yes.
Boeing 767 300 to Brisbane, just took off in Port Moresby.
Oh, it just took off, okay.
We'll see it later in the show.
What's it, about a 2.5, 3 hour flight down here?
Definitely one of the highlights always on the show. Air New Guinea 767. Thank you, Julian, for your wonderful support. Much appreciated.
C1113 Brisbane Tower.
REX stands for Regional Express. Taking off. A domestic flight. Heading down to Sydney.
Correct, 309 contact departure, good day.
Roger, 309 there.
Mohammed saying beautiful landing, Singapore Airlines at 10.
Copy 11, 13 at Tango 2.
Yeah, well done, Singapore Airlines. Chanchester, welcome to the show. The weather is so good. As far as the eye can see, absolutely amazing.
It's really nice today. Perfect temperature. Coming into those cooler months now, so it's going to be much more comfortable being out here. Be less complaining of it being so hot, hot and humid.
Chanchester saying I can share an interesting photo of a Queen of the Skies that visited Brisbane Airport last year. Feel free to do so, Chanchester. Always love to see your photos, guys.
Qantas 1902, Brisbane Tower.
Brisbane Tower at Tango 1, line up runway 19 right.
Take one.
Another 700 coming on in.
A chance also was wondering how Brisbane Airport will handle all traffic on one active runway from 10 a.m. onwards.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be too bad. Brisbane's obviously this runway on screen at the moment, that was the only one at some point in time there too, so they handled everything fine.
Oxy 1493 Brisbane Tower.
But it will be good. You'll see a lot more aircraft in one shot, I guess, instead of spacing out between the whole airfield. Batik is coming on out, going out to Bali.
A very quick turnaround. We actually saw Batik landing here at Brisbane when we're about to go live, just before 6 a.m. this morning. It's already going back to Bali, Denpasar. That's a 737 MAX 8.
Qantas 1902, wind 19 degrees at 9 knots, runway 19 left, clear land. Runway 19 left, Qantas 1902.
So Qantas Link 1970 going out to Alice Springs, right there in the middle of Australia.
Brisbane 777 Tony, welcome to the show. Hello.
B1493 at Tango 3, line up runway 19 right. 3, line up 19.
And Jeff Andrews is also in the house. Hello, Jeff.
Morning, Jeff.
That's 1970 connect.
Looks like behind that the Jetstar Julia Flight's party bus.
That's what Gavin says.
Jetstar 57 to Denpasar, getting the party started.
A flight full of holiday makers on the way to Bali.
On their best behaviour. So we'll see that depart on 19 right.
Tower, Jetstar 759. Jetstar 759, Brisbane.
Next one rolling on.
Orford P
right.
saying good evening from Dublin Island. Hello there, welcome.
Dublin Island, good morning. Very nicely done there by the Embraer.
Jetstar 759, line up runway 19. Line up 19 left, Jetstar 759.
That's 1860 Brisbane at Tango 2, line up runway 19 right.
At Tango 2, line up, runway 19 right, Qantas ATC.
Jetstar 759, runway 19 up left, good takeoff. 19 left, clear for takeoff, Jetstar 759.
So Jetstar 759 going down to Hobart.
Okay, Captain's band emoji is back on the channel. We don't want to upset our Captain Ben.
1860 runway 19 right, good takeoff.
Really good friend of here of the channel, always joining us whenever he's at Brisbane Airport.
Probably just a quick visit today from him. I'm pretty sure he's just come back from an overseas trip. So it's very kind of him to.
And for those of
Swap up
you,
here.
for those of you who are new to the channel, Captain Ben, he's one of our friends here of the channel, special guests, always visiting whenever he can. A Qantas A380 pilot who is currently flying on A330s.
Qantas 1860 connect departures.
And hopefully we can see Mike as well next
yes.
week.
Next week, is it? Is it a weekend?
Jetstar. There's new livery.
I want to hear all those United stories from Mike.
Yeah, it'll be full house today.
Good morning, Jetstar.
Full of
Jetstar 11 Brisbane, good morning, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff. 19 left, clear for takeoff, Jetstar 811.
Jetstar
special
811.
guests here on Julia flights. And from 10 a.m. this morning, there will be just one runway operating here at Brisbane.
Yeah, so we'll move over to a different location, won't we? Bit of a different view.
That's That's right. So stay tuned, everyone. Please keep watching.
Jetstar 811 going down to Sydney. It's a short hop.
Evelyn, hello. Welcome to the show. We've got another Jetstar.
Jetstar 027, the Brisbane Tower.
On our screen now.
09, 1903, 10 knots, runway 19 left,
Rolling Jetstar flight 811.
Brisbane 1 Jetstar 563 ready. Jetstar 563 Brisbane takeoff.
That's right. Jeff Andrews talking about that new Jetstar livery, trade livery as Gavin called it. I can't wait till the 787s get it.
Yeah, it's going to look nice.
We definitely can't wait. Unfortunately, it won't be this year, as far as I know. We still need to wait a little bit.
Oh, I can't wait that long. Come on, Jetstar. Do it now.
You're 158 at Tango 1, runway 19 right, clear takeoff.
At Tango 1, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Tango 1.
Virgin Australia, call sign Velocity, touching down.
Jetstar 563, line up, runway 19 left. Line up, runway 19 left,
This one is coming in from Canberra, nation's capital, departed 1 hour 20 minutes ago. Safely landed here at Brisbane Airport.
Jetstar 563, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 19 left, Jetstar 563.
Jetstar 057 at Tango.
Special livery down there for Qantas on the 7378. Nice angle on it. What are you up to down there?
I might.
Trying to con someone in to get you a coffee, are you?
I might go on a coffee run soon. This time of the day, it's almost 7:30 in the morning.
The 158,
Another Jetstar flight taking off. This one is a new livery.
Jetstar 563, contact departure.
563.
Regular.
As the air traffic controller said, contact departures.
Comment 509, Brisbane, Tango 8, line up. Left line up.
What's the flight?
Heading down to Melbourne. Beautiful blue sky. Perfect weather conditions.
1385, Brisbane, Tango 8.
Yeah, it'd be a nice morning to fly.
Pilots must be very pleased with this weather.
So as passengers.
So as passengers and us, plane spotters.
Here we go, she's rolling. Going to Bali.
Jetstar 57.
331 Delta, runway 19 right, clear to land.
19 right, clear to land, queuing 331 Delta.
Hello Sonia, welcome to the show. And Qantas is beautiful Aboriginal livery.
Subject 7 correct departures.
.509 off to Sydney.
Photo 412 Brisbane Tower, good morning. Assigned heading right 270 at Tango 5, line up and wait, runway 19 right.
And Tango 5, line up and wait, runway 19 right, photo 412.
And Matthew Barrow, hello Matthew.
Morning, Matt.
Three more weeks and Matthew will be heading back to Brisbane.
Oh, wow.
Photo 412, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
19 right, clear for takeoff, photo 412.
Fly dock on the other side. King Air going out to Kingaroy.
Flight 1385, wind 180.
That's right, Tony. A lot of Jetstar flights. They're working hard. Not only domestic but also international flights.
Left wind 190 degrees 10 knots, good land.
Good land 19.
I think we'll talk more about Royal Flying Doctor Service on our show tomorrow. Stay tuned, guys. Heads at 73, welcome to the show.
412, connect approach this morning.
Photo 412.
Temperature 22 and QNH 1021.
Yeah, good morning, Rick 314.
Break 314, Brisbane target A. We just changed it in November. Did you copy the changes?
Right, that's good.
Darren, that someone might know in the chat. There's 420. Where's that question? The 420 fins on either side. Yeah, I'm not too sure. When we see, we'll have a closer look when I can see one. Maybe there's some sort of vortex generator. I'm not entirely too sure.
Paul Andrews, hello, welcome. Thank
Paul
you
Andrews.
for tuning in.
Yeah. When I get close, when there's a 737 closer, we'll have a look. There's one landing at the moment.
Mohammed, thank you for dropping by. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Mitesh, see you tomorrow. Francisco Diaz just tuned in from Puerto Rico. Hello, Francisco.
Wind 190 degrees 1, 0 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Alright, so Julia's just going to go grab some coffee. So I've got Jason here with us.
Good morning.
How you going, Jason?
Good, and you?
Yeah,
Hello,
not too bad.
Tuning in.
I had a question there from TriStar Darren. Down the base of the tail, there's like four little tabs of the 737. He was asking if we knew what they were for. I'm not sure if you can see them in this shot. Yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. I'm thinking maybe there's something to do with like a vortex generator.
Yeah, it could be something similar like what the Dash 8s have as well. Those little fins underneath the fuselage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're coming out there. We'll have a closer look when there's one closer.
Cracking morning here.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Considering we've had so much rain this week.
Perfect temperature.
G'day, TriStar Darren. How good's that landing on that Rex?
Yeah, she looked good. So you were just pointing out too before that there's an extra United aircraft in the ground here, isn't there?
Yeah, down in logistics, the 787 parked up.
You see those?
I'm not sure why. I can only imagine it must be went tech. So if anyone has any ideas or knows of why, if you could drop a comment in the chat, that'd be great.
Poor United, they can't catch a break at the moment.
Yeah. But you look at the size of their fleet, and one or two aircraft go tech, it's not really much, is it?
That's right. I did read somewhere that is due to depart tonight. I'd assume it will be empty.
Yeah, be interesting. You'd like to think that it would be a revenue flight heading back. So, watch the space, I guess.
Average, hello, just 8:13, we're ready.
Train 13, Brisbane, takeaway. Runway 19 left, clear takeoff.
Good morning, Rob at LHR.
Oh, Rob, London Heathrow.
Yeah. Was radio. Saturday morning shopping.
Well, it was. Gave us a great shout out there on his radio station there last weekend, Highland FM.
Oh, awesome.
Great choice of songs.
James Martin, how are you? Royal Brunei does not fly to BNE.
No, they used to, didn't they?
Yeah, only into Melbourne these days.
Yeah, I do miss them.
Yeah, they got a pretty awesome livery on those 787s, don't they?
Yes.
It's very simple, but it's a banger.
I miss the yellow though. Do you remember they flew the 767-200s in here and the 777s?
Yep.
I love that yellow. It's such a shame they don't come here anymore.
Well, I think the Royal Flight still has the 767 in that yellow.
Yeah. And that used to be a regular visitor here a long time ago.
Yeah. It's interesting going through those photos of Lloyd and seeing how busy this airport was and some of the aircraft that were flying in and out of here pre-COVID. It's just astronomical, you know. Singapore A380s, a whole heap of 747s from United and Continental back in the day, and the amount of MD-11s flying in and out of here as well.
Such a great variety of aircraft, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Yeah, it's amazing how devastating COVID was to the aviation industry.
Yeah, it's really surprising we don't have Thai back.
Yeah, well, I wonder how long before Japan Airlines or ANA come.
That's another one, yeah. I'd love to see ANA.
Yeah. With the amount of Jetstar flights going out of here now daily to Japan, it's a market that's opening up.
Yeah, I've often wondered if that's a tactical move there by Qantas to block someone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got a Q400 coming in from Bundaberg on the final approach.
I like watching the Dash 8s taxi and they shut down one of the engines and just cruise on in. And they sound so cool too, I think.
I'm not a fan of the 400s, the Q400s, I must say, yeah. As a passenger anyway, I'm not,
Yeah, okay.
I'd rather ride on the 300.
Yep.
I find them to be a little bit more comfortable for some reason.
Yeah, maybe more seats, less.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, we'll see the Dash 8 100 come in from Skytrans. That's more of a weekday movement, so we won't see it today though.
It's interesting seeing the airport on a Saturday morning like this, because next week when school holiday starts, it will just go crazy.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Easter next week, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, we were down here the last week of school holidays and on a Saturday, and the amount of Dash 8 movements earlier than today was just phenomenal. And the car park here is pretty chockers.
Yeah, that'll be full again.
We're going to have to get a grand tour style set up here on the flight deck lounge for Julia. Some rugs and lounges.
We really need that coffee machine.
Coffee machine, yeah.
Really need it.
The Makita.
Yeah. I had a look at that, but Bunnings don't have it anymore.
Oh,
They
really?
don't supply it.
It's interesting how many landings and takeoffs are on this legacy runway this morning, considering they're going to shut it down later today. I would have thought they would have tried getting more stuff off the new runway.
Yeah, so that's coming into effect about 10 o'clock, isn't it?
920, thanks, runway 19 left, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff on 9 left, velocity 910.
HZ73. Apparently those fins are vortex generators.
Okay.
Fix some buffering that was experienced about 0.8 mark.
So probably eliminates any buffering maybe over the horizontal stabilizer. Bit like a Formula One car. Got those little tabs and everywhere, don't they, all over them?
Yeah, well that's another interesting point. I'm surprised the airport is relatively quiet for flights heading to Melbourne for this weekend's Grand Prix. Formula One on down in Melbourne this weekend.
I'm sure those airlines are taking full affair.
Yeah.
Full advantage of that, eh? Jack up those prices.
Yeah, well look at what happened with the Taylor
that
Swift.
Was incredible.
You know, on the sunny coast, Jetstar had a flight go tech and they left 200 stranded Taylor Swiftie fans. And then the local airline Bonza came to the rescue and put one of their Bonza aircraft on to get those fans down to Melbourne.
I was just reading too that Bonza back in February had the best on-time record for February.
Yeah.
So there you go, yeah.
Well, I noticed they've got one of their new Flair Canada aircraft parked up there at the moment, waiting for Aussie registration.
Ah, so they're keeping it, okay.
Yeah.
Good luck to them. I hope they do well. Hope they stick around.
Yeah, well, they've been flying now for a year, so...
That's right. Yes, you are right. That time has actually flown by.
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't give them much hope to last very long. A lot of people wrote them off straight away.
Must be doing something positive.
We need it.
We've got family down Newcastle, so for us it's a cheap flight, and apparently the service is pretty good with them going from Sunny Coast to Newcastle.
I just question the type of aircraft though. That's the only thing I just question there, like the Max. I don't think that's right for a lot of...
Yeah. It has a stigma about it, doesn't it?
I just mean just that particular aircraft for what they're... I think maybe the A220 could have been a better choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going against Max's aircraft there, I think, with all the drama they've had.
Well, it's interesting seeing Virgin Australia over in Western Australia at the moment deciding what they're going to replace their Fokker 100s with.
Yeah.
Either A220s or...
The E2, was it? The Embraer?
Embraer, yeah. But from reading online, Airbus A220s apparently have got a massive backlog on them now. There's like 900 or something in order.
Nice.
Interesting.
Do you think we'll see the Chinese Comac here in Australia?
Yeah.
Or anywhere else in the world?
Interesting.
So yeah. Good morning everybody, myself Gavin and Jason here with us, one of the moderators of the channel. Julia's just gone to grab some coffees, should be back. I thought maybe she was going to give us a wave, but I forgot.
Give us a shout out!
She was probably standing down there waving, flailing her arms around like crazy.
Yes, good evening to all our European viewers. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. Helps the channel.
There she is. She's in the chat there. Give us a wave. She's probably down the other end now. Yeah, I keep looking at these for those little vortex generators at the back now. Might be a ceilings angle. Yeah, just see him there on the left side of that aircraft. Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't even notice them.
Yep.
But Jason, you've got your own little account too, don't you? Instagram. Give yourself a little...
Oh yeah, I'm just an aviation modeller, so I've got Brisbane International. I'm a scaled modeller, so I scale down to 1 to 500. So I've got a fictitious airport of what I'd like to see Brisbane be like, but I have a project coming up where I'm actually getting the domestic terminal here of Brisbane 3D printed, and then I'm going to build a diorama.
Is that in the 1 to 500 scale?
1 to 500.
Wow.
So the terminal in 1 to 500 is about 1 metre long, so it's going to be a big project, a labour of love, but it's something that I was not going to do, but the guy that's printing had someone that was going to do it in 1 to 400, and they pulled the pin and I picked the project up, but downsized it.
And you've got everything in scale, don't you, for the aircraft?
Yeah.
So it's all the same scale.
Yep. All the GSE.
All the ground equipment, yep.
Hard modelling in 1 to 500 Australian stuff.
I could imagine.
So a lot of my stuff's all custom made, which can get pretty expensive.
So Fokker 100 out here. I'm guessing this one maybe from Mackay.
Yeah, Rockhampton.
Oh, Rocky, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty cool seeing a lot of Jetstar A321s coming in and out of Brisbane.
Yeah, some days there seems to be more than others though.
Yeah.
That's what I've noticed.
And that new livery too looks awesome.
Really does look good.
I know Julia mentioned it earlier, but you're awesome on the 787s.
Yes. I know we all like to make fun of Jetstar, but
Yeah.
last time we flew them, they were, like, honestly, they were great.
Yeah.
They were fantastic.
Imagine a big 787
Oh.
Jaffa. Big orange one.
Oh,
That would be
yes.
pretty awesome. It'd be different, wouldn't it?
That could be interesting.
I'll ring you for it now. Well, no.
No, once upon a time, airlines used to have competitions, I'm sure of it, to have the best looking livery or the brightest looking
What was that
livery.
airline? Was it Banff or Branth? Didn't they have a it's orange livery?
Oh, Brenneth.
Brenneth, was it?
Yeah,
Is it-
yeah, they had green as well, I think.
the DC-8s or something they
Yeah,
had.
and the 727s, I think, too.
And now the closest we got is probably Condor.
Yeah.
I really like those Condor liveries. I know they're not very popular.
Yeah.
I love it.
It certainly is different, isn't it?
I really like it. It's good on them.
I think certain colours look okay, and then there's some of the colours look, oh, that's tragic. But I guess look, each to their own.
Get you excited about going to the airport, wouldn't it? Getting on a flight, you'd be like, oh, what colour is it going to be today?
It's always interesting when you go to a different airport and you see more unusual aircraft or liveries that you don't normally see. Like your trip down to Sydney, seeing a lot of A380s.
And that's the thing, we had no idea what to expect, and obviously we know it's going to be busier and there's going to be more heavies. Oops, just hitting the tripod. It's so good just being somewhere different and just seeing the unexpected.
Yeah, it's like being in a candy store again, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like sensory overload.
Just reminds me of coming out here those days before Flight Radar
Yep.
and just having a scanner, hearing those foreign... Oh, sorry, I thought you... Hearing those foreign accents.
Yeah, I grew up in Sydney, so I went...
Oh, you're a Sydney boy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I
But,
won't hold that against you. You made the right decision anyway, didn't
That's
you?
right.
Long time ago.
Yes. And I can remember going out to Sydney before the new runway was built. And,
Oh, wow.
And seeing the Concorde
So
land.
the
and,
new runway is 1-6 left, 3-4
Yes.
right, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
The one out in the bay.
Yep. So it's been interesting seeing how Sydney has come along, but it's a small airport with a lot going on in it.
Yeah, it's very cramped there, isn't it?
It is.
That Western Sydney operation opening up.
And that's gathering a fair bit of momentum at the moment, isn't it? If you look at the YouTube channel they've got going.
And apparently that's going to be the first the airport in Australia that's going to have the remote tower operation. So there'll be no
okay.
physical tower there.
Yeah, right. Interesting. Until the cameras go down.
Well, they are using them in parts of Europe at the moment.
Yeah, I guess in small remote airfields, airports would make most probably more sense. Especially when there's a air traffic controller shortage too.
Yeah, I wonder how long before the planes actually don't need a pilot to fly.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? Considering we've got autonomous trains and buses.
Nice landing there, velocity.
We got the China Southern A350, 28 minutes out. That's a cracking livery, that one.
It does look good, doesn't it?
It does. Classic. Interesting to read this week that Virgin Australia got their 4th MAX, and now there's going to be a long wait between the next lot.
Yeah, that's right. Is it next year for the next ones?
I believe so, yeah.
There's Bazzaback.
With all the goings on at Boeing.
And I would say that would be the aircraft over there in the hangar. You might be able to see it a little bit better now. Very dark over there.
Yep.
Not sure what this is on the screen. Oh, still a bit hard to see. Oh.
Ta-da!
Jetstar 929, Brisbane Tower, wind 190 degrees on 0 knots, runway 199.
Worries.
Okay.
Julia's back. O'Malley's in the chat as well. Hello there, O'Malley. Welcome. Hope you're well. I made it, guys. I got my morning coffee by 8 a.m. this morning, so.
Correct, 223 Brisbane.
Nice and early.
Tower, good day, Qantas 504.
Qantas 504 Brisbane, takeoff. Correct, 223, ready for immediate. Correct, 223, thanks, runway 19 left, clear for immediate takeoff.
Hello. I have a question for Julia. What does anyone know what happened to Tiger?
Yeah, Tiger. I think they were a victim of COVID, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, such a good airline. I really liked Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger. Fortunately, I think they were a victim of COVID, weren't they?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I think they're on time running too. Towards the end there, really hit them as well.
Ian Cathay spot a member here on Julia Flights for 7 months. Wow. Time flies. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, for keeping us company for the last 7 months. It's been wonderful to have you with us, Ian. Thanks for watching the show today. It's going to be a great one, guys. We'll be down to one runway from 10 a.m. this morning, and a special guest will be joining us very soon.
19 left, clear land, Qantas 504.
A special guest is already on their way. They're not too far away. They'll be joining us very, very soon.
Alright.
So please stay tuned, everyone.
Oh, it's Fokker down there coming into bay. Yeah, sorry, we were talking about Tiger there. Did you have information there, Jace?
Oh.
Did you fly them at all?
No.
You didn't?
Never.
We actually flew them quite a few times. They were fine.
Yeah, down to Melbourne a few times.
Had no dramas with them.
I'm still yet to get on a Bonza.
Yes, same here. We haven't been on a Bonza yet. Hopefully one day.
The wife keeps saying, "Oh, they're going to Darwin now. Let's go." It's like, yeah, okay, we're there.
And talking about Tiger, I still have that a soft toy from Tiger. You remember?
You do too.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
The Tiger bear.
The little Tiger bear.
We got a model there too of Tiger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. Low-cost airline.
And they were brought by Virgin Australia, weren't they? And so they were sort of working off.
Incorporated into
Yeah.
yeah.
Flying the A320s and also the 737s.
But they're still in Singapore. They're still operating in Singapore.
Yes, that's a strange thing, isn't it?
Yeah. They're very big in Singapore. As is, there's another airline, a low-cost airline called Peach.
Peach, yep.
Rigoberto Juarez. If you're watching, I just received a notification. Our friend Rigoberto, has just placed an order for his Julia Flights t-shirt. Very nice.
Well, Julia Flights merch going all around the world.
Awesome.
Yeah, Rigoberto watching us from LA. Hopefully it doesn't take long.
Shouldn't be too long.
The whole shipping process.
Well, hopefully postage will increase with the big Australia Post facility here.
Yes. What's the story with that? They're building a big factory here, are they?
Yeah, down in the near logistics there. I think it's going to be near the DHL complex.
Okay.
The new DHL complex, which will be great. Hopefully we'll start seeing more A330 freighters here.
Yes, I want to see them.
And I noticed Australian Qantas Freight received another A321 freighter yesterday.
Oh wow.
Flew into Darwin.
And have you heard the news about Skytrans? Have you seen that?
I've seen them advertising for A320 pilots and crew.
Apparently A321s and A319s they're going to get.
Yeah,
so
right.
Lloyd, he's popping in. He'll be here soon, so he'll have some more information on that.
Yeah, I think Lloyd said he will be here just after 8 o'clock as well. So
Because Skytrans recently got sold.
Yeah, that's to that company who's
we'll
going to
definitely ask Lloyd.
And I see the ASL 737 freighter here has received its Australian registration as well.
Yep.
Gary saying, good morning guys, back home now, having my coffee after a little sleep in. Gary, welcome to our show.
Who doesn't love a good little sleep in?
Gary's back in Brisbane after some time down in Melbourne. And of course, nice coffee always make things better.
Gelling 369 wind 180 degrees at 9 knots.
Chris Captain saying good night from Frankfurt.
Oh, Frankfurt.
Yeah, we'll be back in Frankfurt very soon. Can't wait.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
A few Alliance Fokkers on approach.
Julia, is there any plans in the future to do a stream from small local airports like Newcastle? We did a few streams from the Sunshine Coast Airport, which was a lot of fun.
I'd love to go to Newcastle actually for a stream, but it's just the whole logistics of getting everything there, isn't it? I know there's a great viewing area there.
You'd have to do it during the week as well.
Yeah, it's got to be a weekday too, that's the problem.
Because you've got a lot of RAF movement during the week there as well, which makes it even more fun. Some screaming fighter jets.
Yeah, it's got to be a weekday, that's the problem, since we have full-time jobs, so I sort of get a little restricted to the weekends.
Yeah, it's always hard to
Start running out of annual leave and sick days.
Time off. That's true. Yes. If our bosses are watching, no, we haven't said anything.
No. It's all legit.
That's right. Jay, our friend from Seattle, just gifted 1 Julia Flights a membership that goes straight to Nick Cascio.
Oh, g'day Jay.
Hello, Jay.
Oh, fantastic.
Hello from us. Thank you for watching our Saturday show from our local airport, Brisbane. Lovely to have you with us, Jay.
From the flight deck lounge.
Jay is also one of our very first members here on the channel.
1101 Brisbane Tower. 1926, wind 200 degrees 8 knots, runway 19 left.
The Julia Flights flight deck lounge.
Thanks for the gift.
Runway 19 left.
We're just missing the lounge and the carpet.
There's a big rug here.
Yeah, we're rugging it.
That's 106, 13, you want to book them?
615, Nathan. $19.26, no delay on the runway, thanks.
Course 1926.
Officer 314 Brisbane Tower.
All right, our special guest is already with us. I already said hello to our special guest. Let's give them a couple of minutes before they jump on the mic. Matthew Barrow, I think we should have a Julia Flights outing to Longreach in winter. Gavin can pilot us. That's right, Matthew. As you guys know, Gavin's got his pilot license, so let's see if he can fly us to Longreach. That would be nice. That's a good idea.
Thanks, Charlie 19 right, to land, we'll see 600.
Qantas Link E190.
Wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Runway 19 left, clear to land, 101. Brisbane Tower, morning, 418 Delta.
418 Delta, Brisbane Tower, good morning.
Yeah, mother
to an angel.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a nice cheeky stream from Newcastle Airport.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I see some F-35s, some F-18s, maybe the wedge tail down there.
Over 400 likes.
Double fucker shot.
Thank you everyone for hitting that like button.
I just saw your message. I'm terrible.
Yeah, guys, when I was down there at the domestic terminal getting coffees, I quickly texted Gavin asking, do you guys want me to give you a wave so I can be on the stream? No response.
No response. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm just glad I didn't, stand there and just,
Waving and nothing.
waiting and yeah, another 20 minutes. Rab 1967, good morning, hello. Welcome to the party.
Beautiful conditions out here at the moment. Very comfortable temperature.
Jacobs, hello, watching us on Perth. Thank you so much for another great aircraft stream. Our pleasure. Thanks for watching.
It's not over yet.
It's only gonna get better, guys. We'll be down to one runway from 10 a.m.
And then tomorrow too, yeah.
And tomorrow as well.
Maybe this side over here that you see now might be the only active one.
We'll change location just to give you guys a better view. So please stay with us. It's going to be interesting part of second part of the stream.
Well, 70 means 160 degrees, no, that's runway 19 right, then left. Runway 19 right, then left, yeah, it's going to do it.
Kelly Owen, yes. What did you do for Freedom Air? I remember Freedom Air. Yeah, Freedom Air down. They flew into Brisbane with the 737-300s, and also to the Gold Coast as well. So yeah, good old Freedom Air. I think before that too, there was an airline called Kiwi Airlines.
Okay, everyone. Gavin and all Julia Flights viewers, I think it's time to introduce a special guest. Everyone was really asking themselves who that special guest might be today.
People already ruled out Bazza.
Everyone thought it was Bazza. No, Bazza was here before, but he's not a special guest. He's another, he's a mascot, right, here on Julia Flights. So everyone, let's welcome Veronica, our wonderful one and only Veronica, air traffic controller here from Brisbane Tower. Welcome, Veronica. Great to have you on the show.
Good morning, everybody. The one weekend I have off and I want to watch more planes.
One weekend off, actually, yeah. Just today, right?
I love
and
it, yeah.
Veronica decides to come and join us. here on the show. Amazing friend of the channel. Thank you, everyone. Please, guys, welcome Veronica with we have emoji. Everyone saying hello, Veronica, welcome.
Oh, look at all those cool emojis. Good morning, everybody.
Welcome to the show.
Not as cool as Bazza, but I'm here.
Still amazing. Veronica, our wonderful friend here on Julia Flights, a special guest today on the show. Wonderful to have you with us, Veronica.
Can't get enough of the jet fuel.
Absolutely love it. There's nothing I'd rather do than watch some planes.
Yeah.
Without actually having to work, it's actually kind of nice. I can appreciate
like
them
us,
a little
yeah.
bit.
And we're kind of jealous, Veronica, when you're there at Brisbane Tower with those amazing views.
Yeah. It's still pretty good up here, though. A little bit closer. I don't have to sit here with binoculars. That's nice.
So from this morning, it was about 10 o'clock, isn't it? We were looking at a closure for...
Yeah, 10 a.m. They're doing some runway works this weekend. So 10 a.m. we've got the Legacy runway, 19 left that we're looking at. That will be closing for 12 hours. Long time. So everything will be going off the other runway, and then tomorrow we've got some works on the other runway, and I think that's about 9 to 5. So,
earlier, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sure why. And it's a little bit less time, maybe perhaps because that runway's a little bit newer and maybe less work to do. I actually have no idea. I'm just making stuff up now.
So fingers crossed. There's no rain tomorrow, and we can stream for you guys from the local plane spotting area, the Loop.
And everything going off that runway, it'll be a busy morning. That'll be good.
Perfect.
That would be a perfect view, yes.
But I know there's rain in the forecast, so I'm not too sure.
We'll see
Actually,
how we
that
go.
reminds me, what are we looking at? So we've got another hour before the weather balloon.
Yes, 9:15, yeah.
Yep, 1 more hour. And as I mentioned before, there's so much going on here, the background. And Lance Cole, if you're watching, we're about to hand in that wonderful gift for Veronica. She's got it now, and I think Veronica can thank you here once she jumps again on the mic. Our friends here in the background, they have so many questions for Veronica. It's great to have our expert.
Qantas 513 ready.
513 Brisbane Tower at Alpha 3, runway 19 left, clear for takeoff.
Alpha 319 left, clear for takeoff, Qantas 513.
China Southern there.
381 heavy Brisbane Tower, good morning.
Where's China Southern? I wasn't paying attention.
20 wind. 19 left, clear for
19 left? Oh no, that's Qantas.
So Veronica, I think Lance Cole is still watching. What do you think about that
The print,
gift?
the
Yes.
gift is amazing. Thank you so much. I just moved to a new place, so I'm actually just going to frame that and put that up because I actually don't need any other decor other than planes, to be honest. No, that's amazing.
And
really
Lance is so
appreciate it.
talented.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
amazing
gorgeous.
work. Yeah, absolutely beautiful.
Not sure if did you read that poem he made also?
Yeah.
You did read it, did you?
I think so,
I'll be
yeah. That was a little while ago, but yeah. Very talented.
Absolutely.
Fokker shutting down out there.
Yes, the good old Fokker.
I've just heard that as well, so that is horrible. But they didn't say
Gojo Love is also in the house. Hello, Gojo. Welcome.
The only thing I can say about plane spotting here is that I feel a little out of the loop because I don't have a screen in front of me with all of the information about everybody and everything and what's going to be happening in the next 10 minutes.
That's right.
So I have to stand here with a radar in my hand.
Yeah, with
so
the flight
I feel
radar
like
24.
I know what's going on. I can't sticky beak into everybody's flight plans and see where they're coming from and what they're doing and where they're going next. And
which is interesting too. When it comes to that the Queensland government caravan, you don't know where that's going, do you?
Oh,
was there some idea?
Sometimes there's coordinates, sometimes it's an airport. However, when we do give them a clearance, it's always clear to your destination. So that not everybody knows where it is. To be honest, most of us don't particularly pay much attention, other than making sure they're going the right way to get to where they need to go. But yeah, some of their stuff is secret squirrels, as we call it.
Because a lot of people don't realise once they sort of leave controlled airspace, they're free to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Once they're out of our airspace, feel free to go where you need to go. And sometimes when they're in our airspace, we're sort of making sure they're safe where they are, but not necessarily knowing what they're doing, to be honest.
Matt Tanner, member here on Julia Flights for 5 months. Thank you, Matt, for those 5 months here supporting the channel. Good day from Sunshine Coast. Julia, Gavin and Veronica. Thank you, Matt, for watching. It's great to have you as a part of our Julia Flights crew. And hello from us.
Okay, we've got Singapore. Is that Singapore or is that China? No, sorry, China Eastern.
China
Southern.
China Southern. Oh.
Sorry.
Okay, we got that right.
Don't forget conflict.
Finally.
We're going to have a direction bearing, which is east, which is west.
China Southern, very nice classic livery.
737.
A350 900 coming in from Guangzhou.
Oh, it's got China Eastern behind it. Okay, well there you go. That's where our confusion came from. I don't know where you got Singapore from then. And A350. There you go. Easy mistake.
And Korean arrived very early this morning.
Oh, okay.
Actually arrived 10 to 6, something like that. So a very, very early arrival of Korean this morning.
It is very early. I normally see them after 6:30 or so.
China 5381, right into Alpha 7, thanks. Contact ground 12225.
And Emirates A380 was actually a very first flight on today's show. Also arrived pretty early, just after 6 a.m.
And I saw they towed that off to a standoff bay pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's probably less than an hour.
Yeah.
So it's very fast.
That's when I logged into the stream when I woke up.
When it comes to the flight numbers, I think Sunday we're here, Wednesday, we had Philippines do a go around.
Philippine 5221.
Yeah,
and I think Veronica was on ATC as well.
Yeah, sometimes when their flight's cancelled and rescheduled, they add a number somewhere. Like some of the freight flights get like 60 numbers or like 4-digit numbers where they normally only have 3-digit numbers. But yeah, when they're rescheduled, they'll add a number on. I think when I flew out of here to Sydney, because that was a cancelled flight, and they didn't just put me on a new flight, they created a new flight. So they gave it like a whole new number, which is why it wasn't coming up on Google, because Google doesn't know that it's like a normal scheduled flight. Yeah, so they just add numbers in.
Philippines seem to be doing a lot of sort of cancelling and for Brisbane anyway, haven't they? Because they've been flying the A350 into here, the 777.
They've had a lot of different planes come in and out lately. I can't remember what the 5221 one was.
Nah, that was a 21 Neo. That was
yeah. I just remember that they did have that missed approach the other day.
It's okay. China Eastern, the A330.
We got it right. Yes.
All right, let's welcome our next international arrival here into Brisbane, China Eastern. That's a butter machine coming in from Shanghai.
Butter is right. How good is that?
Yes.
And the hold off. Oh.
Really nice landing.
So good. Korean Air always does a nice hold off on their landings.
And I think I know the answer.
Yes.
Okay. In 012,
Lloyd.
90% of the land on the
Talking to Veronica. Just grab her for a sec for a little chat. AB Videos, good morning from us. Welcome to Julia Flights. Welcome to our morning show here on this beautiful Saturday morning. Hello from myself, Julia, Gavin, and our favorite air traffic controller, big fan and friend of Julia Flights, Veronica, is with us as well.
Captain Ben will be even.
And Captain Ben will be joining us shortly too. And we'll be down to one runway from 10 a.m. this morning. So it's only getting better.
So 11, about 40 minutes away for Captain Ben's arrival. He's not flying, he's a passenger, taxiing up. So probably should just arrive just before the weather balloon launch.
And they're such amazing friends of Julia Flights. Veronica actually has been working very hard, has been doing a lot of shifts, and guess what Veronica is doing on her day off? Joining us here for some plane spotting, which is greatly appreciated. Thanks for that, Veronica.
Oh, he got the roll through, how good.
Straight through. I love it when they ask for it and it's like, no, sorry.
It does feel like a power play when you say that to an aircraft, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it just doesn't work. But I had the unfortunate timing last night of I couldn't give a roll through to one Virgin aircraft, but I could give it to the second one. And unfortunately, as the second one was rolling through, he overtook its counterpart and cut him off at the end. And I was like, please pass on my apologies to company that you're about to cut off. My bad.
And it's always the same when you see an aircraft land on 19 right and you take on the one on 19 left.
Yeah. They've just spent 10 minutes taxiing back and this guy just rolls all
just sails in through on 19 left and straight in.
And Rob is saying ATC at Brisbane sounds so chilled compared to London Heathrow.
Oh, yes. We are not under as much stress as London Heathrow, that's for sure.
1903 at Alpha 3, runway.
But I'll actually have to listen in to Heathrow one time. I don't think I ever had.
Well, live streaming over there in Europe with live ATC, apparently it's illegal.
It's illegal, so that's why we couldn't, have ATC on our Frankfurt stream.
We did it on their first Frankfurt stream, but
because we weren't aware of it.
Politely told to stop that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't be surprised if that rule ends up coming into Australia.
Yes.
Which would not be ideal, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think it just takes one accident that's live streamed and then
definitely right.
Unfortunately, but that sometimes, we know that that's what we've signed up to. Our voices are recorded all the time for what we're saying. That's why we always try and say the right thing.
Eric saying, great to have you on the show, Veronica. Absolutely, Eric.
Been waiting a whole month for a weekend to line up.
Same as us. We just couldn't wait to have Veronica back. And I know so many viewers were sending us messages and asking, where's Veronica when she's coming back?
And then you just hear me up in the tower every time.
Exactly. Every time we were streaming, Veronica was on ATC. A lot of Veronica's emojis in the chat, always.
At least you know I'm not hiding away, though.
Exactly. Pedro saying, hi Julia Gavin, good vibes. Thanks for tuning in.
1903, correct passes.
Up in the air. Melbourne Flights. Hello Hayden. Gifting 5 Julia Flights memberships. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Legend. Congratulations to all the new members here on Julia Flights, guys. Enjoy. If you're watching, please say thank you to Melbourne Flights Hayden for his gifts. Thank you, Hayden, for tuning in. And Hayden gifted 5 more Julia Flights memberships, so 10 in total. Amazing support. Welcome aboard, everyone, and thank you, Hayden. That's very, very kind.
That tyre smoke lighting up nicely there from the
Thanks for watching the show.
You can watch me like doing my normal scan of the runway. It's habit now.
Just need your binoculars.
Yeah, just checking every inch of the runway. That's just what I do.
Blue Universe saying, nice to see you all again. It looks nice in Brisbane today. Yeah, beautiful weather. Perfect temperature.
It is nice. It's cooling down. It's good.
Yeah, really good conditions.
It's a very square lineup.
Yeah, you tend to see that there, don't you?
A lot of the so about half of the Dash 8s do a very square turn onto the runway, and then the other half roll on and just sort of go. It's interesting, the mix of pilots you have coming through. You never know. update though.
Sounds like a diesel truck.
And we can't forget about Focus, right? The incredible engine sound.
The sound of Brisbane.
Yeah, the sound. The home of Focus, Brisbane Airport.
So it was quite embarrassing. I was talking to some colleagues yesterday about the fact that the Aviation weather NAPES is the first app I open on my phone when I'm in bed. And then now, from my new place, I can just listen to the aircraft flying over my house and go, yes, we're on runway 19 today. Which is a bit sad.
And you can probably identify by the sound too, can you?
Yeah, I'm like, that's a takeoff, yep. That's way 19s. And I can also see the tower from my bedroom. So I'm never leaving work.
You never disconnect?
No, never. Why would I?
You always know what's going on.
Yeah, and I can even go to the rooftop and then just pick them out.
Might have to join you down the rooftop.
Yeah.
There goes Air New Zealand.
Hey, I've got daughters, mate. I don't have feelings anymore. And one of your daughters too.
Gordon, thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for watching the show. Loving having Veronica on this morning. Enjoying the show as always. Thanks for your great work, Julia and Gavin. Thank you, Gordon, for watching. Air New Zealand. Flight 272 off to Wellington.
And I wonder if 142 is taxiing or... It's always those two coming out together, 272 and 142.
Coming 360 out of Brisbane Tower, g'day. 5 heading right.
Yeah, something else is peeking out down there behind that fuel farm.
Somebody asked if I fly much. Unfortunately not at the moment because flying is expensive.
Oh yes, Gavin can tell you something about it.
I always have a whinge about that.
the most expensive training career that you could go into.
That's right.
So I'd like to do some more, but I think that's a next year thing to do, thing to aim for. I think my aim for this year is to do some travel on other people's planes. So.
Maybe Veronica can join us on our Euro trip. That would be great.
Yes.
Come on over. Solomon's coming out, not Air New Zealand.
Runway 19, left, clear takeoff.
A320.
Well, I will be on an Air New Zealand flight in about a month's time for a nice 10-day holiday in New Zealand, so that'll be good.
Have you ever been to New Zealand?
When I was in high school.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But, now it'll be a drive around the island, so very exciting.
Very nice.
You going to the south, is it, or?
Just the North Island, just to do the really slow drive. I like waterfalls. Check them all out. And Hobbiton. Got to see all of the Lord of the Rings movie sets.
I've never seen 1 minute.
Oh, no.
10 seconds of a Lord of the Rings. I'm not interested.
See, I have to watch the
It's a very long
versions.
movie, yeah.
And I watch the longer ones. It's amazing.
There's longer ones?
Yeah, so your normal ones are 3 hours, and I think some of the extended are between 3.5 to 4.
You're kidding.
And it's good. It's good stuff. I'm actually reading the book at the moment. My book's up in the tower. I can fly anybody back from Longreach if you pay for the fuel on that aircraft. Unfortunately, I don't get any discounts on flights. That would be awesome. I'm waiting for some of my pilot friends to get their way into the airline so that they can give me their friends and family benefits.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You don't get any industry sort of awards there or anything, or travel?
I think it's based on not picking a favourite airline because then, we'll let Qantas go first because they give us free flights.
All depends on the government too, I guess.
But unfortunately, no free flights for me. So if my friends are out there listening, please get to the airlines a little bit quicker. I would like some discounted flights.
Let's ask Captain Ben, maybe he knows.
When Captain Ben is here next, I'll... Don't worry about your family, Ben. Put me on.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I think Virgin is actually the better one. Yeah, when my time in Virgin anyway, it was much easier to put extended family on.
And we've got Jetstar Flight 24 coming in from Osaka. It's a Dreamliner.
Jetstar, I'll commend them. They keep their aircraft very clean. They're always very shiny, their heavies.
Same as Air New Zealand.
Yeah.
They're always very clean, especially the all black livery is just
always looking very good.
Very clean and shiny.
Oh, that was a gentle touchdown.
That was a good touchdown. And a nice hold off. Look at that. Every passenger should be very happy.
We've been getting a lot of nice landings this morning.
I wonder what the actual wind is doing today.
And we've got Jamie S.
Jamie.
In the chat. Good morning, Julia, Gavin, Veronica and friends. Doing a great job as always. Have a great day. Thank you, Jamie, for tuning in. Hope you're well.
You could probably see the tower from his place too.
Hello from us.
Just across the road here.
Paul Andrews saying Captain Ben with Veronica in the jump seat.
Yeah, actually that's an interesting point too. Do you get to do jump seat rides for familiarisation and that?
A lot of that didn't happen as much after COVID, but I think a couple of airlines are letting us do that, so I'm going to be looking into it. I'm not sure if it's every airline participating, so if he could push that one through the doors. I know Air New Zealand is one of the options that I could take for a family flight. Not sure how many others, but it's been a long road to get them back.
Just line it up nicely with your annual leave.
And we've got a $2 super chat from Aussie Dave. Hello, Dave. Thanks for tuning in. Good morning, all. Any little focus in today? Thank you, David.
We've seen a few. I'm sure we'll see more soon.
Gavin will always find a Fokker for us.
So many Fokkers at this airport.
Good, there's two down there. I think that's what, 49, Bay 49.
Thank you, Dave.
50 down there or something.
49 and 50 is where they're normally sitting.
They've squeezed 3 down there now, because that used to be 49 and 50. I think they've got 49 Alpha and 49 Bravo or something. Is it like that?
I know there's 49, 50 and 50 Alpha.
Might be 50 Alpha,
50
yeah.
50 Alpha's in there too. And then there's a few standoff bays over there as well.
There's one down this side there now.
Oh, yep. That's in like the 60s.
So it's quite interesting down there now with all those 737s down the end there, down the international. So sort of occupying those A380 bays down there, isn't it?
It's just getting chockers down at the international terminal. Actually, when driving here, that road was backed up quite a lot.
The perimeter road? Is it?
Oh, just the road to get into the international terminals.
Yeah, this time in the morning, isn't it? So.
International hour.
Sebastian saying good morning, everyone. Hello, Sebastian. Nice sleep in. Hope you enjoying your weekend so far. Hello to you and Astrid watching us. Thank you guys for tuning in.
I do mine on flight aware web track. I'm not as efficient as you guys, but the other day we had 680.
Morning, Sean 715 ready.
Solon 715, Brisbane Tower, good day.
And we've got a $10 donation from Ben the Cat.
Ben the Cat. He's a talented cat, that.
And Nick, Noah and the family, loving the show, guys. Great to hear Veronica today. Hoping to pop down to the airport tomorrow to see you all. Thank you so much, Ben the Cat and the family. Thank you for your wonderful support. And fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. There's no rain on the forecast tomorrow, so we can stream from the loop. We'll keep you posted. We'll let you know, Ben the Cat. But yeah, we'd love to stream from the loop. We won't have Veronica with us tomorrow. She's back to work tomorrow in the afternoon.
Yes, you may not hear me on the stream, but I'll be back at work. How exciting!
Well,
it's good to enjoy your job, though, isn't it?
I mean, what else am I gonna do? Watch planes here?
We've just got that Solomon's on the other side. We'll see that one. Not sure, is this going to Honiara, or there's a new destination, Munda, something by the name of that, up there in the Solomon Islands as well.
Jamie's saying, I don't think I can see the tower from my place.
You can't? Okay.
Tuning in from the Queensland Gymnastics Championships at Logan this morning.
Oh.
Jamie's always up to something.
He's out and about, yeah.
Out and about. Enjoy. Paul Andrew saying, shame I'm not around for tomorrow's stream. Paul, you can always rewatch it later on. It's going to be a great one as well.
And Veronica, I know I've asked you before, but that rotating beacon on top of the tower, is that coming back?
No.
It's not?
No.
Oh.
It's like a continuous NOTAM.
Yeah.
That it's US, and I don't think there's any intention to bring it back.
So is that not a requirement anymore?
No.
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
I miss driving down the highway and looking over and seeing that. I know that sounds silly, but
I think if they turned it on now, you could like hear all the rust crackle on it or something.
we're full of birds' nests.
Yes, probably ruin a bird's livelihood.
Maybe Baz is up there.
That's where Basil lives, probably.
Right.
Oh, that Solomon aircraft was going to Munda.
Munda, yeah. Different location there, sort of south of Honiara. There's a Fokker pushing back.
The noisy guy. Talking about Fokkers. There you go. Got one right there.
He manifested that aircraft to come out.
One of our viewers, Veronica Kelly, she's starting up with Alliance Airlines
next month, yeah.
As cabin crew, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to go that in.
Maybe you'll get her first flight on stream.
Yes. I already hit her up about a safety card. On the down low.
You can definitely hear. Yeah. Is that a Fokker starting up?
Down here, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You can I feel like you can hear the change, like the difference with the Fokker starting up. It's just different.
Astrid is asking, Seb want to do a coffee run? I think Captain Ben is doing a coffee run now.
Still at 1.2 ring.
How far away? You must be too far. Can't be set arrival. Okay, is this on like a downwind out here somewhere?
Oh, we're
5,500 feet out there somewhere. QF 608.
And Michael Nolan, thank you, Michael, for tuning in. A great stream today, Julia and Gavin. I could watch all day long. Same as us, right?
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael, for tuning in.
142 at Alpha 3, runway 19 left, clear to takeoff, no delay.
At Alpha 3, 19 left, takeoff, 742.
Jetstar 480, continue approach 1 to roll.
I do always hear a lot of compliments from pilots, Veronica, about your efficiency.
Oh, occasionally we can push some traffic out.
Yeah, Veronica, we're getting a lot of positive feedback.
Even my neighbour knows you. He's like, oh, that one air traffic controller, she's...
Yeah.
I love, my favourite time is when pilots work with me and we all know what's going on. But if you hurry off and you hurry on and you just slow down on final, we can all do our thing today and get to where we need to go. I always feel really good when they give me a good job on the frequency, so keep doing that. I feel appreciated.
Kelly is watching.
Oh,
she goes,
there.
I just heard my name. Don't worry, Kelly, just talking good things about you. Yes, cabin crew, that's right.
130 degrees 10 knots, runway 19 left.
Air New Zealand taking off.
There's two Fokkers on the move.
Pete John saying I'm in New Farm and get the 01 left and 19 right. Arrival departures almost directly overhead. A lot of people in my street whinge about the aircraft. I want more to fly over.
I agree with that.
I absolutely agree too.
I only get I get 19 right over my house, well, just next to it. So I wish I was more in the middle, to be honest.
Bit of both sides.
Yeah, that'd be nice, I reckon.
So south on a 60.
NZ wrapping just tuned in. Welcome. Hello from myself, Julia, Gavin and Veronica, wonderful air traffic controller here on the show today. And we've got a couple of questions for Veronica.
Yeah, so I can see a question there from
Jamie.
Yes. How long have been air traffic controller? Well, I spent a year in training in Melbourne to do my air traffic control diploma, and then I've been working at this tower for almost a year now, which has just sort of flown by, and I suspect I'll be here for a long time yet. So yeah, a whole year of training down in Melbourne, which I was just talking about this earlier. I think it was just It was a long time because Melbourne weather is interesting.
Yeah, 4 seasons in a day, right?
But it was great stuff. We were in the simulator every single day. It was a really fun time where you got to push traffic. Fortunately, with no real consequence in the simulator, but a lot of learning, lots of hours in the sim. So it was tough work, but well worth it.
Yeah, so 12 months of training. Oh, yeah.
And then you got to do all your training once you get here as well. So it just, and I'm up for some more training in June, I believe. So you'll hear me on ground. You'll have to tune into ground every now and then soon. And as for Kelly, I don't know a Brad in the tower. It could be in the centre downstairs, or maybe a tower nearby, maybe Archerfield. The Western Sydney Airport's going to be an interesting one.
Alliance Airlines.
So just watch this space bit here in July. Well, I know we've offered that market's pretty much.
I'll tell you what though, there has been a lot more birds around here lately in the last month or so.
Yeah, they've been very naughty, right, Gavin? Seen.
There was that one a couple of weeks ago where you saw like the 200 birds or so, like they spanned like the whole runway.
Yeah, we saw that. It's like, go away, birds.
Yeah, there were so many of them, and they weren't going away.
I always laugh about that live fish on the runway though.
Yes. Actually, I did have a pilot, so we're always very proper in the tower. We say there's some ibis nearby, and then we had a pilot come on and say, oh, there's bin chooks on upwind, and I was like, copy the ibis.
The dump ducks.
I was like, oh, as funny as it is to say bin chickens, I can't say that on frequency.
John Vogel, hello.
Morning, John.
Morning, John.
Nice 700 there coming out.
I think
Victor Bazazulu, that one, sorry.
In regards to the WASP conversation that's going on, every single aircraft has to cover their pitot tubes from all WASPs like going into pitot tubes. It's a nice safe area to make a nest.
Yeah, I saw something about Singapore having an issue back in 2022.
Yeah, so we had a policy at one of the places I used to train at where if the pitot tube cover is left off for more than a half hour, you need to get it checked out by maintenance to make sure that nobody's made a home of it.
And we'll finally see Korean Air on today's stream.
Because that Malaysian A330 a little while ago had that problem, didn't it, with the pitot covers on takeoff?
Yes, yep. I've seen that happen a few times to people.
Yes, John, Veronica is here. Our wonderful friend Veronica joined us today on the show. She's our special guest. Pedro, hello, watching us from Spain, welcome. Thanks for tuning in.
Have you been to Spain, Veronica?
I have not been to Spain.
Put it on your bucket list.
It's a long travel list, I'm not going to lie.
And Madrid airport, great for plane spotters, right, Gavin? Massive
it's an interesting airport, Madrid. 4 massive runways, like 4,500 metres long. And really interesting the layout of that airport, how they operate. So
the place I love the most is Scotland, and I really want to go back to Scotland. But one of the things I'm going to start trying to do when I travel now is contact their local air traffic control and send them an email before I go anywhere and see if I can have a squiz at their tower just to check it out. See what they
to
do,
see how
their
how they operate. That's right. Yeah, that's
see
such
how
a good.
busy they are, and
It's a great idea.
I'd love to see Edinburgh Airport. Got a question here from Aussie Dave. Hey Veronica, heard some amazing transmissions on ground at NAS Nowra back in the 80s. It was great working out there. Do I do any training with military controllers? Actually, we've just had a couple of so we've got a couple in the tower who have been in the military and come over to the civil air traffic control, and we've just had a couple lately transition over into the civil air traffic control. So as for actually working with military controllers, when I was doing my training in Melbourne last year when the Avalon Air Show was on, I got to meet a lot of air traffic controllers in training. It was interesting to talk to them about how their training is different to ours and how long it takes, etc. And got to meet a few of their air traffic controllers up in the tower in Avalon Airport, so that was really cool. But that's about the extent of my working with them. It was interesting to talk to them about the different type of aircraft that they obviously control and the speeds and whatnot that they're like paying attention to, whereas some of the time like there's some of the speed knowledge of aircraft that we can sort of throw out the window going, well, nobody's going to be travelling that fast at Brisbane Airport. So we're like, oh yeah, we don't use that rule, and they go, oh, we use that rule on a daily basis, and I'm like, never going to. So that was really interesting. We're using the same rule book pretty much.
This is Captain Ben's plane. We actually
for that Qantas one out there.
Missed the arrival. Sorry, Ben.
Probably he's watching.
Does he have his like torch up to the?
NZ Rapping saying, I'm about to start my training to be able to be a traffic controller here in Wellington.
Oh,
very nice.
We do actually have a few people from New Zealand who work in our tower. One was actually a military air traffic controller in New Zealand and has come over to Australia.
Yeah.
Lots of Kiwis around.
So what time are we getting? 9 o'clock. So will they be getting sort of ready for that runway closure or sort of sequencing things? And
yeah, guys, from around 10 a.m. onwards, right? We'll be just
so
just have one
all of the
active runway.
Yeah, all of the clearances will they come out about 45 minutes early. So in about 15 minutes, they'll start thinking about who's going to be making it for that runway and who won't. And it'll probably come up as an expectation on the ATC, so that all of the pilots know what's going to happen, although they should, because they'll be reading their NOTAMs.
Should be.
They should know. A message there from In Cafe Spotter. Hello Veronica, it's nice to hear you in today. Great stream work.
Yeah, big shout out to
our work that I've done in ATC. Thank you.
A great friend here, Veronica. She's been amazing.
But we must say, everybody out there in the tower, they're all doing an awesome job, don't we? We can't forget everyone else.
Everybody up in that tower does an amazing job. That is definitely true.
Christopher Cotton, hello Chris, welcome.
It's getting quite busy actually on the other side.
Must be that northern hour. But I think you might hear a few new voices on the frequency in the next, it's been in the last couple of weeks. We've got a new female air traffic controller and another male. I think there's another two of them actually. So you'll hear a couple of more voices out there. And message there from Perth Mark 2, guys. Good morning from WA. My thanks to you and your colleagues for my professionalism and expertise. No worries, anytime. ATC friend did Port Hedland to Alice Springs sector many years ago. That's a busy area of airspace.
A lot of internationals sort of coming through, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys must work with, say, like RAF, the Amberley airspace, with those guys, because commercial jets can still fly through.
Cooper, hello, welcome to the show.
Yeah, so it's mostly approach and departures that talk to them more often than I do. We do have the ability to chat to them if need be, but ours is more so making sure that it's known that aircraft departing here are going to go through the Amberley airspace, and then it's coordinated from downstairs to make sure that they're going to get the clearance that's required.
Because with restricted airspace, you can fly through it, can't you? There's different categories.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of restricted and.
So.
Let's get the 700 on the
Amberley is usually fairly good to fly through, and you can get through it most days. And most of the jets are flying at a level where it actually doesn't disrupt the Amberley airspace at all. So they're normally high enough. I think it's more of a problem for all of us that fly below the 10,000 level, going straight through their operational area. And I remember the first time I couldn't get a clearance through Amberley airspace was actually on my private pilot's license test. The only time they denied me clearance, and it was during a test. So luckily I had planned the backup around it. But yeah, you've got your different levels of, one, yes, you can plan through it, two, you can plan through it but you may not get clearance, and then your other level where, nah, don't plan through it, don't expect anything. And it's just to keep us safe.
In those military airspaces, like, it's Class C, isn't it? Still Amberley.
Controlled airspace, yeah.
And then that's only tower hours too, so once tower hours are finished, it's CTAF then, isn't it? It's just Class G.
Yeah, so if they're not working and they're not, their airspace isn't active, they can, you just fly through it normally.
But you can't land, of course, you still need that written permission.
I wouldn't try. But you can fly directly over them.
Yeah, you take photos, help yourself, yep.
And the only risk is the fact that they can open at any time.
Yes.
I think last night they opened up, I think, like after work hours, so
really?
They're always there.
On a Friday night, geez,
yeah.
That's a bit rough.
So they started doing some night flying. So we get the phone calls, Amberley's active, Amberley's deactive, that sort of thing.
Our next international departure will be Korean Air, going back home to Seoul, South Korea. But first we've got Jetstar.
Feels like the weather's turning.
Yeah, it feels like there's rain on the way, doesn't it?
It smells like it.
Well, I checked the weather forecast for today before a stream, and there was no sign of rain, so Veronica, I will never forget our stream before Christmas. That day I was just insane.
That was such an interesting day.
Low visibility, we made it to the local news.
Yes, I've now had my, that must have been 10 seconds of fame, and then I got my other 15 seconds of fame on the news for International Women's Day. I'm really making a name for myself out here.
That's right. Magda starts saying, interesting to hear about air control tower work. Thank you for sharing. Our pleasure. Sir Cooper saying, Julia flies, hello Julia, Gavin and Veronica. I'm a Brisbane local and I must thank you for the work you do in the tower. keeping our spotters busy throughout the day.
Runway 19 left. Clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway
Thanks for
19
tuning in,
left.
Cooper. Hello from us. And Gino Latino, welcome.
There you go, it's Korean.
Korean Air taking off.
Wind 150 degrees, 8 knots. Runway 19 left. Clear to land. Runway 19 or left, clear to land.
So I don't know if anybody was paying attention to the airport, not yesterday, it was yesterday, Friday. On Thursday. It was a very windy day on Thursday. I think it was up to gusting up to 30 knots. I was seasick in that tower.
Does it sway, does it?
Yeah, so most of the time I was giving out clearances, so I was looking out the window. But then I'd look down at my computer screen to give out a clearance and like, ooh, you could feel the tower swaying. You just sort of rock along with it until you actually need to stare at your screen and you're like, oh no, there it is. So that was, I don't enjoy the windy days as much. And that's only 30 knots. Like.
Yeah, it's much popular. So we've got Philippines there today, the A321 now.
Brioni's in the chat as well. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Bree, hope you're well.
Her mother is down there, does work down at Nowra for some radar services. She might be able to tell you more in the chat.
Because I remember Veronica tuned in as well to watch a bit of a Sydney stream.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago. Veronica was in the chat.
I actually, I listen to the live ATC in Sydney a lot because my friend's up there. Just so I can make fun of him if I can. I don't know. Be like, it's a lot busier there for you today.
Brisbane's more of a laid back.
It's Queenslander traffic. Chill out here.
Up there in a hammock.
Over 500 likes so far. Thank you everyone for hitting that like button. Much appreciated, guys.
Yeah, TriStar Darren, you can see those. TriStar Darren before was asking about those little tabs there on the bottom of the vertical stabilizer of the 737.
Runway 19 right.
You can see them there better now. With 4 tabs on both sides.
Oh, okay.
So someone was saying apparently the vortex generators.
Yeah, more than likely. You know, as good as it is to have a nice, beautiful sunny day, I also love those like drizzly, wet days because you can see all of the wingtip vortices and all that wake turbulence coming off the heavies and how it's actually coming off the wings. I just sit there and watch them with binoculars the whole way down final. It's amazing.
Thank you and contact departure.
So he's cut the corner there, corner 73. He hasn't followed that yellow line.
That's a report. No, it's not.
Close your eyes, Veronica.
So I think Ben and I were talking about like speed limits for aircraft taxiing, and I think most of them are limited by their own aircraft performance, like and company requirements. And then you see some of these little GA aircraft. And I saw one taxiing down on Zulu, almost doing 50 knots. I was like, mate, you're going to take off, calm down.
Yeah, be airborne.
Slow down a little. You can't take off that way, sir. So that was interesting. It's good though, it shows us who's keen for an immediate departure today.
Bob was saying hi, Julia, Gavin, and the special guest. Hello from us. We've got Veronica with us today, a special guest, a favorite air traffic controller. Say that. Scott saying hi all, watching from the US, Wyoming. Welcome, Scott.
There's some chat there about the airspace across Australia. So you got the northern side, don't you, and the southern side. So Melbourne south, Brisbane north.
Yeah.
And that's broken up. So the Brisbane's broken up within Brisbane sectors. It's not just the one frequency for the whole thing.
No, so you got your 2 flight information regions, and it cuts just, there's a line through the whole of Australia. So you got the Melbourne sector, and then you have the Brisbane sector. That's why we have our 2 main bases. And then everywhere has their
It's
own
interesting because that line sort of comes in from the northwest straight towards Sydney, and then does a sort of
It's an odd line, that's for sure.
goes around Sydney.
And then it's funny though, because with more airports and more aircraft out in the airspace, sometimes when you're creating new frequencies, you start using that one frequency, and then you might find that it's picking up the same frequency from somewhere else. So you got to like pick a new one, so that you're not getting interference from nearby airports or CTAFs or anything like that.
Eric from Toowoomba saying hi, Julia, Gavin and Veronica.
Eric from Toowoomba.
Good morning.
Interesting airspace out there too with Wellcamp Airport, isn't it? It gets a bit tricky with Oakey.
Yeah, I've
more restricted airspace.
flown by Oakey once. Flown out of Wellcamp. That's where they got the flight training Adelaide out there with the Qantas flight school. Lots of planes in and out of there.
Weather balloon, everyone. The weather balloon release. It's coming.
Where is it? There it is.
I think I told you I ended up getting a tour of the Bureau of Met.
Yes.
That was so good. Got to see where they blow up the balloon. Got to see where they keep the balloons.
Can we request a pink colour?
Yeah, why the balloon is always blue? I want it to be pink.
Oh, there is actually a reason.
Oh, really?
It's if it's blue, it's less likely for, say, like a turtle to think it's a jellyfish and eat it if it was white.
Oh, okay.
So it's blue so that it sort of blends in, so that if it pops in the sea, your wildlife aren't eating it.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
The same could be said for a pink one. If we could.
That all makes sense
and then
now.
pink jellyfish.
There it goes.
Oh, there it goes.
You guys scared some birds over there.
The weather balloon release, everyone, 9:15.
And for the real weather nerds out there, I'm pretty sure you can track that balloon on, what is it, Hub?
Oh,
You can look that up.
I didn't know that.
There's a website where you can track weather balloons around the world.
Wow.
Including this one. I don't know if anybody could understand. Not everybody's going to understand the information it's putting out, but you can see where it goes.
Pretty cool though to see where it goes.
Yeah. So it's not too windy, it's gone straight up almost.
Velocity 925, Brisbane down.
Can you see that on your radar up there in the tower as well, or too small?
No. We just watch it visually until it goes away. We just make sure that if it's, say, a really windy crosswind day, we're not about to release one with an aircraft taking off. That would be a bit awkward.
Sarah Louise, a member here on Julia Flights for 7 months. Red Plane crew is getting bigger. Thanks, Sarah, for watching. Great stream. Love from France. Thanks, Sarah. Hope you're well. It's been a amazing to have you as a part of our Julia Flights family for the last 7 months. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you guys in the chat. Peter Jones said, Gavin, don't forget the weather balloon. Yeah, we made it this time, we didn't forget.
It's got to be a tough job though, isn't it, predicting the weather? They do cop a lot, don't they? It can't be easy.
The bomb is actually copping a lot of flack at the moment. It's not, weather's unpredictable. There is a question out there, how often would the tower deal with a mayday or similar calls? You know, it's interesting that when accidents happen in aviation and incidents happen, they get a lot of big news. Whereas if you think about it, there's really not that many accidents and incidents for the amount of movements you sort of get in aviation. They're just sort of overhyped, but you might hear it if it's an aircraft nearby or in our airspace, or we sort of deal with people coming in that have issues. I personally haven't heard a mayday call. I've heard a pan call, but I wasn't on the tower frequency at the time, and we've dealt with people coming in with the distress calls, but
so a pan call isn't as immediate.
No, it's
life danger.
We need help, but nobody's life is in danger. We need like priority sort of thing. To be honest, the amount of time they're actually in our airspace is just by, you know, if it's statistically, they're more often going to hear that en route. Problems happen en route more often, or there might be a problem on takeoff, but you can't deal with it until you're with an aircraft as big as this, until you're sort of a little bit higher on your way when you have the time to deal with problems.
And Jive Turkey is in the chat as well. Steve, hello Jive Turkey.
Yes. Yep.
Hello from us. We've got Veronica, a wonderful friend Veronica here on the show today. Thanks Steve for tuning in.
464, Brisbane down.
And Cooper saying, Julia, I was at the airport after the Antonov left, just as the wind was picking up on Thursday.
The AN12.
Yeah, I was so upset I couldn't make it, Cooper, on Thursday to capture.
What about ships, Veronica? Do you have any sort of interest in ships? I think you might do.
Add more to the list.
I think you might.
Sometimes we sit there having a good look at some of those cruise ships. I don't mind. I like ships.
I think anyone with this sort of genuine interest appreciates something.
Yeah, big machines.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually interesting. Sometimes we get their transponders on our radar as well. So I'm pretty sure there's a YouTube video out there. I think it's in America, where he says to the pilot, I know this sounds a little bit silly, but maintain visual with the ship. And the pilot's like, okay. Maintain my own separation with that ship in the water. But yeah, like you'll find a lot of people upstairs do have a lot of interest in ships and boats and whatnot, and I like to sit there with the binoculars and check out what cruise liners are coming in and out.
Have you actually been up there working when there's been an aircraft carrier in port at all?
Not an aircraft carrier. Oh, he was out at Sunshine Coast the last time there was one in here, but we did get that one where there was a very expensive sailboat, very big sailboat came through the river, and he had a helicopter on board.
Oh, wow.
And so we were navigating that helicopter coming up and going out to the Moreton Islands and then coming back to where that boat sort of ended up going. So that one was an interesting, like, our moving platform of where's this helicopter going to land.
Yeah.
So find the boat to find where this guy's going to land. That was an interesting one.
I've often been curious with those, the aircraft carriers, is there restricted airspace around them at all? Do you keep aircraft away from them, or is there any sort of rules with that?
I'm not sure what their rules are specifically. I just know that if it's a helicopter, obviously, if they're going to be getting airborne in our airspace, they need permission to do that. So they need to give us a call, they need to file a flight plan. As for where the actual boats can go, I mean, somebody in the marine industry can let me know what their rules are. But yeah, if they're planning on getting airborne in our airspace, they definitely need permission for that one.
Velocity up in the air.
We got our QF119 down here off to Auckland. Yes. A330. I always like
another
this departure.
Butter Machine 119.
This is actually, I don't know why, but 119 is always like one of my favourite flights. I see it every day. I feel a little kinship towards it. I think he's done he or she, whoever's been in the cockpit, I think they did me a really solid departure one day.
Just remembered it.
And yeah, I think it was on one of your streams. I took a little video of it for my own prosperity. Yeah, they went out in an immediate departure and it was just beautiful.
Please take off from runway 19 left.
Full trust in these
Aligning up
pilots.
now. Alrighty.
Qantas 1941 Brisbane, Takeoff.
Rolling now.
5604, contact parking today. Contact parking today.
And just confirm
Off to Auckland.
I always find there's something special about the A330, especially the 200.
It just looks so good.
I reckon, yeah, the side, the proportions to the fuselage and the wings, I reckon it's just spot on.
Andy Taylor, member here on Julia Flights for 4 months. Cloud Lounge, one and only Cloud Lounge based here, Brisbane Airport. A great show. Thank you to V for being here.
No worries.
Thank you, Andy, for watching the show, and thank you for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. And it's only gonna get better now that we've got Veronica with us. Be down to 1 runway very soon.
We've got a question from Chan Chester. Question to ask me. Are the air traffic controllers assigned to a certain airspace, given the airspace in Australia is big? Yeah, so just like I have my Brisbane airspace that I work in, in the centre you're assigned to certain airspace, so you could be tops, which is like the much higher airspace where aircraft are flying en route, or you could be the approach departures airspace. Like obviously downstairs we've got the airspace for Cairns, Rocky, Mackay, that sort of thing. So you're sort of assigned to those airspaces, and then you can change over time. You can go to different areas. If you start in the tops, you might do that for a few years, and then you go to something a little bit lower and work your way to approach and departures, that sort of thing. Yeah, so always assign your own specific airspace so that we know that airspace inside and out. And we're not chopping and changing between several and not knowing them completely.
Oh, so even if you're out there and say like a centre frequency, you stick with that one airspace, do you?
Yeah. So that you know those airspaces in and out.
355 runway 19 left liner.
It's actually a few raindrops.
let's not jinx it, Gavin.
No. But we're going to
Might
try
be
and move
deja vu from last time.
we're going to try and move to the other side of the car
I'm like
park
a
anyway.
storm magnet.
Yeah, we will change locations anyway, just to show you guys a better view of the other runway. We've got Kurt Erickson tuning in as well. Good morning. And Kevin R, hello there. Gino Latino, a question for the lovely Veronica. How many years a traffic controller can work?
I think you can work up to your retirement age.
Yeah, there's no limitation, right?
I think the only limitation when you're an air traffic controller is obviously we need to get a medical
Yeah,
that
that's
stays
right.
approved, and once you get older, into your 50s, you need to do that medical every year. So as long as you are medically sound and not, I don't know, over it, I guess, you can keep working up towards that retirement age. I actually, I hang out with a fair few retired controllers on the weekend. And they're all sprightly, but they'd done their time. So I think after so many years of doing traffic and pushing the traffic and living with that stress every day, you do get to your ending point.
Yeah, I can feel those raindrops.
You've got to watch that movie, Pushing Tin, Veronica. You've got to watch that movie. It's all about air traffic control.
Singapore Airlines will be heading back home, back to Changi. Riley is asking, hi Julia, can I please use a photo for my TikTok? I will shout you out. Absolutely, go for it. Share it with your friends. If you're new, please don't forget to subscribe. And that really helps to maintain the channel. Gary gave us 9 out of 10 for that balloon departure. Very nice.
I would like to know how they can improve. That would be good.
A more rapid departure, maybe.
Yes,
And hold the lined up position.
or somebody giving that balloon release button push a little bit of flair when they do it. A little gusto.
So I just had a look in the ATC. There's nothing in there about the runway changing or closure.
They usually do it about a half hour out, so I'd
over the edge of the head. Runway 19 left, clear takeoff.
I'd expect.
Oh no, sorry, there it is. There. It's-
Yeah, I'd expect it to come out like now.
Yeah. There. Sorry, I didn't miss that part of it.
And Kevin R is asking, Julia, have you ever flown on Delta? Unfortunately not. What about you, Veronica?
When I was in high school, I did do a trip over to America, and I think I flew on American Airlines and Delta. And unfortunately for me, I had this thing where I mimic accents sometimes, which is a real problem when you're in air traffic control. I got to make sure I'm not about to mimic somebody's accent and make them think that I'm making fun of them. And every time they asked me if I wanted like different options of food, I'd mimic their accent and they'd look at me really weirdly.
Well, the American accent is very it's easy to do, isn't it?
Oh, especially when I'm just yeah they say
Because there's so many
chicken or pork and I'm like mimicking it.
But there's so many, Aussie actors in America. They actually, pretend to be Americans, and it's just like the accent is just spot on.
It must actually. There is a.
It's like Margot Robbie. Yeah.
There's a new Texan Q-Link -8 pilot. If you're out there, say hello. I've noticed you on the frequency. Because we all know the Texan -8 pilot.
Yeah.
I do like. I like the American accent. It's super chill. Really laid back.
So Kevin R, to ask you a question, not yet, but I'm very excited to to have Delta here at Brisbane Airport very soon.
How long until they're here? I can't remember.
I'm hopeless
Must
with
be
dates.
soon.
Yeah.
It must be soon. They announced that a little while ago.
October?
Lloyd is here somewhere. He'll be able to tell you. Where is Lloyd anyway? Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got all the dates. He'll be able to.
And we've got another question to Veronica.
A very important question. Does the constant waft of jet fumes all day make me hungry?
That's Jamie. That's coming from Jamie, right?
Yes.
No, that's not
James Martin.
James Martin.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, in the tower, there are no open windows. So I get very filtered air. So down here, it's that different perspective of being in with the planes.
447 Brisbane Taylor.
Can you actually hear any noise up there too?
Like for the aircraft, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
You definitely hear the aircraft. You can also get battered by the wind a little bit. That goes, you can hear that through our aircon system, like the wind going through and hitting against the tower. You can hear every single siren that goes off. And I think we filter out all the honking from the car park.
So you can hear that too, can you?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It just drowns out with every other noise, I think. But we can hear the sirens that go off around the area.
447, runway 1 on a right, good takeoff.
And we can hear, sometimes when they do fire alarms at the hotels across the road, we can hear them quite clearly.
Kevin's saying, I definitely loved flying on the Hawaiian A330. Very nice. Love to go to Hawaii one day. Actually, Mike was telling us a lot of stories about Hawaii.
I would like to go to Hawaii. That would be lovely.
Yeah, that's definitely on my bucket list.
I did catch the A380 once. That was a great flight. Do I ever need to ask pilots to expedite? Yes. Sometimes I need the pilot to understand that they cannot dawdle onto the runway, and sometimes I'm actually trying to help them out. I'll say to the pilot, expedite to the hold point, because there's an aircraft maybe 6 miles out, and if they don't taxi at a reasonable pace, they may not get that departure gap. So sometimes it's necessary to get pilots to understand that they need to get on and get off quite quickly so that they can get their departure gaps, because otherwise they're not going to be able to depart safely.
Yin is asking, Julia, why they use only one runway at 10 a.m.
They're doing some works on this runway today. Not sure what they're doing, but they'll be doing some maintenance works, and it's best to do those sorts of things on the weekend. Sometimes they do it overnight, but especially for this runway, they'll do it on a weekend.
And we've got Judy Berry in the chat as well. Judy, thank you so much for the wonderful gift.
Oh, yes.
I will take a photo and post it on the community page. I absolutely love it. Gavin, please show it in the camera. It's so special. Look at this. From Judy. Judy Berry, thank you so much. That's little Julia there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Tripping
gosh.
over things.
Don't
Too many cables.
trip over any cables, Gavin, because that would be the end of the show. We don't want that. We need to wait for that, the closure of that runway. Okay, Singapore Airlines. Holding short.
I think he's just about to line up. Oh, here he is.
Captain Ben is in the house.
Oh, he's got the hat and everything.
And the moustache.
Captain Ben, can I have a photo with your hat, please? Oh, hang on, Gavin. I'll...
Been waiting for this day.
Yes. Oh, there we go.
Hello. Captain Julia.
Chuck her in a jumpsuit. She's good to go.
Sign her off. Yeah, later.
Oh, and Ben's got the classic pilot thing there. Things written on your hand. Always numbered scribbled on your hand. Such a pilot thing.
Okay, we've got Captain Ben with us, but let's not be too crazy. Let's give Captain Ben some time. Let's let him enjoy his morning coffee before he jumps on the mic.
Runway 19 left, clear takeoff. This is takeoff, runway 19 left, Qantas 1933.
And John Vogel just gifted one Julia Flights membership that goes to Jason Hopkins. Thank you, John. Thank you so much for watching the show. As always, it's a pleasure to have you with us and see your name in the chat. Absolutely amazing. John, we wish you were here today. Full house here on Julia Flights. We've got a lot of special guests. And we also had Baza earlier this morning say hello to us.
Baza was here, yeah.
Continue approach and need to depart, and you can vacate Alpha 9 at the end.
See that? Picture there.
Probably continue approach and continue to approach Alpha 9.
You just come back from Singapore, did you? Yeah. Last week. How's the weather up there?
I definitely in the photo, guys, with a captain's band hat. Yeah, welcome, Captain Ben. Welcome to the show. Captain Ben will co-host the show with us today. It's so lovely to have our wonderful friends here on the channel. It's just so it shows that amazing friendship that we managed to, and those relationships that we managed to build with friends like Veronica, a traffic controller, who's she's on her day off, doesn't have many days off, fortunately this month, and there you go, decided to come and join us, dedicate her time off just to be with us today. So that's much appreciated. And also Captain Ben, straight from the plane.
We got New Zealand 145 in here.
He would have been really exciting. 1933, connect back.
He was on later lines here last week.
Brisbane Diagonal.
Air New Zealand, everyone. That's next heavy arrival here at Brisbane Airport.
Nicely done.
Flight 145, Air New Zealand, 777-300. 550 likes, Rigoberta says. Thank you everyone for hitting that like button.
Next QF butter machine coming out. 777 rolling through to the end.
New Zealand 145, contact ground 122, dash 125. Ground 12225.
Yeah. I reckon if I was in the tower, Collins would hear me without using the radio. Good over here.
3702. Runway 19 left. Clear for takeoff. 19 left, clear for takeoff.
I'm not going to be able to see it last time. It's like, Captain Man.
Oops. Where's this one? This
John Vogel already has got a question for Captain Ben. John, I will let Captain Ben finish his morning coffee. He just arrived. He just got out of the plane, sorry. I will give him a couple more minutes before he jumps on the mic, so then he can answer your questions. But I told you guys last weekend, right? Giving you some hints that this weekend would be special. Very, very interesting stream with our wonderful friends here. So proud of this Julia Flights community.
the rain's actually starting to fall too a little bit here, so.
Gary saying sounds like a bit of a party there this morning. Yes. So apart from myself, Julia and Gavin, we've got Veronica, our friend and air traffic controller from Brisbane Tower. We've got Captain Ben, a Qantas pilot. He used to fly A380s, now he's on butter machines.
The butter machines. Speaking of butter machines.
Qantas butter machines. We also have Sir Lloyd Fox, who's #1 plane spotter here at Brisbane Airport. Has been plane spotting for over 60 years, knows absolutely everything about this airport. And we have Jason, Bris Vegas Jazz. Many of you guys follow Jason on Instagram, together with Flynn. So Jason's one of our moderators here on the channel. Came to see us all the way from the Sunshine Coast. And also Brendan, Mad About Planes.
Oh yeah, Mad About Planes. Check out his blog, Mad About Planes.
Very interesting blog to celebrate all things aviation. And Brandon's also wearing his 5 more minutes t-shirt.
Where is he? He's gone.
He's taking some photos. And I've got my pink dead cat today. Courtesy of Gavin.
A request of you.
And very soon, guys, we need to change location. Yeah, Brandon, give us a wave with his 5 more minutes of plane spotting t-shirt. That arrived the other day. He says he loves
got
it.
The blue one.
Yeah, very nice. Thanks, Brandon.
So I think just for the heads up warning, we got New Guinea. He's on left.
Runway 19 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 19 left, New Guinea.
This might be our last departure, so we'll sort of pause the stream for a little bit and we'll move over to the other side.
Qantas 57, runway 19 right.
As the left side will be closing.
Clear to take off, Qantas 57.
Mr. Julian saying, hi, Gavin, Julian, Julia Flights family, how's everyone doing?
Good morning.
Hello there, Julian. And we've got a super chat from Hugh, $8 super chat. Thank you for that. And it's actually a question for Veronica.
She'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I think she's attending a phone call. She'll be back in a sec.
We got to get Ben on the mic for this departure though, the A330 departure.
That's your banner machine. Come on, Captain Ben, jump on the mic.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Congratulations.
Very nice. We need a selfie with Captain Ben. He looks amazing.
I'll get a photo for you.
All right. Okay.
Once you jump on the mic, I'll
I don't get 76 though.
Yeah. You wanna? Yeah.
Qantas 57, contact departure today.
Yeah, we got this. Yeah, New Guinea 76. Sorry.
Upgrading. Okay, we've got Captain Ben.
To 83, runway 1.
How you going, Ben?
Pretty good. Good to be here again. It's nice and cool this time.
83.
Let's welcome
76.
Captain Ben with his emoji.
Qantas 61, runway 19 right. Clear for takeoff.
Julia Flights members. Air New Guinea 767.
And the 61 about to go off the other runway as well.
So fantastic news for Ben this morning. He's got his third stripe.
New Guinea 3. Contact
Indeed I do. 6 a.m. we parked the brakes in Melbourne, did the checklist and finished off the paperwork, and the captain reached out his hand to give me a handshake and pass over the new bars.
Is that how it works, is it? So there's nothing really official, it's just you're done, here you go, congratulations, you passed.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. That was my fourth flight this week with him, so that was called the release to line assessment. So first three I was the pilot flying, and the last one I sort of got to relax a little bit as the pilot monitoring. Yeah, so that was a pretty good feeling to finally be done. It's been 6 months worth of training and 15 years of waiting.
So yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, you were originally a second officer, weren't you, on the A380?
I started on the 330.
Okay.
I did 10 years on the 330. I can't tell you how many times I did the Qantas 61, but it was a fair few. And yeah, then I finally got the seniority to go and try the 380. I could have gone and taken an earlier promotion on the 73, but I wanted to try the 380 while we still had it, because at the time didn't know how long it was going to hang around for. And then yeah, my number finally came up last year for a wide body FO spot on the East Coast. Beautiful.
About the machine, everyone. Qantas taking off.
Do you mind it being called the butter machine?
Well, some of mine haven't been butters.
Hey, that one, we actually saw you one in Sydney.
That was probably my best.
Guys, that was absolutely amazing. When we were streaming the other weekend at Sydney Airport, we actually captured Captain Ben's arrival into Sydney without even knowing that it was Captain Ben piloting that flight.
And that was butter.
I pulled up and we had an hour and what did we have? An hour and a half transit, and then we were flying through to Melbourne on the same aircraft. And I just turned on my phone and got the notification there that you were in Sydney. I was like, oh, he's in Sydney. So I thought I'll send you a quick message if you're still there or whatever. And then we got back to work, and yeah, you got my landing, and Sid Squad got the takeoff.
Oh, that's so. Oh, that's right. It would have been.
Oh yeah, because they started streaming right after us. Yeah, after we finished.
And they were over at the international side there, and we went straight out onto 16 right for the flight down to Melbourne. Getting in there at, I think it was just before midnight or something. It was pretty rough that day.
A long day.
Started in Perth, landed Sydney at night, and then get out not too long before curfew, maybe half an hour before curfew, down to Melbourne. No curfew in Melbourne, obviously.
I think we're going to have to move to a different location.
And before we do that, can Veronica quickly jump on the mic, because she's got a couple of questions to answer from our viewers. Veronica, the first one from Hugh. Thanks, Hugh, for donation.
What are the weather? Oh wait, what's the weather and staffing requirements for sod props? Well, sod props is the interesting one where you're having people take off on 01 right and people land on 19 right. And so you've got to make sure that the tailwind is not greater than 5 knots. So we don't want to put aircraft in an unsafe position. So you've got to check the tailwind, make sure the cloud's not too low because we need to be able to separate people all the way from the 10-mile final with the departure at the same time. So 5 knots of tailwind is a big one, cloud's a big one, visibility is a big one there as well. And the staffing, it's more so for, just stand by a second. Staffing, it's not really a staffing issue so much as a weather issue. So we can do sod props with the overnight doggo, where you've got one controller doing it, or you could do it with everybody in the tower. So it's not really a staffing issue, it's more so a weather issue. And to be honest, unfortunately with 5 knots being the requirement for tailwind, you find that wind normally sits around 7 to 8 knots, unfortunately.
Just outside.
Yeah, it always sits just outside those margins. Yeah, so in this area near the sea we get some weird wind. I remember giving a wind to a pilot the other day and I said, I think it was like a very strong easterly, and he goes, classic Brisbane weather. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, we're used to this, that's fine. I'm like, okay, sweet.
I saw it in here the other day. We took off 16 left, and just as we were in the turn at 500, turning left there was a 777 coming in on 34 left.
Yeah.
Looked pretty close.
Wow.
The first time I saw the sod props in action as an air traffic controller, I was watching like an A380 come into land while like another heavy was sort of taking off. I was like, wow, you never see them get that close.
That close, yeah.
And quite often you'll get a traffic in the cockpit.
So once you're below like 1,000 feet, you're not going to get like the RA requirements?
Yeah, there are inhibitions aircraft dependent.
As long as you can see that traffic?
Yeah, so I've had it once getting a traffic alert and can't remember what height we were and what height they were, but obviously it just sort of looked at it and thought, oh, that's a bit close, but it was inhibited, but we could see it, they were turning away, and
everybody's doing the right thing.
I think we're about to do a
little
change over.
just change.
I can see the trucks over there waiting. So
change location, guys, of the stream, because we will be down to one runway here at Brisbane Airport, and just shout out to Raiko, 5 months here as a member on the channel, enjoying Captain's Lounge, named after Captain Ben. So Raiko, hope you're enjoying Captain's Lounge here based in Brisbane Airport. 5 months. Yeah, time flies. Thank you so much for keeping us company today. Hope you're enjoying the show.
That's fine, I bet.
Guys, give us just a couple of minutes. We will change locations here to be streaming from a better view.
Like a tennis ball. Got 2 down. Ready?
It's 1984. Are you ready in immediate departure?
AFM Qantas 984.
Qantas 1984. Tango 2, line up runway 19 right. Be ready immediate departure. Traffic on a 4-mile funnel.
Line up, Tango runway 1 on the right. Copy traffic, Qantas 984.
921, no delay vacating on the high speed. Contact ground 124.05. G'day.
No delay vacating. Contact ground 124.05.
Velocity 319, continue approaching Braille jet departing prior to your arrival.
Welcome back, everyone.
Qantas 1984, runway 19 right. Cleared for immediate takeoff.
Thank you so much for your patience. We down to...
Are we back? Give us a radio check.
check. 1 2 1 2. Let us know, guys. Hopefully you can hear us okay. Hello, Brian. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We changed locations on the other side. Now just down to 1 runway.
Velocity 319, wind 140 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land. Runway 19 right, clear to land, velocity 319.
813 Aviation saying great job. I bet that wasn't simple to pick up and move. That's right, there's so much stuff. Yeah, so we try to be as quick as possible. Thank you everyone for once again for tuning in. Welcome to Julia Flights, a very special show today with our wonderful Julia Flights friends here joined us on the show. We've got Veronica and Captain Ben together with Sir Lloyd Fox, Brendan, Mad About Planes, and Brisbane's Jason and Flynn. Welcome. Hello from us, from our Julia Flights crew here.
It's definitely a lot quieter
Brisbane
on this side, isn't it?
Yes. First time ever streaming from this side of the car park. Wow. There's only 1 operating runway. And we've got Fiji Airways.
Straight 15, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, just 8.
Velocity 175 ready.
Velocity 175, Brisbane South. For 255, wind 120 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, Singapore 255.
Once again, welcome back everyone.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that turn.
5938, contact departure today.
5938.
Right, guys, I think we're back. Sorry about that.
I think we already got
Brisbane Tower, Air Canada, 36 Heavy. We are Tango 1 for 19 right ready.
Air Canada 36 Heavy, Brisbane Tower.
And people get those ads.
Oh yeah. Sorry if you're getting ads, guys.
Yeah, we can't do anything about it.
I think we're back.
We'll jump on.
Oh, are we back? We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Ben's got the pink one.
Yay!
I might just move this just a little bit.
Brisbane target.
There we go. So we've got Air Canada, the next one, 78.
Yeah, so we're just talking about this. We're hoping that he has a the departure that makes him turn left, because that would be pretty nice to watch.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Well, yeah, I suppose they can do that with the runway closed.
Yeah. We always like one runway in the tower because it's a bit busier, funner, and they turn right around our tower.
Oh, nice.
Nice and close to us.
Hopefully I get
Give
to
you a
do
wave
that someday.
Well, we love it when the Mozzie helicopters are out because they always hang out the window and like give us a nice wave. So
Just a little bit of traffic in the terminal area with the reconfigured to a single runway.
Air Canada 36, check on that.
416, wind 13.
Someone here just asking if they can explain why there's only one runway at the moment. Looked like they were sending trucks on there, so I think they might be doing some preventative maintenance.
Yeah, it's all just maintenance to make sure that this is all a mangrove area that they've built on top of, unfortunately. So they've got to maintain the upkeep.
And that runway has been there for
It's been there for a long time. Yeah, very long time. So, and the weekends are the best to maintain the runways, especially the legacy runway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of it going around in Singapore at the moment. The centre runway, which used to be the eastern runway, that's out at the moment.
Okay, yeah. Keeping all of the runways nice and safe.
Yeah, well, it was well overdue, that runway. It was, especially if you were doing a heavyweight takeoff and rotating at 150 or 160 knots. By the time you were getting close to there, you couldn't really see much. It was that centre runway. It was brutal. And Adelaide at the moment is the main runway is closed overnight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we couldn't use Adelaide as we went past there today due to the works.
Yeah. That cross runway isn't very big at Adelaide.
Yeah, no, you can't land a 330 on it.
No.
You probably could.
That would be interesting.
If you were light and you had to put it down.
Because in my DA20, DA40 I had no issue.
Yeah, well, I think pretty much if you're lightweight, with full touchdown, in the right spot and full max manual braking, I reckon you could probably stop in just under 1,500 metres.
That ain't bad though.
No, there'd be no margin there, but if you had to do it, you probably could.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to try it.
I wouldn't want to be the one trying that. I would love for that to be a very experienced captain who knows he's going to nail that one. Not do that on a check or something one day.
No. We like nice long runways.
Yes. Don't we all?
And wide runways. But not too wide. Singapore's got a wide runway, I think it's 60 metres.
Yeah.
And really long. So it kind of looks funny.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a different perspective.
That was actually one of the interesting things that you got to teach students when they're flying is, like, you fly in and out of Parafield, you get this specific perspective on the runway, and then you take them out to Adelaide Airport, and now they have this huge runway that they're looking at, and they're just aiming all over the spot. And then you go to somewhere like Strathalbyn, where you've got the teeny tiny dirt runway that's like only 15 metres wide. So it's all a very different perspective that you're looking at and where to aim for. Yeah, I think that one's 60 wide, isn't it?
I think so.
And the other one's 45?
Yeah, and for the 330, 45's the smallest we can take width-wise. I think the 73, I think they were doing some, well, I think they do some, especially over in WA, do some 30 metre wide runways at the mine sites.
Takeoff, runway 19 right, Air Canada.
Air Canada's on his way. I know with the A380 they've got like a little bit of overhang on that runway, so they try not to have too much grass out that way so that they don't rip the grass up as they depart. Not good for anybody.
No, they put a fair amount of power out those engines, although at least they are a fair way off the ground, the outboard engines.
Yeah, they're quite high.
But we did have a supplementary procedure for taxiing on thinner taxiways. So, I can't remember what width we could go down to taxiway-wise, but it talked about only taxiing with the putting thrust up on the inner engines so that you didn't rip up the edge of the taxiway.
The airport wouldn't like you.
Hopefully have that nice left turn here.
I hope so. They usually go out to the east, depending on the winds.
No, you got to put it underneath. Yeah, but there's a slot for it. It is right underneath the right up plate, down the bottom. And but the tail sticks up to the top part, doesn't go to the bottom. Ah, that's right.
Brisbane Tower, Qantas 678. Qantas 678, Brisbane Tower. Foxy 930 on, wind 130 degrees 10 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Yeah, we'll be not doing one.
Is he going to do it?
931 Brisbane Tower, wind 130 degrees 10 knots, runway 19 right,
drop
clear to land.
the wing.
Oh, I think he's doing it.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice. So that's a lot closer to the tower than we normally get, so we get quite excited by them. Or at least I do.
Wonder if he's going over my house.
Canada 36, contact.
No,
I was hoping it would be a little bit lower, but
It missed my house by a while.
But luckily they can churn quite early, which means they're all missing my house as well now.
Yeah, we try to do our turns at 500 feet minimum, if you have an early turn required, although Honolulu on the reef runway was a bit lower. That was basically almost 200 or 300 feet you had to start the turn for that one. But
I think
unless it specifically says you have to do that, we don't turn before 500 feet.
so Cairns Airport has the you must turn at this height, no exception sort of thing, because they've got a mountain right next to the airport, which makes it a bit awkward because all the missed approaches and all the departures all go in the same sort of direction, away from the mountain.
I haven't had the pleasure yet, even in the sim, but during my training I've had quite a lot of guidance by my training captains that if I do end up there, this is a trap, that's a trap.
That's a trap.
Look out for this, do this, don't do that.
Because I think when you land towards the north, you go straight through the valley as well, so you've got like quite a lot of height requirements, so like you're going to clip them if you're not paying attention.
And another one for us on our 330, the 15, the
45, you're ready.
Something in the box with the approach. The ILS missed approach doesn't work. You can't. You can fly the ILS, but you can't use the missed approach that is in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you have to like manually do it. You can't follow the line and.
Yep.
Yeah, so they were saying, and it can catch you out.
I know the lower safes out there are so high. It's ridiculous. Like, if you want to do like a nav, like some of the lower safes are like 5,000 feet, so you got to like make sure it's like the most beautiful night before you can go anywhere. Even actually coming out of Archerfield for night flying, you needed quite a high cloud level to do night VFR.
Yeah, I never did any night flying down here. I did take off out of Archerfield and the sun set about an hour north as I was heading back to Rocky.
Oh yeah.
But I specifically did that because I didn't want to be flying out of there at that time.
I think I waited like a month and a half for the weather conditions to be right for my night VFR flights. It took a while. And then once you flew out, it was complete black anyway. Like, wasn't a very exciting flight, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, night VFR.
Yes. I found it a lot easier in Adelaide, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Foxy 1213, wind 120 degrees on ground.
I did a few of my night VFR training flights out to some of the mining towns west of Rockhampton there, where there's just no lights anywhere, and the runway lights are basically as faint as they can be without being off, and very difficult to find where the runway was.
Yeah. There are a few of those kinds of airports out at Adelaide as well. The students going, where's the runway? And I'm like, you see those faint red lines?
And the town wasn't very big, and didn't have bright lights, so you couldn't go, oh, there's the town, so there's the runway.
Yeah.
You sort of thought, that looks like it might be the town. Oh no, actually that's the runway.
Oh.
Qantas 512, Brisbane Town. Velocity 1495 at Tango 1, line up runway 199.
It's gotten a little bit busy over this side.
For sure. I think you're going to hear a fair few more immediate departures now. Getting pilots to go.
And Gavin, Perth Mark II here is saying, don't forget to tell them about your sharp camera work capturing the Galaxy overflying recently.
Oh, that was...
Oh, you saw that too, did you?
Yeah. Was that last Saturday or Sunday? Saturday it must have been. Yeah, it came over from Guam or Hawaii or something. Yeah, I'm not going in the tower then.
Going to Amberley?
Yeah, going into Amberley.
Because we saw them pop up on our radar, and we were like, where are they? Surely we can see them. And they were just so plain as day,
I know.
there. And we're like, holy crap.
I know. We had it on like the radar on our phone, but I was trying to find it because it's not that easy to look at your phone and think, and then to find it in the sky. It's a little hard. But then, eventually it sort of popped out.
Excellent.
And that wingspan is just so impressive from that angle. Oh.
There were a fair few of us aviation nerds who were like trying to find it, geeking out over it. It was so big.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen them parked up at Hickam there in Honolulu.
Yeah.
And I've seen them parked next to C-17s.
And they're so much bigger, aren't they?
I thought the C-17 was a pretty big plane.
Yeah. Wow, I'd love to see that perspective.
Brisbane Tower, g'day, Qantas 529, taxi home point Tango 2.
Mr. Anthony asks if I've landed into Narita or in the sim.
Tango 2, Qantas 529.
I don't know if I've ever done a sim in Narita. I did one for Canada.
130 degrees.
And I went into Narita a lot of times as a second officer. But I haven't landed there myself yet. Maybe someday.
I won a raffle during uni for my aviation degree, and I got the 7.3 sim, and we did the old Hong Kong approach.
Oh, the IGS.
Yeah, that was
that
cool.
would have been.
And he put it in like awesome. A thunderstorm and everything. That was very cool.
Yeah, I've flown with a lot of guys that got to do that back in the day. I went in there as a passenger when I was a kid, but it had closed by the time I.
Yeah, when did they close that one?
98 was they closed it up, and then half an hour later the first planes were landing on the new airport. I believe they trucked all the equipment that had been left there, the tugs and all that. Trucked all that over, so it was ready within a week or something.
Wow, quick changeover.
And now they've got a third runway up there. They've reclaimed more land to the north of the airport, so they had 2. Now they've got 3.
617.
That would be a busy airport.
160.
And a whole new terminal in the middle as well. So.
Wow. Start heading left 160.
Did a simulator onto the new runway.
Yeah.
It's very close to the mountain. Very close. The old approach to the old northern runway was close. This one is very close.
So does that get a bit bumpy there then, Ben, coming into?
Well, coming in from that way probably wouldn't be too bad. Because that's landing towards the west. But landing towards the east can be interesting if you've got like a southerly breeze. So you've got the island of Cheplack and then the airport's on the northern side. And as these valleys going down the northern face of this mountain, which is pretty big. I can't remember what the height of it was, but it was big.
Yeah.
And we had this special note in there that if the wind was, it was like from 110 around to 200 or so degrees, that rings a bell.
That sector, yeah.
And like 10 to 15 knots, it would go over the mountain and then get accelerated down these valleys up to 40 or 50 knots. So you could be coming down and the ground's got almost no wind, and you've got no wind, and then all of a sudden you've got this crosswind of 50 knots for 5 seconds.
Yep.
And then it all drops off, and then 10 seconds later you hit the next valley.
Wind 1303, 10 knots runway 19 right.
It can be quite rough there, and wind shear problems and everything.
It's constant wind shear on their terminal information. Probable wind shear all the time.
Yeah, they've got radars all around the harbour there that pick up the wind shear, and they're pretty good with putting it on the ATC or even broadcasting it on the tower that there's wind shear detected, to the north.
Oh, that's good. Don't have to rely on the pilot reporting it.
On a 617 low.
I think we're back in action.
We're back.
We just had a battery change over there.
Killing 526 Delta, runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff, killing 526 Delta.
The Retro Roo just landed. I think that's the Retro Roo 2.
Number 2. How do you know it's number 2?
Well, there's a Retro Roo 1 and a Retro Roo 2. I'm pretty sure the Retro Roo 2 has the flying kangaroo on the back that used to be on the old 707s.
Left 160, line up point runway 19 right, Qantas 521.
And then the other one Can't actually remember what it looks like, but it's got a slightly different red on the tail.
Oh, okay. There you go.
More dull red, not as vibrant as this one was. Yeah, this one used to be on the 707s and the old 747 Classics.
Qantas 521,
had this one.
runway 19 right.
That's good attention to detail.
Did the SP have this one too, Ben?
521.
I think when it first came it did.
Contact departures.
And then they got what the 747-400s had before they retired. Don't trust me on that. I'm not 100% sure because obviously I wasn't flying in those days. I wasn't even born. But it would be fantastic. A 330 painted up like that would look beautiful.
I'm hoping they do something with the A350s, like a retro route.
Yeah. Zulu,
Make it a thing.
40 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
19 right, cleared to land, November Zulu.
There was a question there about is there a difference landing over a city or over water? Oh. Can be some differences if the city's sort of warm and hot. You can get different air masses going over the top of it. Can be a bit bumpy. Water.
Qantas 521, contact departure.
Not really any difference. You're not really looking around there. You're sort of focused on the runway. So, I mean, if you're in a smaller aircraft and you're coming in over, I know I landed in Rockhampton during the floods and the water had come all the way around the side of the threshold, probably for a couple of 100 metres. So it was almost like landing in Sydney on, 3-4 right there.
Yeah.
But the water was even closer. I did so as I was coming down there. I thought, probably should have a life jacket, just in case.
I think we've all had that moment in a light aircraft where you're like, "Oh, I should have put my life jacket on board. Oops, it'll be fine." Wasn't there like a boat accident in Sydney like a month ago or so that actually caused one of the runways to not be in use? There was like a boat that caught fire in the harbour there, and
yeah, it might have been. I didn't hear about it, but that was probably when I was overseas.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it was, depending on where it was, if it was
I think it crashed into the actual side where they have the runway.
The seawall
there.
The wall
there. And they stopped traffic on that runway for a little while.
Yeah, well, they have an exclusion zone. If you have a landing in Sydney, you can see these buoys. Well, they're probably 20 metres out from the seawall, maybe, and that's like an exclusion zone.
Yeah,
you're not supposed to go inside that. Usually, you'll see boats just parked right next to a buoy, having a bit of a fish and maybe a bit of a plane spot. So yeah, I guess if a boat had come in there and crashed, well, A, it's inside the security zone, and B, if it's smoking and that they might not want aircraft near it, and especially if they're considering, if they need to send helicopters in or something, at the last minute, you don't want to be messing planes around.
Alright, the A350 China Southern.
He's been waiting a while.
Victor Tango, Brisbane Tower.
At least we got China Southern correct this time. We're doing well. We're doing better.
China Eastern, or is it Singapore?
412 Brisbane Tower. Rex 332, wind 120 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
19 right, clear to land, Rex 332.
He just jumped off the runway there.
China Southern 382, contact departures. Contact departures, China Southern 282.
That would have been a good one if he did a left turn. Obviously that would have been the wrong direction.
Yes, I was just thinking, I'm pretty sure they're on a big sat departure, which is straight ahead.
Yeah, next time, mate. I'll bring some more photos too.
I haven't been in or off the new runway yet.
375 Delta.
Oh, okay.
I've done a couple of landings and a couple of takeoffs on the legacy runway.
Yep. But not on this one. Well, I remember even because most of my family is to the far north of Queensland. I remember my dad texting me and saying, we've been taxiing for 10 minutes and I don't feel like we've gotten anywhere.
Line up, wait, 19 right, Qantas 984.
It's just more in line with some international airports. I know Singapore last night, we took off on 02 Centre, and where we were parked was probably a similar distance as if we were at Brisbane International going up to 19 right here.
It's so long.
Narita, you could probably go even further than that.
I remember some of the lineups for takeoff in America, like coming from Cairns myself and just looking at this airport that was like as big as like the small hometown that I actually came from. I was like, oh my god, my town doesn't even have a train system, and this airport has a train system.
Yeah, the one and only New York trip I did years ago, we were over 20. Might have been like 24 or 25 for takeoff.
So yeah, and I just remember so many aircraft moving, and we were so far back in that queue. It just took, I think I fell asleep before we even got to the runway. It was just such a long time. It was like a half-hour wait in the queue.
I think we taxied for an hour on that day.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. No wonder that, like, American airports, those air traffic controllers are working so hard.
Yeah, if you go into Los Angeles at night, you can just see the dots just stacked up, one after another. I think sometimes you can count 7 or 8 before they fade out.
Oh, see, we get excited when we have, like, 3 or so on the parallel runways at night lining up nicely. We feel like a busy airport.
There's United taxiing out here, heading out as well.
Killing 404 Delta, runway 19 at right.
United 97?
Oh, 19 right, please take off, killing 404 Delta.
Just looking at the
984, contact
the props down there. We've got Dash 8, we've got Metro, and the King Air.
Just need a little Baron or something in there to fill it out.
You definitely get that variety of aircraft at Brisbane, that's for sure. It's good though, because with all the smaller prop aircraft, you can split the departures, so you can go jet and prop pretty close to each other because they'll turn completely different directions.
Mm-hmm.
You can get everybody out a lot quicker.
375 Delta, wind 120 degrees, 11 knots.
So these Dash 8s, they can turn a right turn earlier, can't they?
Right, clear to land, killing 375
Yeah, I think they can turn as long as they're above 500 feet.
And
there he goes.
The old Q400s climb pretty well.
They can actually outclimb a 7.3 on a good day.
Wow. I do remember the guys at the Rocky Tower when the Q400 first started flying there. They mentioned that.
Yep. Like you
didn't believe it, but then I saw it.
And they can accelerate a little bit quicker off the bat as well, so they can get to 220 grounding, whereas like within 2 miles, whereas that takes like a 7.3 or maybe 3-4 miles to get up to.
I suppose you guys in the controllers sort of thinking those sorts of terms with how fast we're closing or separating.
Because if you got a Dash 8 behind a 7.3 on the same track, you got to be careful that they're not going to outclimb them. You don't want to send them up their bum, unfortunately.
Well, in Singapore the other day, we were getting quite close to a Finnair aircraft that was landing ahead of us, and we don't think he was following the required approach speeds on the ILS, because I was. And he got to 5 miles and then 4 miles, and then the skipper said, "Oh, you might need to do your own speed control here, Ben." I said, "Oh, yep, okay." And so we got close, and he said, "They could very well send us around here, because he's slowed right up, and when they get inside 4 miles, like I've had to go around there." And I thought, oh, this is just what I want on my check, a go around. But he got off at the correct taxiway. If he'd missed that one, we would have been coming around.
So United there, just a message there from H&L Mike. He's reminding us to go over to Hawaii, Honolulu.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Well, you'd get the heavies, you'd get the 737s and the island flights, and then you'd get the F-22s and the C-5s.
Oh, how good would that be?
So the C-5s are there at Hickam, is it?
I don't know if they have a base there, but I've seen them parked up there. I know you see a lot of the 707 tankers parked on the ground there, or KC-135s they are.
It's very cool.
Right up all there.
And Meg Desta says, do pilots feel they have more control over prop aircraft? Well, you've got more instantaneous control on with the thrust, because you bring it up and the propeller's biting into the air, so you don't get as much lag. Well, certainly on a piston. Turboprop, I've never flown one, but there'd probably be a little bit of a lag with the turbine engine, but you've still got the prop. Whereas in a jet aircraft, there can be quite a lot of lag when especially if you go from low thrust to high thrust rapidly on the thrust levers. The actual thrust increase is quite slow, especially if you're right down sort of approach thrust.
Yeah, it takes a little bit for it to kick in and get there.
Which is something that might need to think about sometimes.
Yeah.
Nice turn there from the 7-3.
Should have an observation deck on top of the tower.
Oh, look, our idea was to put a cafe and plane spotting area on top of the tower so that they could also make us coffees.
And
your price is to bring down coffees.
And it could go in, the profits could go into the ATC entertainment funds.
Yeah,
your Christmas party.
I'm down for that.
Right, clear left. What's the 1140?
Mike sounds really good to us. You guys should plan a visit to Hawaii, since it's my home airport, Honolulu.
Julia Flight's excursion.
You can go down to the beach. There's Dukes.
And Mike says never boring, given the mix of military and civilian traffic. Plus the weather is great.
And I was on the beach there one day, just had a swim before we went to work, and I think it was an F-16 or something. Just did a beat up down the down the beach.
That would be absolutely amazing.
Bit of an air show for everyone.
Damn,
Veronica,
I want that in my life.
Mike, thank you for pointing this out. Yep.
Qantas 1925, signed left 160, runway 19, right, line up, wait.
Captain Ben?
Something for me?
Staff travel.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Oh, staff travel.
We were actually talking about it.
We were talking about you this morning where we were like, no, don't worry about your family, just put us on your staff travel.
You'd have to fight a friend of mine for it. He's on there and makes use of it. He's actually, what's the time? He's probably a couple of hours out of Perth on the QF10 coming down. He lives up in the UK, so he uses my staff travel to come back and visit his family a bit. So you'd have to fight him for it.
More use out of that one.
And we've got some gifts from Jeff Andrews, gifting 5 Julia flights and memberships. Jeff, thank you so much for the gifts. Really nice and generous support. Thanks for that. Jeff's been watching us pretty much all day today since the beginning of the show. Thank you, Jeff, for keeping us company. Hope you're enjoying the show with our special guests, and congratulations to all those new members or extended members here on Julia Flights. Guys, if you're watching, please say thanks to Jeff. Much appreciated.
Alright, good land, Jetstar 905. Brisbane, take it, Jetstar 9 heavy, Brisbane.
Jetstar 9 heavy, Brisbane Tower.
And we were also talking this morning about pre-COVID we used to be able to get FNIL flights for air traffic controllers.
Oh yeah. I never had one on one of my flights, but I heard that they did them.
Yeah, but they haven't brought it back yet, so if you could petition to bring that back in Qantas.
Qantas 1925, contact departure.
Derek Halsey says congrats to me. Thanks very much, Derek, from North Carolina. That'd be an interesting place to visit. Are you still amazed at times with the physics of your big hunk of metal lifting off when it should? Oh, definitely. especially when I was on the 380. That was, if you did a max weight takeoff out of Los Angeles there at 572 tons, that was something. Especially when you'd done the walk around 20 minutes before and stood underneath that big wing. Every time it doesn't get old. It's awesome.
It just makes me like think of bumblebees. Like it looks like the body's too big to be able to fly, but then when you're actually in the aircraft, it's like the smoothest takeoff and landing. Does well.
Yeah, and a few weeks ago when I did my first ever takeoff in the jet out of Melbourne, after I took off on 16 and did the turn and was heading north, and I put the autopilot in finally, I was thinking to myself, wow, I just did that.
Those moments are so good, aren't they?
And then it was Melbourne again a couple of weeks later.
412,
the captain and I had just flown in from Perth via Sydney, and where we got picked up to go to the hotel was sort of just across the fence from where our aircraft was, and as we sort of went out, he looked over and he said, "You just landed that, Ben." So yeah, never gets old. I mean, might get old for some people, and who knows, maybe in 30 years, but I don't know. I think it'll always be cool.
Yeah, I mean, you do this stuff for so long and it never gets old, and I don't think it ever will. Especially since you've been in it for so long and it hasn't waned yet.
So. Yeah, well, I've had 15 years of flying jets, so.
And Mike's got some Hawaiian goodies for us.
Oh, Hawaiian, yeah. Looking forward to that.
Is that the little Christmas tree cookies with the chocolate? They were always good. Or the macadamias coated in chocolate.
Oh yes, I think they're the ones he gave us last time.
Contact departures.
I always brought those home for my family. Mum and Dad loved them.
You don't have any issues with that? I just wanted to check.
As long as our IDs are covered with it.
I will say no, I'll blank them out.
I'm going to take it.
Yeah, I think
What do you got?
I'll definitely blank them out.
Oh no.
Phone call from Castle.
Killing 321 Delta.
So it's nice we have two 787s down there.
14 knots, runway 19
But the lineup of heavies is almost like we're at Sydney.
19 right, clear to land, killing 321 Delta.
There goes your hat, Ben.
Selfies with the hat.
Hat's making his rounds.
Doesn't
Should be charging, Ben.
I know, I should.
$5 a photo with the hat.
Straight to the entertainment fund.
We'll have to fund the Julia Flights Hawaii trip somehow.
Indeed. Come on down.
I do know that I think the Ibis Hotel offers a plane spotter package, so you get like an hour up on the roof or something, which is interesting. I'll have to try it out one day.
Yeah, because it'd be a pretty good view from there.
Yeah, I stayed at Ridges in Sydney, and every part of my free time in that hotel, I was dragging my sister up to the airport and put on live ATC. I'm like, oh, so we did this because of these reasons. And she's like, all right.
Excellent.
I'm like, it's really exciting because I can't do that.
There's actually a rooftop bar down there, isn't there? On Bridges.
Yeah, we were sitting outside there, across from the car park where you would have been actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
United 97, runway 19 right, line up.
United getting ready to go.
Off to San Francisco.
Wanting to confirm that the ILS for 01 right, 19 left is switched off at your end.
Car 6, 8 first.
Thank you very much, car 6.
So they're starting those works on the other side, eh? Just confirming the ILS.
Yeah, they're up there near the threshold. They don't want to get too close to the radiators, obviously.
The ILS is actually, well, it was off yesterday, the ILS for this runway. I think it's back on today.
United 97 sounds like he's underwater there. Dynasty's out there as well.
Yeah, runway 19 on right, ILS not available today as well.
So no ILS approaches here?
No.
Oh,
no.
yuck. You can actually do some work.
Well, with the RNAV arrivals now, that certainly on the 330, you can fly it in sort of approach mode, so it was in nav and it followed the path down.
That's good.
We didn't used to be able to do that. When I first started, you
had to hand fly?
No, I think you had to go down in flight path angle, I think.
Yeah.
Jetstar,
not 100% sure on that.
130 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, just 812.
And on the 380, it was either ILS or GLS.
Ah.
And so the GLS was basically just a ILS, but all based on GPS.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty good.
You'd hope, yeah, surely it'd be good these days at least.
And if you did an RNAV, so in
United 97, contact departure.
She usually, I never saw one in the aircraft. It was in the sim. You reckon he's going to go early?
This has got to be a left turn. He's definitely not going early if he's turning left.
They want a closer view of the city, maybe.
Yeah, a little city tour.
Or maybe he's on a Whacker or Big Sad departure. Well, I always thought they were off runway 19 left on their normal departures. Sometimes these international departures change based on the winds as well. Like for Perth, you can go via Whacker or you could go via Sanag, depending on the weather conditions.
Just 90, runway 19 right, line up.
Line up, 19 right, just 90.
It's QF 2526 returning back to Brisbane.
2526, that'd be the -8, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just checking our flight radars to see where he's at.
It's not a common.
Yeah, and he only left 23 minutes ago.
I mean, who wants to go to Prosser Point anyway?
Right, clip, takeoff.
I know, right?
That's a very quick diversion, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he went out and sort of came back around over the top of Redcliffe and then's gone back out over Moreton Bay to lose a bit of time or get back into the sequence.
Yeah. Interesting. China Airlines on final. Oh, heavy departure and a heavy landing.
I'll call you back in a sec.
Eric from Toowoomba, thank you for $2 super chat. Enjoy commentary. Have to go and do stuff. Thank you, Eric, for dropping by. Thanks for keeping us company for most of the show today. It was lovely to have you with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for the support, Eric.
See you next time.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed, Ben. There's no rain tomorrow. We would love to stream from the loop.
Ooh.
See how it goes.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the Brisbane forecast yet, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, right? We'll be down to one runway again tomorrow.
Yeah, just on the other side, which is perfect for the loop. Yep.
That's right. So that would be an amazing show. So everyone, fingers crossed, it doesn't rain. Martin, hello. Zomgraft, welcome to the show. Martin, hello from us. We've got special guests today on the show. We've got Captain Ben, Qantas pilot, and Veronica, air traffic controller from Brisbane Tower. Thanks for tuning in.
Jetstar's going straight as well.
Yep. A lot of the Jetstar international flights are off runway 19 right.
I suppose that's right. Yeah, they're going to Seoul or Japan or that way.
That's their typical destinations.
He's going to Narita. Yeah.
Flight up 213, assigned heading left 140, runway 19 right, line up.
And Honolulu, Mike said that was the Honolulu Coffee Company, Cookie Company. That's the one I was thinking of. I couldn't remember the name. Yes,
we
that is
can't
it.
wait to see you in person next week.
There was an outlet just near our hotel. I used to go and get a couple for the flight home.
213, runway 19 right, cleared for immediate takeoff.
Oop, there's an immediate takeoff.
Clear for immediate takeoff, flight 213.
Flydocs know how to move. You can always trust a Flydoc.
China Airlines.
He'll be turning before the end of the runway, won't he?
Yeah.
The grumpy face. Someone.
And I think the aircraft after him is our returning Dash 8. It is.
I'm final.
526 Delta, wind 130 degrees 8 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, QLink 526 Delta.
No trucks or anything out there, so that's always a good sign.
Nobody's turned out for them, so it sounds like a normal approach and landing. They've got all their trucks ready to go at the fire station. All the hangars are open.
They're just itching for something to do, aren't they?
They're ready. That sounds good.
I would love to give one a go. King Air. Any type, it doesn't have to be a new one. If anyone is a King Air pilot listening,
Flight 213, contact departures.
Contact departures, flight 213.
Matt T asks, thinking back to your training, how did you adjust from the smaller training aircraft to the larger commercial aircraft? Well, yeah, the biggest thing I'd flown was a Duchess, and then I went to the 330.
Oh, but the Duchess was so powerful.
Yes, it's a fantastic aircraft. Yeah, we went into the sim and did, what did we do? Probably 40 hours in the sim, and before that I'd done about 30 hours in a 737 sort of sim that sort of did our multi-crew, getting used to, having someone else there and splitting the duties, and it's a bit different mindset, single pilot to multi-pilot.
I did the MCC myself on the 73 sim. Have you done much light flying like these days?
Not for a while, but around 2011, 12, when things were slow and we were shrinking and the world was not good.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about my career future.
Yeah.
Especially as I had gone straight in and didn't have much other experience. I thought, I need to get my ATPL. So I still had a bunch of command hours to do. So I was getting back from a trip and flying up to Rocky, hiring the 150 and taking it on 7-hour navs.
Yep. I've been there.
And that was odd, because it had been a couple of years since I'd flown a light aircraft, and then when I went back to flying one, the good thing was it felt slow.
That's
so
good.
You know, my mind had adjusted to, you know, fast approach speeds and that sort of thing. So that was sort of easier transitioning into it.
So
Then the other thing was coming in, and you know, you're used to coming in quite fast and flaring high, and obviously you don't want to flare high in a 150 at 50 feet. That probably wouldn't end well for the future flyability of the aircraft.
So I think one of my first instructing lessons was taking out an A320 pilot in a 152, and it was interesting watching him land. He hadn't flown a light aircraft for a long time, and watching him try to land a 152 after flying an A320 for so long, it was a lot of over controlling. There was a lot of movement of the yoke, and I was like, maybe if you just hold it there and wait.
I don't recall mine being too bad, because I did go in with an instructor, because it had been a couple of years since I'd flown it, and he was happy with my performance, and he had a few comments about some things I'd done about, you know, with things I'd said as we were going onto the runway, and that which had been ingrained into me from the airline operations, and he was quite impressed with that. And I owed him a beer after I made the wrong call sign, and you know, said the first part of our call sign, and then was like, "Oh, what's our flight number?" Oh, we don't have a flight number.
There are no numbers here.
And the controller said, "Dreams of grandeur there, mate."
That's funny.
It was partially because the call sign started the same.
Yeah.
I think it was Kilo Quebec Sierra, I think. So started saying it, and I said something else.
140, runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff.
But as far as the training sort of went, just sort of you just adapted to the new thing, and same as when I was learning to fly the 330 in the sim. You're sort of just in this cockpit. You sort of don't really think about the aircraft behind you. It's the same as when I went to the 380. The cockpit's sort of the same and the same size, and you just adapt as you go, pretty much.
Very competent pilot.
Thank you.
Well, you got the 3 strikes to prove it now.
Yes, I've been deemed competent and safe. Well, I'm not officially good to go. I have to send my training book in, and they have to make sure everything's been ticked correctly, and then obviously it's Saturday today, so
they won't do it today.
That's not going to happen until Monday, Tuesday, and then I'll have an interview with the training manager and that's the official sign off. You're cleared to go to the line.
Yeah.
So probably won't be official until
not
Thursday next week. Hopefully Thursday next week, because next week's Easter.
Oh yes, it is. I keep forgetting about public holidays.
But they've because I'm changing base, they've blocked off. So the new roster starts on Monday, and they've blocked off basically the whole of next week as a change of base leave.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Great to have some time off. Yeah.
My first rostered trip is not till the end of the week after that. So there's a bit of fat in there for any delays. I do have to fly first trip within 14 days of my release to line, which I believe is when I do the interview. So it's not from today, it's from the interview, and so that will cover me for that first trip, so I don't have to go and try and chase a flight, because sometimes people have to, just the way things work out, they have to try and chase a flight to consolidate. They call it a consolidation flight, and if you don't do one in 14 days, you have to go and do a recency sim. And we'll try to avoid simulators as much as possible. Now we've got a 330 run out there.
And Eric Salter will be celebrating with us his birthday tomorrow on the stream.
Ooh.
On the 24th. Happy early birthday, Eric.
Indeed.
Bryony just asks, her husband wants to know if I've ever done a Cat 3 ILS landing before. In the aircraft I saw one on the 330 into 24 right in Los Angeles. Obviously I was the second officer.
Yeah.
But they
Been cool to watch.
they had on the ATC they had the vertical visibility, so if you stood on the ground and looked up, they were saying 100 feet. And I can't remember what the RVR was. Might have been maybe around 200 metres or thereabouts.
Yeah.
And so on the 330 we could go down to
51 runway,
75 metres.
Wait till station.
And
19 right, line up wait.
and we had for a 3B approach we had a 0 foot decision height, so no decision height.
Nice. Yeah.
And so for anything low vis, which is so less than Cat 1 minima, so Cat minima's sort of 220 foot decision altitude and 550 metres RVR. So anything less than that, if they're doing the low vis ops, the captain is the pilot flying, but it will be an auto land. And we had to do a whole 4-hour sim on low visibility operations.
Yeah.
Because it is quite critical in monitoring, and then there's certain heights. If something goes wrong, you've got to go around below that. Depending on what it is, you can keep going as long as you've still got the redundancies and that there's a sort of a step down thing. So some things might just maybe raise it. So now you have a 50 foot decision height as opposed to 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, for a 3B, you didn't have to see the runway, so you'd get the 100-foot call out, and the captain would just say landing.
Okay.
Even if he couldn't see anything, and you just the captain would be looking out.
51 runway.
Autopilot's flying, and the first officer is what we call heads down, so he's monitoring the PFD, and various things will flash up and change. It'll say flare, and that's just the aircraft going into the flare mode and raising the nose. Then it will say thrust idle. Thrust comes back automatically. You'll touch down. Captain will select, or he will bring the thrust levers to idle because they don't go back themselves on the Airbus. Go into reverse, and then it'll go into rollout, and it'll steer itself down the runway.
Do the whole thing.
And on that stage, he said I can see threshold lights, and that was when we were probably about 50 feet. And me sitting in the back, I couldn't see anything. And then as the nose came down, we started seeing the lights, and probably could see maybe 4 or 5 lights. And I think in LA they were 15 metres apart, so less than 100 metres of visibility.
There you go.
The worst part about those landings is what happens after that part.
Yep.
Because then you've got to work out, where are we on the runway? Where's the next taxiway we can taxi off? What is that taxiway? Because sometimes you might not be able to see the sign.
51, contact departures.
51 off to Singapore. And I think on that day it took us about 40 minutes to taxi to the terminal, very slowly, making sure we were where we were. But the good thing is when they do those low vis operations, like, not many people are taxiing around because they want to make sure there's separation and everything.
Yeah.
But it was something to see. I'd seen them in the sim a few times, but to see one for real was pretty cool.
We actually we did a whole section in our training at college for LVP ops, where we did several simulations where the weather just turned to nothing. And it's all about securing the aerodrome to make sure all the critical areas are protected for all of the auto landings that are going to happen for all the pilots coming in. So we did several LVP operations to make sure we were prepared. And then unfortunately it like in the sim, you know what's happening and you get prepared and you're like, yep, I need runway inspections, I need to do this, I need to prepare by about a half hour. And then when it actually happens, it goes to LVP so quickly sometimes that like the weather can just snap and you're like, oh, we need to do a lot of things in not a lot of time. And all those LVP times have just happened so quickly, like mist dropping and then turning into fog, or those showers just closing in really, really quickly when you weren't expecting it. Like all the other showers have been quite okay. And then you get one coming through and you can't see a thing. You're like, oh no. But it's definitely a different type of flying out there.
Yeah, and certainly,
Runway 19 right, clear for immediate
like
takeoff.
when we did that one in Los Angeles, it was from the sea fog, so the LAX airport's right on the coast, like Brisbane here.
Yeah.
And the fog was probably only went 2 miles inland, and that was just enough to cover the whole airport. And so everything east of that up to the mountains, it was 8/8 blue sky, well, it was slightly dark. It was just at dawn. And there was buildings near the airport that we could see the top of.
Yeah.
And we actually entered the cloud at about 220 feet or so.
Wow.
And
just want to say a quick goodbye to Jeff Andrews there. He's heading off. See you, Jeff. I'll see you next time.
See you, Jeff. Have a good day or night.
Saying thanks to Veronica and Ben.
222 Brisbane Tower.
Any time, I think we're always happy to be here.
Yes, we are.
Drinking a kombucha mango passion fruit that Julia's handed me. Doesn't taste too bad, actually.
It's not too bad, that one.
Yeah. The big thing with the low vis things is that critical area protection.
Yeah.
Especially with the localizer.
Velocity 935.
Used to see it in Sydney sometimes. If you're on 3-4 left, they'd tow an aircraft from the international across to the maintenance hangars in between arrivals, and if you were probably out at maybe 1,500 feet or so, and you might have still had the autopilot in, and you see this 380 get towed across the end, and a few seconds after he clears the runway, all of a sudden you see the localizer just start drifting off, and the autopilot's in, so the plane lurches over to go, I'm off the localizer, I've got to recapture it. I mean, that was day you could see it, but if that happened at 300 feet in very low visibility, it'd be very interesting, very fast.
Yes. Yep, absolutely.
So yeah, they'll make sure no one's near there and no one's going in front of it while aircraft are on approach. And usually there'll also be special holding points that keep you further away. I know Sydney's got the Cat 2 holding point, which is a little bit further away for 16 right, over on the international side, because I think that's the side that the glide path antenna's on.
Oh, that makes sense.
We were looking at that the other day. We thought, why is there a Cat 2 holding point on the western side but not on the domestic side? And then we sort of were looking at the map and there's the antenna.
Yeah.
If an aircraft was at the normal holding point, they would be in front of the glide path antenna.
Awkward. We do have we get a fair few auto landings during normal day like this, and it's always the stock standard critical area not protected.
Yep. Yeah, we used to do them ages ago. The aircraft had to have done one every
runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
45 days.
Oh, okay.
So if it had gone outside that, you couldn't do an auto land in auto land required conditions.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you had to do it, and it was always the way, because pilots want to fly, they don't want to auto land, and so part of the pre-flight check was checking these documents, and you'd look at it and go, we have to do an auto land today, and everyone was, no. And same thing. You had to tell the controller that you were going to do it.
Yeah.
And then they would say,
critical area not protected. Yep.
And we'd do it, and then we'd have to fill out this form about how the performance was and send that off. But then they changed. I don't know what changed, but now
just less often.
Now we don't have to do it
at all.
No. Oh. There's no ongoing thing, so I'm not sure what changed in the systems or in the processes or whatever, but
they were just it's just so good, we don't need to check it.
Quite possibly.
But the traffic petered out quite quickly.
It did, didn't it? I've been thinking that the last 5 minutes, what happened?
Everybody just left.
I've just noticed on the other side of 19 left, they've got the big X out there, down near the threshold, so indicating it's closed, I guess.
Qantas 1873, wind 14
yep, I can see it.
14 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, Qantas 1873.
Philippine 222, contact departures.
Switching departure 13345, good morning, clear to be in 222.
G'day.
I wish you were an A350 Philippines.
Oh, we got the Kiwi 777 coming out here,
Oh, is that out too?
That one hopefully will be good.
777. Yeah. Oh, he's definitely going
left.
to turn left. Yeah.
Lightweight. Big aircraft, lightweight. Is there wind shear reported? full toga takeoff?
Let's just say there is.
Where's the sensor? I'll go and blow on it.
Because I think these are the runway visibility range things down here too, Veronica. Is that them?
Hold on.
I think
Just on this side of the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So sometimes you'll get workers working on them, and then one poor guy stands in the middle of them, and we get like warning bells going off, going, visibility's 100 feet, 100 meters, and we're like, sir, please don't stand there.
Personally, I wouldn't want to be standing anywhere near any airport-related equipment.
Well,
you never know what is radiating out of it.
Yeah, that was my thoughts of like, would I really want to stand in between those laser beams? Not particularly.
might wake up as Spider-Man the next day.
Never mind, I'm going to stand in between. Or maybe like call up a couple of your buddies on final, get them to report wind shear 2 in a row, and we'll get it on the ALS.
Yes, because if we get a wind shear reported, you would do a toga takeoff,
yep,
just to be sure, because part of the memory item is to go to toga if you get wind shear, so you would just
do that
take off at toga so that it's already there.
Yeah, so we need to organise wind shear reports.
Brisbane Tower, Qantas 619, ready?
Qantas 619, Brisbane Tower.
I don't know what happened with that dash 8. I think it's this one parked here, I think.
That one there. That must be one.
Qantas 619, assigned heading left 160, runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff.
Sign heading left 160, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Qantas 619.
All stations, information whiskey, cloud, view at 2,200, scattered at 3,500. Information whiskey.
Yeah, that looks like him on the map. That's where he's ended up.
Qantas 516.
Not many other dash 8s to use.
All stations, information whiskey, cloud, view 2,200, scattered 3,500, QNH 1021. Information whiskey.
I didn't notice if they'd got the passengers off it or not. Looks like I can see some pilots getting off over there.
We've got a bus ready to go. I've actually never caught a dash 8 before.
Haven't you?
No.
Oh.
No reason to.
Well, when I used to visit my parents up in Rocky, I was always on the dash 8, mostly the 400. I went on the 300 a couple of times, and you could tell the difference.
Yes, you can see the difference in their performance.
My little noise-cancelling earbuds.
But the 400 is the full medium, and then anything less than that is a light medium.
Okay.
So that's why they all it's QN 356 Delta to remind us that it's the actual full medium. It requires wake turbulence separation.
But it sounded better when they said sun stable. Rocky used to have I think it was a Sunstate 2552 Delta. I always thought
it does sound better.
that'd be cool to fly that and have that call sign.
Yeah. I saw there was an aircraft that came in the other day. I can't remember where it was from. I think it was some kind of...
146 heavy, ready.
Biz jet. No, it was a Falcon.
146 heavy.
And it was called Mermaid. Mermaid call sign. I thought that was awesome. I'd love to fly that plane. I have no idea who it was.
With a Falcon. Could have been Taylor Swift maybe, although no, she had Global Express I think.
Yeah, this was like a Falcon 900 a couple of weeks ago. It was 10 p.m. at night. Because sometimes you get the call signs that come in. It doesn't actually obviously say the whole call sign, and I just saw those letters and I was like, I have no idea who that is. It doesn't say it in their flight plan.
16, wind 130.
I don't know.
Runway 19 right, clear to land. 19 right, clear to land, got a 516.
And then we all just play the guessing game and hope their accent isn't too thick.
Alright, hoping for this left turn.
Here we go. Come on in, New Zealand. You can do it. I think they're going to get this guy in first. I think.
There's one out there.
He's on 146, so you're going to cop another couple of extra minutes delay due to medevacing air taxing out. 146.
And flight up becomes number one like that.
Awesome. T says long flight in a single aisle for the Philippines passengers.
Yes.
Indeed.
I couldn't do it.
No. I've come back from Indonesia in a 7.3 and gone to Perth in a 7.3. If there's a wide body on the route, go on that one. Although the 320 is a bit better than the 7.3 because you get a little bit. The fuselage is just wide enough that, more wide enough that it's noticeable. The 7.3 is a 2 hour 20. Brisbane, Melbourne.
Yep.
That's the limit.
And stuck in that middle seat too. No thanks.
I'm definitely that person that pays for a seat all the time. I'm very picky.
Yeah, I like to try and get the window or the aisle if I can. Avoid the middle seat.
Although, is it Virgin Australia had that that thing, if you chose the middle seat, you would go into their little drawer. They were trying to get people to go into middle seats.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
I didn't win anything on the first one, so I just didn't do it again.
Didn't do it again. Well, luckily today coming up, I was in, or when I was choosing my seats, well, I'd chosen a window seat because I wanted to have a bit of a nap.
Yep.
And then once we landed and I checked in, I saw that the row behind was just, so the 3 seats were free, so I thought, I better take the window seat there, and yeah, I had 2 seats next to me, which was, well, again on the 737 it's only 3 seats. If there's 4 seats you can
actually lie down.
You can lie down. I mean, if you're tall it's a bit of a struggle, but I was
going to say, I'm pretty short. 3 seats would do me.
I did years ago. We ferried a new aircraft. I had the Singapore to Sydney leg, but it was a domestic 330, so just had the domestic business class seats, and then we standard economy, and no crew rest because there was no need for it. And of course they had it scheduled on a night departure and morning landing into Sydney. So we had the 3 pilots, a flight attendant, a couple of engineers. I think one of them was a CASA guy, and then the 3 pilots that had flown it down from Toulouse. They just all joined us. They landed in Singapore and got off, got changed, got back on, and we hopped on and flew it down to Sydney. And so our crew rest and their sleeping accommodations were down in economy in the 4 seats in the middle. So you said when you were going off on your break, you said to the guys, I'll be in row 44, because obviously all the lights were off, so it was quite dark, and So then when it was time to wake someone up from their break, you went down and this is 44 and you sort of poked your head down. Yeah, that looks like them. Gave them a shake. It's time to go back to work. It's not all glamour, ladies and gentlemen. It's not all glamour.
New Zealand 146, runway 19 right, clear for immediate takeoff. Right, clear to immediate takeoff.
Oh, here you go.
146.
And there's a dash coming in. I think it's a dash coming in behind him.
I think it's a Fokker.
Oh, Fokker?
Yeah. Come on, rev it up.
414, contact departures.
Just imagine if he flew over the top of us.
Oh, just does it right there.
Velocity 1712, wind 150 degrees, 13 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land. 19 right, clear to land, velocity 1712.
Do it now.
Velocity 776, Brisbane Tower.
There he goes.
Oh, nice.
It could have been a little bit earlier, but
For that, contact departures. 146.
that'd look nice from the tower.
Yeah.
Or the Ibis, maybe.
Yeah, if only you could do your stream from the tower veranda.
HZ73 says Air Astley is a Danish charter company that has a Falcon 900 which Google says has mermaid call sign.
A mermaid call sign.
Who was it?
A Danish charter company.
Oh.
Air Astley. If that was them, that's a long way from home.
Kirsten's here. Hello, Kirsten. Yeah, what's the strangest call sign you've probably ever heard, Veronica, out in this part of the world?
Well, mermaid was definitely the most exciting.
Oh, was that what you were talking about before?
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, I missed it.
I heard the mermaid one and I was really excited about that.
What was that for? Sorry, I missed it.
So maybe, they said it's a freight company.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one before. I mean, I always like Skyforce because you can say it with like,
yes.
You're like Skyforce.
And then Snowbird.
Snowbird, that's the Antarctica one.
Runway 19 right, cleared to land.
So who's Skyforce then?
Skyforce, they do the BAE 146s for Qantas. Sometimes they're Skyforce. They're like the 7292 ones. Team Air, I'm not a big fan of. I don't like the call sign Team Air.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I much prefer the Toll Express.
And it's hard to hear that too, Team Air. Like, I've heard it a few times on the radio, and you're like, what was that?
And then one day they randomly changed back to Toll Express, and,
really?
I said to them, I was like, what happened to Team Air? And he said, oh, we ran out of aircraft. And I was like, what? What's happening? We all just got over the hump of calling you guys Team Air, and now you want to call one of you Toll Express.
Well, they don't fly here, but AirAsia X, I think it's the wide bodies, is Xanadu.
Oh, I love Xanadu. We had that in the Sims.
I heard them last night, Xanadu. Every time you hear it.
We see them on the radar. Yeah. Well, every time we're in the college, we just start singing Xanadu, and like that's why it's on my Spotify playlist from college.
And actually, the other day over in WA, we heard. I think it might have been. I don't know if it was like the PC-21s. Maybe he had a oxygen mask on.
Nice.
We could tell that, and he was calling himself Raptor.
Oh.
And I thought, wow, that's very cool. Kudos.
423 Delta.
I guess the coolest call signs are reserved for the military, because they get to call themselves anything, pretty much.
I know the B2s sometimes are Death. Death 2-1. It's a bit,
There's a blackbird in Adelaide, at least. Blackbird.
okay.
Aussie is a common one.
Aussie's more so that's for the VIPs, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the, and they're getting into the Maxes now too to replace the 700s.
I saw a picture there the other day of I think he was over in Europe or something, a Max BBJ with the whichever squadron is, Squadron 36 or whatever.
Yeah.
423
VIP
Delta, runway
livery.
19 alright, clear for takeoff.
19 alright, clear for takeoff.
Looks kind of boring.
Matt T says Carnage call sign around Amberley is always interesting.
Oh yeah, well, probably the Growlers or the F-18s.
Yeah, so sometimes, so we've got like lead lines on all of our, well, you can put lead lines onto the radar on our radar screens to see how far away they're going to be in a minute's time, or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. But, you know, you get so used to everybody's like anywhere between 130 to 200 ground speed, and then you'll get like an overflyer from Amberley and it's got this lead line that's huge. It spans half the screen because it's going like 500 knots, and you're like, oh my god.
Fantastic. Henry asks, what is your favourite route domestic for me? Well, I haven't done a heap. I've done Brisbane, Sydney, Sydney, Melbourne, Melbourne, Brisbane. They're not very good, especially if you have like a Brisbane, Sydney, Sydney, Melbourne with an hour and 10 transit in Sydney. At least for us, we stayed on the same aircraft. If it was the 7-3 guys, they would probably have a 40-minute transit and have to go from one end of the terminal to the other to get to a different aircraft.
Yeah.
But we stayed on the one, which was all right.
Car 12, Brisbane, Tower.
Done Melbourne, Perth, and Sydney, Perth. And that's not too bad because, you know, it's 3.5 to 4.5 hours. You know, almost like an international sort of thing. You've got time to, you know, have your coffee and eat a meal and another coffee and then think about what's happening at the other end. Unfortunately, when you get to Perth and like you've got like Perth weather, which I've experienced now on a couple of occasions, wasn't pretty. Yeah, I reckon going across the country would be good. Like the Brisbane Sydney and Sydney Brisbane I did the other day. You top a climb and then like 20 minutes later
you're back down.
You've done the brief and you start the descent.
But I saw some of your photos there. It must have been when you're flying up to Singapore. Was it over Exmouth and all that?
Yeah, Perth. Yeah. Perth. Actually, that was a nice day out. Perth, Singapore, daylight flight. Not too early departure. Just under 5 hours up the coast, past Gelton, Exmouth, and then up to over the top of Jakarta. Is that all it is? 5 hours? Yeah.
Wow.
What did we actually block it at? And yeah, two pilot. It's just the captain and I.
Yeah, Car 12, not clear. Car 12.
With some of that scenery out there, that part of Australia, it's just like, you don't see it anywhere else in the world, do you?
19 alright, clear to land.
5 hours and 19 minutes.
Jeez, that's not bad.
And that includes
all stage
taxi.
Information, X-ray, QNH 1020, information X-ray.
Additional to their favourite domestic or international.
322 Delta Brisbane Tower, signing right 270.
International. Well, I loved going to London on the 380. That was awesome. Got to see lots of different scenery and talk to like 12 different air traffic control centres.
Yeah.
Varying degrees of English comprehension and accents. Some were really easy to understand, some were not so easy to understand. Some of the radios, especially the Yangon radio in the middle of the night on the HF.
Oh God.
That was, you tried to, if you were going on that way, you tried to organise it that you were on first break. So the other guy would do it.
320 on Brisbane Tower.
Yeah, sometimes didn't work out.
Yeah, the HF radio is a whole other thing.
I had one night there where the satellite for the SATCOM in the Asia Pacific had like gone offline or something.
Oh.
And so normally we would just get on the data link, like text message communication with the control centre. But on this stage, no satellite, so no data link. So we had to get on the HF, and I called Yangon, and it took me 20 minutes to get a position report to him. He kept on telling me, log on data link. I said, no data link. No satellite, no data link. You know, I need to give you a HF position report. And by the time I gave it to him, we were leaving his airspace, and then I had to try and get the frequency from him for the next controller.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for those who haven't ever experienced HF radio, it's some days it can be just absolutely beautifully clear and perfect, and other days you've just got this scratchy static, and you
just get so much interference with it.
You sort of interpolate what is being said, because you're not hearing everything, but everything's said a standard way, so you sort of hear something, you go, I must have said this before, and then you read it back, and I guess they probably hear the same thing as you're hearing, and they interpolate you.
Wind 130 degrees, 12 knots.
One day we were flying near Manila or something, and it was absolutely atrocious. But for practice, we were using the HF to get the Volmet weather reports.
Oh, yeah.
And again, we couldn't get anything local. And when I say local, I mean within a couple of thousand miles. But we accidentally tuned onto Shannon in Ireland, and it was perfect. It was beautiful, bouncing off the ionosphere around the world there. It was like they were sitting next to me.
And that's the thing, at night time it's better too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll have a primary frequency and a secondary frequency, and then there'll be other frequencies, and so they sort of say the higher the sun, the higher the frequency, and if one doesn't work, just get lower and lower or get higher and higher.
Yeah.
But it works by bouncing off the antennas are on the top of the aircraft, and they bounce off the ionosphere. That's how you can hear a radio from the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Whereas the VHF is just mostly line of sight. But just the atmosphere and the solar activity sometimes just means that someone that's very close you can't hear, but someone a few thousand miles away you can hear them perfectly.
So cool.
And that's what they've come out recently with the search of the Malaysia 370 as well, haven't they? Something interfering with the radio signals passing through. And there's people out there that listen to all these things and pick up these signals, and they've figured it out where that signal's been blocked at a certain time and space. So they've
something along those lines. That's out of my scientific knowledge realm. You dial the frequency up and you push the little button and you talk,
and you know how to kind of fix it occasionally.
And I know the general theory of it that I needed for my exams. That's my limit of that.
Lloyd there just saying he's at home. Saying it's lovely to meet Veronica and Ben.
Of course, we've got the SATCOM now, which we use as much as possible. If we need to call the company, we had that last night. There was a little problem with one of the IFE, the entertainment in one of the seats, and we just called the maintenance back at base to just tell them what the flight attendants had done, and if there was anything that more could be done. Unfortunately there wasn't, but that was just on the sat phone. Just push the button for dial and talk to them, and
it's a lot easier.
If it's not working for some reason, you use the HF. Touch wood, I've never had to use the HF for that, only for air traffic control.
Yeah.
Alright, clear to land, for the E3 trail.
The 700, is it, Gavin?
Yeah, the old 700 here. There's actually just one on the ground there too.
Velocity 371, connect departures, g'day. Velocity 371, g'day.
Doesn't look like we can see in the tower today. I was just going to see if we can. Are the curtains pulled down?
On a day like today, the blinds would probably be down. Yeah. Depends who you have on. Sometimes you have blind up people, and then you have blinds down people. And I'm a blinds down person.
I can see that one on the side looks like it's half down, and
on the western side. Yeah.
So what you'll get is sometimes people. Yeah, it looks like. Sometimes it's like just that little bit too dark to see the runway, so you put it up that little bit, or you get the blinds up person on east, and then the blinds down person on west. And then every other blinds down person in the tower going, well, it's bright, I'm getting crow's feet.
12, wind 1303.
Trying to look out the window.
Runway 19 right, clear to land. Runway 19 right.
Is this a Max version
Yeah, I
or
just
the
noticed.
Scimitar?
That's the Maxi.
I saw a Scimitar on a Qantas 737. I think in Melbourne this morning, or
Yeah, Vic X-ray uniform. That's the first one to come out.
Henry there is asking, what route did I fly most recently? Well, today I flew Singapore to Melbourne. Got into Melbourne at 6 a.m. this morning, Melbourne time. Started that trip, I did Melbourne to Perth, had a night in Perth, then Perth, Singapore. And I had one day off before that trip, and I went down to Sydney and ferried an aircraft from Sydney to Brisbane, or repositioned it. It had flown in from, can't remember where it had flown in from, but we had, I think it might have been Manila, and then we had to ferry it up here empty and take it down to the international terminal, and I think it was going to Singapore, I think. Sometimes they just need to move aircraft around.
It's usually you end up with like some sort of 4-digit.
Yeah, we were 6002.
Yeah, 6002 is a common one. Yeah. Qantas uses those 60 reposition numbers.
So it was just the captain and I. No flight attendants, no passengers or anything. No freight. It was empty.
That's got to be a good feeling.
About 138 ton takeoff weight.
Just you and the fuel.
And
it's a big rocket.
I'd got because I wasn't sure where it was going to depart from in Sydney, and obviously in Sydney there's the international side and the domestic side, and they're quite far apart.
Yes.
Where's it going to go from? And I got a message from the captain. Looks like it's from the international. I was like, oh, okay, better tell the driver. And I got there and I was just like, oh, it's a long time since I've done this. Like, do I need to show my passport? went to the crew lane at the passport thing. I said, oh, I'm doing the 6002. Do you need my ID or passport for that one? He goes, oh, passport. And I said, okay. And he says, is that the freighter? And I go, I don't actually know. I know it's a ferry. Like there's no passengers.
Me to fly it. I
don't know if it's a freighter or if it's just a reposition. But apparently the captain had been through not long before me, and when he'd turned up there, he said, I'm 6002, and they said, who? And so we had a few minutes there on the phone to someone to try and get things sorted out with the documentation so that they would let him through into the terminal. It's always funny when you do off normal things, off normal operations like that. They never go smoothly, and this one was no different.
You're looking well.
No, there was no. We got there. The fuelers didn't know about us, so they had to chase them down to come and give us fuel. And no one had. The engineers hadn't been told to do the preparation for a repositioning flight, because there's certain things that they have to do, and like security checks and that sort of thing.
Lots of phone calls and organisation for that one. But, good thing you travel with your passport.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things. Whether you're doing domestic flights or international flights, I don't know what the 737 guys do, but certainly in long haul you carry your passport all the time, because you never know. You could be sitting in the hotel in Perth thinking you're going to Sydney tomorrow, and someone goes sick or a plane breaks down somewhere, and they call you up and say, well, guess what, you're going to Singapore. And you can't well go, oh, my passport is in Brisbane. That's
Post doesn't work that
not
quickly.
A good look.
No.
Yeah, I'll just make it a single run with only one runway. I'm vacating.
I don't know if you saw that departure we had a few weeks ago now, the empty one out here from the loop. It's a 300 just come out of maintenance.
I did see that. I'd met those guys the night before.
Oh, that's right. You're telling me. Yeah. He was by Alpha 4 over here. It's incredible.
That would have been a full thrust departure for a maintenance flight.
That was an air show moment. That was.
I did watch that video when you sent me the link, or you sent me the video, and it was. I thought it would have been cool sitting in the jump seat on that one, watching it. I mean, it would have been cool to fly, but it can be easy to mess up those lightweight takeoffs with full thrust, because it happens very fast, and once you're off the ground, you accelerate very fast.
Exceed your speed limits.
You don't want
flap limits.
It'd be embarrassing if you went over the flap limits. I mean, doesn't break them, but there has to be an inspection and
you're reported,
reports and paperwork and everything.
All data logged, I guess.
We did have that A330 that took off on 01 that did quite the he was up by Alpha 7. Oh no, not he took off at Alpha 7 and then was almost up by the rapids.
Wow.
He was, and I remember telling him nice departure, and he just didn't know what to say. He was contact departure. Oh, okay.
The 767s were always good off 16 right in Sydney.
Yeah.
New Guinea coming out now too.
Sitting in the terminal there, and they were doing a Sydney Brisbane, and they'd be airborne by maybe Gulf.
Yeah.
Definitely by the intersection.
There's a couple. I think there was a really nice looking Citation the other day that took off on 01 right, and he just rocketed it. He had full length because he came from the logistics apron, and he just he was 2,000 feet by the end of the runway, and I was like, well, that was cool.
Excellent.
See you later. Come back again though.
And Henry asks, would I fly the P2Fs? I guess you mean the 330 freighter that's been converted. No, that's a different company. But they are using them for short sector flying for training.
Oh, okay.
I think I just missed out by a week. I was sort of a week ahead. But a week later, the guys that were just behind me in training, they got to fly it because they're not using it. They don't use it during the day mostly, so it's just sitting there. So they were using it to just take off and fly down to Avalon and not quite do circuits, but long circuits, just to get a couple of landings up in a day, as opposed to just doing a single sector across to Perth.
Yeah, getting
just to get the first part of the training out of the way, because the first part of the training, the limited number of training captains that can do that. So obviously, if they can do as many as they can quickly, let's more go through the training faster.
No, that sounds good.
It would have been interesting to fly the freighter on that, and would have been interesting to do circuits.
Yeah, I used to see some of the military big jets do some circuits out at Edinburgh out there. That was always fun to watch. Nice low, big circuits. It's always my favourite.
The P3s out there, the Orions, and the P8s as well.
Yeah, watching them do circuits was just awesome. And I think I watched the Hercules do some circuits out there as well. My house used to be in their circuit path.
Oh, okay.
It was very exciting to me.
Wind 130.
Henry asks, Veronica, why do they have blinds down?
It's very bright out there, actually. Just well, we don't all want to wear our sunglasses up there. It's easy to just get rid of the glare by putting the blinds down, especially in the early morning. It's really bad, or in the sunset. You have one side with the blinds down, keeping the sun out. But on a day like this, it's still bright. It's very glary, and it just sort of hurts your eyes to try and look for a plane in the whiteness of the clouds without any protection from the sun there.
Hooroo. We like hearing a good hooroo on the radio.
I heard you say on a stream the other day that you wanted to hear me say hooroo.
Are you a hooroo person?
I'm a g'day person. Or if I'm not feeling it, it's a see ya or a bye.
No, I'm a g'day or a see ya. I don't say hooroo.
But maybe I'll have to figure out a day when I'm working and you're streaming, and I'll just have to say hooroo to everyone.
Hooroo, hooroo.
But there's that Toodle Pip guy out there somewhere.
Toodle Pip.
It's a Dash 8 pilot that says Toodle Pip, and I'm like,
it kind of suits a Dash 8 though when you think about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, good. Yeah, de Havilland.
G9 at 20, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, G9 at 20.
It's actually interesting hearing all of my colleagues and being able to pick them out quite easily.
Okay, velocity 53, ready.
Fiji Max.
53, Brisbane target.
Did you see the Fiji 350 when you're in Sydney? They fly the 350 there.
Yeah, no, we didn't. No, not that time. No.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, we plan to go back soon.
Qantas 1876, Tango 2, Runway 19 right.
Have Geek Gravy ask, what is your favourite plane? What's your favourite plane? Veronica?
I was always just like a big fan of the A380, just for a long time. But I do like the A330 because they always seem to perform really, really well. I can trust them in a tight gap, to be honest. Like I was saying, the Qantas 119 and the A330. They always do well for me.
And you don't say to please...
No. Like, because they've helped... I remember saying to them, like, be ready immediate in 30 seconds, and they're like, we're ready. And I'm like, good.
We can do it.
And he just... That pilot just threw the throttle down. Like, he was great. So, like, being in air traffic control, the 330's become my favourite. The A380's just a little bit of a headache to get out. Appropriately, because you never know how long they're going to take.
We've got to move slowly in the 380.
Yeah. So I've seen some of them sit at the whole point for 10 minutes. I've seen some of them do a 5-minute lineup. I've seen some of them just move and go. Like I've seen a minute departure. Like A380 is unpredictable as an air traffic controller. What about you? It's got to be. Is it the 330?
Yeah, well, the 330 was my first jet, so it's got a special thing in my heart. But I mean, I did love the 380. It was just an amazing aircraft. But I'd say the 330.
Yeah.
It's your first jet. You've got to love your first jet, especially if it's something cool like the 330.
Yeah, absolutely.
719, wind 1.
I'm just not a big fan of Fokkers. I know you like them, Gavin, but...
Well, the 330 looks good.
It's okay, I won't hold it again.
On the ground and in the air, it just looks good.
330s look nice. Like... It's a sexy looking aircraft.
I don't have a favourite aeroplane. I kind of like them all. It's just I find the Fokker special.
I'm not a fan of E-jets either.
Yeah, I'm a bit... Yeah, they're a bit boring in my... the E2s look good though. The bigger ones in sort of the bigger engines. But...
The A220 looks nice.
Yes.
It does look good.
The 787-8 just doesn't look right.
No.
Yeah, I'm the same.
The Dash 9s look good, but the 8s they don't do it for me.
Oh, the Ospreys. I always loved them. They were very cool. I got to be at the threshold when they came in here, and that was very cool day.
Yeah, I saw them in Rocky. They parked just over the road from the GA area. Was they sort of had the military camp when the exercises were on, and they had the Ospreys there. They were cool to see. I saw them flying at the Brisbane Valley Air Show
53, runway 19 right, clear for
year before last year.
Oh yeah.
Well, they had one on the ground there. Got to have a walk inside it, and it was big. It was bigger than I thought it was. It's quite a big aircraft. And then at the end of the 2 days, they took off and did a beat up down the flight line there before heading off to, I think they were going to Oki or something. Amazing aircraft.
And they get along pretty quick too.
I wouldn't go in one.
No, I personally wouldn't. Yeah.
And that's as a pilot or passenger. They're just not. Not right. Give me a helicopter. I'll settle for that, especially like a bigger one. Something like a
remain on the ground. Call me for airways clearance.
Black Hawk size or something. With beef to it, or any aeroplane. But a tilt rotor.
Aussie 326.
But now I'm kind of picky. If somebody's putting me in a small aircraft, I will only sit in that small aircraft. And I say small as in Cessna 152, those sorts of light aircraft, training aircraft. I will only sit in the front. Unless it is a pilot that I know that can fly appropriately and has X amount of hours, you will not find me sitting in the back of them. That is my requirement these days.
Yeah, during our instrument rating training, we did a few backseat rides when the other guys were flying, and that was right. Yeah, there's an instructor there. And,
that's fine. But if a pilot that has like 200 hours says, "Oh, do you want to sit in the back while I fly my mate around in the front?" I'd say absolutely not.
I reckon I agree with you on that one.
I will sit in the front seat, or I won't sit in there at all.
And I'd also want to be on one that has controls in front of me as well. Like, you get some of those older aircraft that have that swing control that you can either on the left or the right, but not both.
I would very happily sit in the right-hand seat, which is what I've got most of my hours on, and happy to sit there, but I just need to know that everything's right in front of me in case.
Aussie 326.
And where I can check the fuel and the oil and all the T's and P's.
Indeed. It's an interesting thing from my training on the 330 is that we've got the side sticks, and they don't move on the other side when you move yours.
Okay.
So it's very interesting, especially for the training captains. I know, in the Boeings and that, they sort of talk about, if they were coming down and they'd sort of, maybe help you in the flare if you weren't doing too much, or they'd just nudge the control a little bit to get it in the right spot if you were having it not quite in the right spot, or even just to show you where the right spot was. Especially maybe, if they were doing the takeoff, you could follow it through, like old school GA days. But in the Airbus, if both people are on the control at the same time, it adds up and won't do what either of you are wanting. It'll do something different based on the maths. You couldn't have a dual input. If you were doing an approach and you sort of were imminently about to mess up the last 50 feet, the only thing they could do was either tell you to go around or take over or maybe do the landing, but probably if they're taking over, it's probably gone too far out of the slot that they would go around, and they would push the takeover button, which locked out the inputs in the other stick while it was being held down. So if you were still moving it as they took over, it would just do what they were wanting to do. But
okay.
We've got Jive Turkey there making fun of you, Veronica, for not liking the Fokkers.
No.
He came up here once and he's like, "Gavin, what's your fascination with the Fokkers? I absolutely hate them." You see, he's coming around now. He's coming around. He's turning right.
I just remember really early days, you guys were really excited about a Fokker engine run, and I was like watching the screen going, "What are these people on about?" It's a Fokker.
I need to go on that stream and tell them off.
Okay, stand by. We've got to chase someone up.
But you will miss them when they're gone, won't you?
No.
No.
Actually,
straight out.
Brilliant. No, don't even think about it.
I can miss them in the fact that if they're on final, I always go, it's a Fokker. They can go slow. It's fine. I can put these guys in front. So you can always trust a Fokker pilot to fly slow. You can't trust them to fly fast.
Jetstar 53, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Pumping out this side. Is this Seoul?
Seoul engine?
Yes.
They're having a bit of GPS interferences up there at the moment.
I heard something,
in South Korea. We've got a procedure that's just come out.
Is that with they're giving the train warnings or something, or is that another thing again?
No, that's part. That's the spoofing. So there's jamming where you just lose them, and then there's spoofing. And I believe the issues they've been having up there are spoofing, which is where you can get a not correct, terrain pull up.
Oh God. That's
which,
not what
if your visual conditions are low down, I mean, it would scare the hell out of you. It's very loud and very obnoxious when it goes off. But if you were, coming down the ILS in 400 feet in cloud and you got a pull up, well, you're going to be doing it.
Aussie 3093, Winds 100 degrees, 12 knots, runway 199, cleared
So
to land.
Perth Mark 2's asked the tops ATC, what flight level is it above, and are there multiple tops frequencies? Yeah, so it's all divided up into the different airspace centres. So if you ever pull out like an aviation map,
53, contact
you'll see that
G'day.
there's lots of different centre frequencies to change over to. In Melbourne and in Brisbane. I'm not sure what flight level, maybe above like flight level 200 they start getting towards the tops. And not many aircraft fly above flight level 400, maybe some smaller jets do. Saw a Falcon, maybe a Falcon or something go up to flight level 470, which was quite high.
I've seen one, it might have been like a Citation 10 possibly.
It's unusual.
A few years ago, and they were like at either 49 or 50, I think.
Yeah, like
they can go up to 51. The Citation 10. Some of those biz jets are
380, 400.
Yeah.
360.
We did 370 up to 390 last night.
Yeah.
Our max altitude is 410. 380 was 430. 747-400 I think is 450. The maximum height.
So I don't think there's like a real maximum height to it. I think it's just like above a certain flight level. But the tower training is quite separate to the centre training. So it's all very different worlds, very different rule book. And when you're operating in those areas, you're thinking half an hour ahead of time. I'm thinking 15 minutes ahead of time max, to be honest, most of the time. We operate within a what's happening right now. With not much time to prepare when things go wrong, sort of thing. But yeah, there's heaps of frequencies, changing over frequencies all the time.
And we just go to whichever one you tell us to go to.
Yes.
Yeah, so that reminds me, was it last Sunday when they're doing those radio calls? Check.
Oh yes, you were listening to that one. Yeah.
What was happening there?
So I think it's once a month we test the monitor frequency. You would have heard of this one, yeah. So we were testing it. It's the first time I was actually in the tower for when we were testing it. So the first few they were doing it to make sure they had the equipment turned on correctly. And then basically the premise is that the tower controller says, check call 1, 2, 3, counts up to about 10. And halfway through, the monitor controller will start talking, which will blank out all of our tower frequencies and take over. So that if there are two aircraft on final and one of them starts to go off course to one another, they will take over our frequencies and tell them to go around and what's it called?
Breakout alert.
Breakout alert. Yeah. So the monitor will
turn right.
We'll get the breakout instruction.
3000.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if we're talking or not. Their frequency will overtake all of ours. So
and we would have the tower on one, and we'd be talking on the tower, and we'd be listening to the monitor frequency if they were doing those ops.
Yeah, so we were just testing it. That was my first time doing the calls for a check call for them, which was interesting because it's quite a loud beep that comes through our headset when they're taking over. But yeah, it was a lot of correspondence with downstairs to make sure we're doing it at the correct time and when's an appropriate time with the traffic and whatnot, because it takes over both sides as well. Not just the one.
And you do hear sometimes, we had the other day going out of Melbourne, I think it was, talking with departures maybe or something, and they came up and just said, we're testing the ultimate transmitter or something. How do you read?
Sometimes you might, at about 1 p.m. most days you'll hear us say, radio check for my secondaries or something like that. Most of the time we can just, if we're just talking to someone, we will just use the bypass frequencies for a normal call. Might sound a little different.
Yeah, that's what we had. I think you just said I would calling you on the ultimate transmitter, or the secondary transmitter.
And give you a call.
Yeah, we've got to check them daily. And then sometimes we've got nobody to talk to, so our shift manager has to pull out a handheld, and you might just hear check calls on the frequency.
Does he just do it from the other side of the tower, or does he go for a joint?
Yeah, he just sort of walks away.
Could have gone down to the coffee shop or something down the road. Call in a coffee order for the tower.
946, Sunny left 160, runway 19 right, cleared for immediate takeoff.
16019 right, cleared for immediate takeoff, velocity 946.
Yeah.
We can stay a bit longer.
Rex 906, wind 140 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
19 right, cleared to land, 930.
It's that sort of midday on a Saturday, it gets quite quiet at Brisbane. Picks up again later in the afternoon. I think it's just purely because people fly out early on the weekend, and then it's like the Sunday night they start coming back. The Friday night they all start departing.
And all your longer range stuff's going to be either going later or earlier.
Yeah,
absolutely. If you leave now, you're going to be getting to your destination, depending where it is, at a time that no one's going to enjoy. Turfed out of the airport at 2 o'clock in the morning or something.
It's not what you want. I think I'm landing in New Zealand at like 1 in the morning. Ooh. But that was the cheaper flight, so that's really on me. Well, while it is quiet, I think we might start heading off as well.
Yeah, so I've got to go and unpack my bag here and enjoy a few days off. Go and have a celebratory champagne with my parents tonight, I think.
Very nice. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, obviously the picture the captain took of me, he's put that on the company intranet thing, and I've been feeling my text messages go off from some captains I've flown with and some other people I know that have obviously seen it. So my watch here has been buzzing.
But thank you guys once again for coming down to see us. Wonderful. It's always a pleasure to have you with us here on the show. Veronica and Captain Ben, amazing stuff. Thank you guys.
Yeah, it was good to see you again, Veronica and Julie and Gav. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, timing worked out nicely. How good.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you. And a single runway as well. So
yeah, it was a nice little surprise.
Nice, and yeah, to capture that
quick change to the other side of the car park here and moving things.
That's right. And to capture that morning rush today. So thank you so much. And
130 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19
thank you to all our viewers for those very interesting questions to our guests.
Yeah, thanks for listening in today.
A big shout out to ATC Veronica and Captain Ben. Wonderful friends here on Julia Flights.
Well, hope to be back again soon.
Absolutely. Always welcome. Come back anytime, guys, please.
Especially with the weather cooling off.
They still get visual departures, don't they?
Yeah. It's mostly helicopters that do visual departures out of here.
Oh, alright.
A lot of the... well, you can do IFR visual departures as well, but not a lot of VFR aircraft come in and out of here, to be honest. Even aircraft bouncing over to Archerfield go IFR. It's just easier.
Yeah, We'll let you go. We'll let you both go.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon here.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And enjoy the loop hopefully tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't rain.
I will tune in on my phone. I think I'm on quite late in the afternoon, so 2:30 in the Arvo. Yeah. Just wait for me. And then I'll get clearance or something when I turn up.
Get a hooroo from Veronica.
Yes. When you're streaming in the morning and I'm there, I'll make sure I say hooroo to at least a couple pilots.
Three in a row, so we know it's...
Until I forget.
No more, no less.
All right, yeah, thanks for joining us to you both. Yeah,
we'll
see you later,
see you next time. We'll see everyone next time.
Brisbane Tower, good afternoon. Flight on 425, ready.
Flight 425, Brisbane Tower, good afternoon. Your assigned heading is right 270, hold short of the runway.
Running right 270, hold short, flight on 425.
Yeah, okay, Quebec, I've got an email confirmation on that other one.
Echo Quebec Papa, roger. Stand by, I'll talk to clearance in just a sec.
Cheers, Echo Quebec Papa.
Just 569, current crosswind is 10 knots. 569. 425, runway 19 right liner.
Runway 19 right line up, flight on 425.
Flight 425, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, flight on 425.
Just 569er, assigned heading left 160, runway 19 right, line up and wait.
Assigned heading left 160, runway 19 right, line up wait, just 569.
Okay, Quebec Papa, they're just processing your strip now. I should be with you something shortly.
Quebec Papa.
I don't think we're actually much help. We're pretty limited these days in what we can do in that area.
Yeah, understood. Anyway, we do our best.
Okay. India November Tango, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Jetstar 569, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Jetstar 569.
Flight 425, connect departures, g'day.
Departures, flight 425, thanks today.
India November Tango, just for my ground crew, where are you parking today?
Jet Aviation, I think it's in that northern GA, is it?
There's two. There's one in the southern and one in the northern, but we'll go for the northern one. It's a bit closer. Let's hope for that.
Okay, I think it's that one.
Ta.
Brisbane Tower, g'day, Qantas 1906.
Qantas 1906, Brisbane Tower, g'day. India November Tango, winds 140 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Runway 19 right, cleared to land, copy that.
Jetstar 569, contact departures, g'day.
Jetstar 569, g'day.
Echo Quebec Papa, airways clearance when you're ready. Echo Quebec Papa, remain on the ground, cleared Sunshine Coast by Bald Hills 1000, squawk 3351, departure frequency 133.45.
Departure via Bald Hills 3351, so just missed the frequency, go ahead.
Okay, Quebec Papa, confirm the altitude 1000 and departures 133.45.
Departures 13345 at 1000 and remaining on the ground, Echo Quebec Papa.
Echo Quebec Papa, the QNH is 1020, become airborne and track to north of the tower on climb 1000.
And becoming airborne, track to north of the tower 1000, Echo Quebec Papa. Brisbane Tower, Qantas 520.
Qantas 520, Brisbane Tower, g'day.
Nice Gulfstream.
Coming 458 Delta, Brisbane Tower, g'day. November Tango ground.
What a great show with our special guests here on Julia Flights.
Qantas 1906, wind
amazing stream.
Degrees.
Thank you everyone for keeping us company. Thank you for watching the planes live here on Julia Flights.
Okay, Quebec.
And you guys are watching continuous live coverage of plane spotting. Julia and Gavin. Hope you enjoyed that shot of a skyline here, Brisbane City.
This Gulfstream here, Gulfstream 4 coming in from Essendon down in Melbourne.
Coming 458 Delta assigned, heading right 270, hold short of the runway.
0, hold short, Quebec 4 Jet Delta.
We got 700 likes on the stream. Thank you everyone
well done.
for hitting that like button. Much appreciated, guys. And thank you for supporting the channel.
Okay, Quebec Papa, make a left turn, track to Bald Hills Mast.
Left turn, Bald Hills Mast, Echo Quebec Papa.
Quebec 458 Delta, at Tango 5, runway 19 right, line up.
Line up 35, Quebec 4 Jet Delta.
Beautiful looking Gulfstream jet.
A slightly different view. This is our due to a single runway operation here at Brisbane Airport.
458 Delta, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Quebec 19 right, Quebec 4 Jet Delta.
Okay, Quebec Papa, can offer you tracking via the Horniby Provide, up to advice.
Yeah, go ahead then. Echo Quebec Papa.
Okay, Quebec Papa, make a right turn, track the Horniby Provide up to 1000, and you can contact departures 133.45.
Really high book, about us, 13345, 1000, Echo, go back to Papa.
And a big shout out to our wonderful moderators. I can see Kirsten still helping us in the chat. Thank you so much, Kirsten, for that.
10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, Qantas 520.
And if you're new on Julia flights, please
connect departures, g'day.
don't forget to subscribe. And hit that bell icon so you guys you'll never miss out on any upcoming streams. From Brisbane, from Sydney or any other parts of the world. A bit of overcast at the moment, Kevin. I like that, Matt. Julia Flights corporate jet. Gulfstream.
Yeah, that Gulfstream is a good looking jet. No denying that. I'll be happy with that. Yeah, where is that Gulfstream going? That's going up to the GA. Looks like it.
Almost 12:30. A bit of a downtime here at Brisbane. A lunchtime.
Lunch break is in
Lunch
session.
break. That's right. It'll pick up soon.
Aussie 1105, wind 130 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land. Runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Cool Water saying after 6 hours of great streaming, it's now time for me to go to bed. Thank you, Julian Gavin. Thank you, Cool Water. Thanks for keeping us company for most of the stream today. Hope we provided some entertainment for you guys, capturing the morning rush here at Brisbane Airport, together with our special guests on the show, Qantas pilot Captain Ben and air traffic controller Veronica from Brisbane Tower. Now it's just us, Julian Gavin.
So you see 19 left there, closed.
And you guys are watching continuous live coverage of plane spotting from Brisbane, Australia. Thanks for tuning in. Derek, thank you so much for your kind words. We're doing our best to deliver some good quality streams and informative streams. That's for sure. We love sharing our knowledge of aviation with you guys. And having our friends, special guests here on the show really adds that extra value to every stream.
19 right, line up.
So thank you for watching. Steve Jive Turkey saying need to get catering to send lunch up to level 9. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
that
I'm
would be
getting
nice.
Getting a bit hungry now that you mention it. Maybe I'll take some KFC chicken.
Qantas 1898.
Probably
19 right, clear for takeoff.
a Domino's pizza would be the easiest.
Domino's.
Takeoff Qantas 1898.
That's the second time we see this Qantas 7378. This beautiful Aboriginal livery. Cat Media, thank you for watching. Lovely to have you with us watching the planes live here from Brisbane. Would deliver lunch but got uni assignments to work on. Good luck with all the assignments.
Jetstar 566, wind 140 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
1 right, clear to land.
Try to survive. We have some snacks here. Should be fine.
Qantas 1898, contact departures through.
Departures, g'day, Qantas 1898.
Qantas.
Yeah, Embraer.
E190 off to Hamilton Island.
Oh, they're flying the they're flying the E-jets to Hamilton Island as well. Wow.
Brisbane takeoff.
Been nothing. Hello.
Derek, how's your mic? Derek, thank you so much for $20 donation, much appreciated. Thank you so much, that's very, very kind. Julian Gavin, so cool to have a pilot and a controller sit together and talk real aviation. That's right, only here on Julia Flights. Thank you, Derek. I learned a lot and you just don't see that often. I really appreciate it from the nighttime mountains of North Carolina.
Thanks, Derek. Is that the actual name of the mountains, nighttime? Because you've mentioned that a few times, haven't you? Is that the actual names for that area? Pretty interesting if it is.
Awesome support. Thank you so much. Thanks for your company today on the show as well. Really appreciate your support. Jetstar 566 landing now.
Qantas 529.
Coming in from Melbourne Tullamarine, A321 Neo.
19 right, line up.
Sunny left 160, runway 19 right, line up, Qantas 529.
Qantas 529, a runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Follow 19 right, clear for takeoff, Qantas 529.
Did you get enough photos with Captain Ben's hat?
Yes.
Oops, where am I going with the camera?
I'll share a photo with you guys on the community page.
Blue Ridge Mountain. Okay.
In North Carolina.
Sounds nice.
Must be beautiful, Derek.
I'll check it out in the maps, Google Maps later on.
A beautiful livery Qantas taking off. Flight 529 heading down to Sydney.
On 529, a contact departure, sorry.
Code 529, okay.
And O'Malley is still with us.
Oh, O'Malley. Pretty sure there used to be a ship in the US Navy called the Blue Ridge as well. Maybe it's named after those areas.
And for those of you who just tuned in, welcome to Julia Flights. Welcome to our home airport, Brisbane, Australia.
337 check.
We're streaming a single runway operation at the airport. Runway 19 left is closed between 10 a.m.
160, runway 19 right.
and 10 p.m. today.
Considering 160, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Rex 337.
It's pretty much most of the day. And Steve is saying we're going to have some showers in Brisbane this evening.
Yeah, it might get interesting.
Probably batteries won't last that long.
So we won't be here for that much longer.
Yeah. Get some rain.
Yeah, the forecast in Brisbane for the next week.
But fingers crossed for tomorrow. We will be back here streaming for you guys. Again with that a single runway operation.
Rex on the roll. Hopefully get that nice left turn early. 160 degrees.
Rex 337, connect departure, sorry.
Departure Rex 337.
754 ready.
Qantas 754, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 19 right, Qantas 754. Brisbane Tower, 373 Delta.
Matty is asking, are you streaming Wednesday, heading to South America? Hopefully. It all depends on Gavin's roster, not sure yet, but if you guys subscribe to the channel, make sure you've got the notifications on, and we'll see.
Sometimes we pop up during the midweek, don't we? So
yeah,
you never know.
Pop-up streams here and then, like last Wednesday, Gavin was streaming for you guys Wednesday morning. All right, is that 5 more minutes for us, Gavin? Or
yeah, I think it might be a day. It's starting to really quieten down here a little bit.
I think we're getting a bit tired already.
Yeah, not much to go on to keep the energy levels going, I'm afraid. It's only 70 737s we can take for one day.
All right, let's do 5 more minutes of plane spotting, guys. Sounds good to me. Thank you everyone for all your support so far. It's been an amazing show today. And let's have a little extension of the show. 5 more minutes of plane spotting here on Julia Flights.
Qantas 754, connect departures, g'day.
Qantas 754, g'day.
It was a busy morning for us. We had a special guest here with us, and
Aussie 608, Brisbane Tower, g'day.
a wonderful Julia Flights friends also behind the scenes here.
It was a busy morning, wasn't it?
It was a very busy morning. Great show. So we have time for 5 more minutes. We've got some props touching down. Qantas link. Thank you, Lloyd. Can't wait to see those photos from today.
Qantas 89, Brisbane.
Lloyd was taking some photos of today's departures while we were streaming this morning.
I'll check it out too.
Thank you, Lloyd, for coming down to see us as well.
What's I don't use Flickr too much, so do you have an account? I know you can put the information in the chat if anyone else wants to check it out, Lloyd. Yeah, put your Flickr amount, account link, information. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works.
O'Malley, so we had a special guest on the show, co-hosting the show with us. That was air traffic controller Veronica, and Qantas pilot that used to fly A380s. Now he's on A330s. Captain Ben, Qantas pilot. Both great friends of Julia and Gavin here on Julia Flights. They're always happy to come and join us whenever they can, but they both very busy, so it's always, we really appreciate them. It's really nice to have them on the show.
So Qantas 89 going to Yamir.
retro route livery.
Altitude 608, wind 130 degrees.
The Aussie aviators, no worries guys, we'll be back tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you then.
Qantas 89, contact departures, g'day.
G'day.
Well, left turn as well. All right, I'm not sure what else.
Yeah, I think this is it from us, guys. Thank you so much for all your support as always, to allow us to maintain this channel and do what we love doing.
Yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in today.
Yeah.
I've had fun. I think you have.
Yeah, absolutely. So, thank you guys from your plane spotters based in Brisbane here in Australia, Julian, Gavin. Thank you to our amazing community. Thanks to all the members and viewers here on Julia Flights. And a big shout out to first class lounge members here on Julia Flights.
Yeah, thank you everybody
so much,
for
guys.
dropping by, dropping a like and doing all that stuff. Really appreciate it. See you tomorrow if you're free.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And stay safe everyone, take care of yourselves. And thank you for everything guys, it's been a pleasure. See you very soon. Big shout out to our mods as always, and wonderful friends of Julia Flights. It's been keeping us motivated, that's for sure. Thank you guys, bye bye.
G'day, 536 Delta ready.
2526 Delta, Brisbane Tower, g'day, assign heading right, 270, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading right, 270, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, 536 Delta.
1935 ready. Qantas 1935, check it out. Check 526 Delta, contact departures, g'day.
Departures, g'day, 526 Delta, Delta.
Qantas 1935, assigned heading left 160, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Assigned heading 160, 19 right, takeoff from Qantas 1935.
Qantas 1935, contact departures, g'day.
Qantas 1935, g'day.
Model 416, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Assigned heading right 270, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Right 270, 19 right, clear for takeoff, Model 416. Alpha Tower, velocity 466, ready.
Velocity 466, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Velocity 466, side heading left, 160, runway 19 right, cleared for takeoff.
Left heading 160, 19 right, clear for takeoff, velocity 466.
Alright, good afternoon, Dynasty 053 Heavy, we're ready.
Dynasty 053 Heavy, Brisbane Tower, good afternoon. Flight Dog 416, contact departures route.
Departures 416, g'day.
Tower, g'day, velocity 1641, ready.
Velocity 1641, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Velocity 466, contact departures, g'day.
Departures 134.
Velocity 1641, assign heading left, 160, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
On left heading 160, 19 right, clear takeoff, velocity 1641.
Dynasty 053, assign heading left, 160, runway 19 right, line up and wait.
Assign heading left at 160, runway 19 right, line up and wait, Dynasty 053. C327.
Aussie 327, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Dynasty 053, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Dynasty 053. Velocity 1178 ready.
Aussie 1178, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Aussie 327, wind 120 degrees, 10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
19 right, cleared to land with C327.
Dynasty 053, contact departures 118.45, g'day.
Runway 4570.
All stations amend QNH 1019er. Velocity 1117, runway 19 right, line up.
Runway 19 right, line up, velocity 1178.
Velocity 1117, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, velocity 1178. G'day, velocity 1278.
Velocity 1217, Brisbane Tower, g'day. 1117, connect departures, g'day.
Departures, Velocity 1178.
Velocity 1217, wind 130 degrees, 12 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
19 right, clear to land, Velocity 1278.
Brisbane Tower, g'day, killing 378 Delta, ready.
Killing 378 Delta, Brisbane Tower, g'day, sign heading right 270, hold short of the runway.
Sign heading right 270, hold short of the runway, killing 378 Delta.
Killing 378 Delta, runway 19 right, line up.
Line up 19 right, killing 378 Delta.
Killing 378 Delta, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
19 right, clear for takeoff, killing 378 Delta.
Any vehicles on 19 left, there's a 737 crossing the runway at Alpha 3.
Copy the crossing at Alpha 3. I'll just let my colleague know.
Roger, thanks. Killing 378 Delta, connect departures, g'day.
Departures, g'day, killing 378 Delta.
Brisbane Tower, G'day, Rex 913, ready.
Rex 913, Brisbane Tower, assigned heading left 160, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 160, 19 right, clear for takeoff, Rex 913.
Yeah, flight of 412, is that you on frequency?
Hey, ground flight of 412.
412, g'day.
Brisbane Tower, Qantas 623, ready.
Qantas 623, Brisbane Tower. Qantas 623, assigned heading left 160, hold short of the runway.
Line heading left 160, hold short 199, Qantas 623.
Flight 412, wind 120 degrees 10 knots, runway 19 right, cleared to land.
19 right, clear to land, flight 412.
Rex 913, connect departures, g'day.
Departures, g'day, Rex 913.
G'day, Qantas 524. Qantas 524, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Qantas 623, runway 19 right, line up.
Line up 19 right, Qantas 623.
Qantas 623, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 19 right, clear for takeoff, Qantas 623.
524, winds 130 degrees, 10 knots. Runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Good land, 19 right, Qantas 524.
Brisbane Tower, g'day, velocity 463.
Velocity 463, Brisbane Tower, g'day. Qantas 623, connect departures, route.
Departures, Qantas 623, g'day.
Velocity 463, winds 130 degrees, 10 knots. Runway 19 right, cleared to land.
Runway 19 right, clear to land, velocity 4.
One quick fix, we're ready to go again, Bay 84, X-ray request push.
Qantas 51, hopefully third time's the charm, push approved, tail south.
Thank you, consider push, tail south, Qantas 51.